Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the North American. As tradition here, before we begin our show today, and our final day here at the North American, our beef cattle show, let me introduce our organist. Folks, if you put your hands together for Mr. Bernie Schweigert, he does an awesome job of entertaining us between classes. And if you would, please grant me the privilege of having you stand, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. That's still my favorite version. Let's be bringing in our cow-calf classes in our Hereford show, which is going to be on our West Ring today. And our Key Angus show, let's bring in our Key Angus Class 1A Key Angus Spring Heifer calves. Let's bring that single entry in, please. Entering the ring now is our cow-calf Class 1 Hereford cow-calf into the ring. It is my pleasure to introduce to you our judges today for our Hereford show today. In my opinion, one of the legendary livestock evaluators of our time, Mr. Dan Hogue, Cambridge, Illinois. Dan is an animal science instructor and judging team co-coach at Blackhawk College East in Galva, Illinois. He and his wife, Deanna, have two children, Kathy and Dr. Mark Hogue, who is the livestock judging coach at Western Illinois University. Dan is in his 47th year of teaching and coaching young people, and this coming year, he will mark 49 years of marriage to Deanna. Let's put our hands together for one of the great livestock evaluators, Mr. Dan Hogue. And in our Key Angus ring, Dr. Dan Scheich from Sedoris, Illinois. Dan graduated from Blackhawk East and was a student under Dr. Hogue, and then went to Kansas State University, where he was on the 1999 livestock judging team and graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree at Kansas State. He then went to University of Illinois and received his master's and his doctorate in cow-calf nutrition and management. He now works in research and has coached 11 teams and now coordinates the judging program at the University of Illinois. Dan has judged shows in 30-plus states and Australia. He and his wife, Jennifer, have 3 children, Olivia, Hunter, and Harper. Let's put our hands together for my good friend, Mr. Dan Scheich, Sedoris, Illinois.
Well, thank you. It's certainly a pleasure to be here this morning and looking forward to sorting through these cattle. Was really excited when I got the call, and you know, this is a breed that I was involved in as a young exhibitor, and I just love these cattle, love the people here, and looking forward to it. Just a single entry, but a good one to start on. This is a really nice heifer here. You just study any angle, whether you like them good looking or you like them with something to them. I think you ought to like this one. She's good at the ground. She's good-bodied, still got a nice, attractive, youthful look about her. Get her out on the move, and it's sure hard to pick on her too much here. Nice effort to get started.
Single entry, Class 1A, Key Angus females goes to 2HC MS Cocky Fresh, shown by Justin Holt Cattle, Aberdeen, South Dakota. Entering the ring now is Class 1 in our Key Angus females. Following this class, we will be selecting our late junior heifer calf champion. Hereford exhibitors, our cow-calf class is in the ring. I need classes 4, 5, and 6 to the makeup ring immediately, please. Spring heifer calves, classes 4, 5, and 6. Let's be bringing those to the makeup ring, please. Now comments on our cow-calf class from our judge, Mr. Dan Hogue.
Good morning to all, and again, welcome to our Hereford show, and it's an honor, as Dr. Scheich just mentioned, to be here, and we'll get warmed up on the mic and in the ring here as we go, and so we're just going to go right into this. Unequaled pair here to start in our cow-calf pair class. From the standpoint of the mama is really a great bodied cow, good at the ground. Might want to just balance up that udder a little differently and shorten up those front teats, but really looks like she's done a great job here. The bull calf at her side is a tremendous bull calf from the standpoint of his balance, and the pieces really fit in him. There's going to be maybe a little stouter cattle at the ground, but this guy is really quite a good, and she will be our champion pair. For second in reserve coming around here then, again, a nice pair from the standpoint of the cow's got that extra body that we like in these females. Not nearly of the balance that we have in the one we start with, but a nice heifer calf here at side from the standpoint of just doing a nice job in this standpoint. From a genetic value standpoint, our 355 entry here has a really solid set of genetics behind them, and I think that long term that kind of a female mated right can certainly contribute to this family's operation. At this stage, though, she's just a little lighter dimension female, and the calf at side here just doesn't have quite the bloom and the strength that we have in those two pairs at the head.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 1. And folks, we will take our pictures as we go. So let's bring those cow calves back down for our pictures with our judge before we go into our calves. Placing first in our cow-calf pair and being selected as our champion cow-calf is entry 357, Elm Lodge Aloha 33A, shown by Christian Dermody, Linwood, New York. Second, entry 359, and our reserve cow-calf pair is HPH 5025, Charity 43R 1210, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. Third, entry 355, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio.
challenging class over here, and 3 nice heifers, and there's give and take on each of these. Heifer I'm going to lead off with just gets a little piecey at times, and that's why I'm just wasn't super confident initially that this is where I was going to go, because a couple times when she stopped, she just didn't come together as well as I'd like. But when she does come together there, she's a heifer that's got some body, still has some look about her. When we get her out on the move, she takes a long enough step. I'd like to see her go just a little truer from behind. She wants to get plenty close as she goes away, but I think a nice kind of heifer. And you know, in these young heifer calves, when they're fighting the halter, and it's a little hard sometimes just to see where you want to be structure-wise. Is it something that's really there, or is it just how they're presenting themselves here today? The heifer that comes next got tons of length of body, and appreciate that. At times she wants to get a little tight at the ground in her ankle. She maybe doesn't balance just quite as good as you study her on the profile there, maybe just a little deeper through her neck, but a nice long-bodied, long-hip kind of a female. The next heifer is one that, you know, sure, where she's good. I like her. She's moderate. I like her rib shape as well as anything. She gets just a little upright in her shoulder, gets plenty tight behind there. I just wish if she went a little better off that either end. I sure like her body type, but I like to lengthen her out. Gets just a little cresty at the top side of her neck. Nice heifer, though, in terms of her rib.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 1 is entry 29, WLK BPF Miss Me 84D, shown by Jessica Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. Second, entry 27, TR Miss Della Bella PCA, shown by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. And third, entry 5, shown by Dylan Young, Cicero, Indiana. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior heifer calf champion in our Key Angus show.
Small division here to get started in Key Angus show, and just got the 2 class winners out here. Not going to go back through and talk about them. I think there's one out here that really excels this division, just tremendous body and look and presence about her. One that's really good when you get her out and pull her to the lead. Just a lot of quality here to get started. Young lady out this first class will win this division. We'll follow in with the winner out of the second class.
Selected as your late junior heifer calf champion in our Key Angus female show is entry 1A, 2HC MS Cocky Fresh, shown by Justin Holt Cattle, Aberdeen, South Dakota. And your reserve heifer calf champion is entry 29, WLK BPF Miss Me 84D, shown by Jessica Calhoun, Farmington, Arkansas. Entering the ring now is Class 4 Key Angus Spring Heifer Calves. In our Hereford ring, our first class of spring heifer calves is Class 4 Spring Heifer Calves.
Even though we're starting the spring division, these are fall calves here, and again, it's relatively close, but I can't help but notice that the exhibitors have 1 and 2 on them, and that's how I chose to line them up here. The September calf here, in my opinion, from a quality standpoint, certainly, allows her to win just in terms of her balance and her lines, and really just a nice kind of a female. The second heifer calf doesn't have any kind of a genetic profile listed here, but a calf that's born in August and just a nice female in terms of some length of body. Not nearly as good out through her hip and her tail head, setting that up there a little higher than ideal above her pins, but a good pair to start with here in our heifer calf show.
Here on the Key Angus side, I got a pair of heifers here, both good cattle, and there's some give and take. You know, honestly, you could pick on both these heifers just a little bit when they go. But the heifer I'm going to start with, I think when they're stopped here, you really got to appreciate just the body and boldness she has. Really good in terms of her rib dimension. Get in behind her, and they got a lot of natural thickness and some base width, some power and substance to her, and I like that. Yet with that added mass, you know, you get around and study her here in terms of her balance. I think she still stays put together pretty nice. Like I said, when we get out on the move, I guess that's where I'd maybe fix her just a bit and change that shoulder ever so slightly, and those rear pasterns want to be just a little tighter than I guess I prefer. The heifer that comes in second has an advantage in terms of length of body, incredibly long body kind of a female. Gonna obviously, in my opinion, end up being a bigger one in the end, and depends where you're at and where you want to be frame size. Maybe some would prefer that even, but I think with that extra size, I still would like to see a notch more just body with that. And then a heifer that as you watch her go away, she wants to pull in those hocks, gets just a little flatter, and gets a little uncoordinated on the go.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 4 of our Key Angus Female Show is entry 34. KQM Maid of Honor 816D, shown by KQM Cattle, Minden, Nebraska. And second, entry 36, KQM Maid of Honor 164D, also shown by KQM Cattle, Minden, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Spring Heifer Calves in our Key Angus Show. On our Hereford side, Class 4 spring heifer calves. First goes to entry HME 26U B21 Harriet D21, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. And second entry 2 DF 300W Oz 121002D, shown by Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. In the ring now is Class 5. Hereford Spring Heifer Calves, Class 5 is in the ring. For those of you that would like to order photographs, our official photographer, as she's out here taking a class winner over here on our Key Angus side, is Lindy's Livestock Photos. If you'd like to go online to order photos, you can do so at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's www.lindy's, that's LINDES, livestockphotos.com.
Really good class here, and this top pair is close in my opinion, and went ahead and took another lap. As I said there earlier, on these young calves, you know, they're a little excited, maybe some of these first time to town, and you know, they're kind of running around rather than being led around, and so sometimes you just don't see them in as natural of a presentation as you maybe would like to see. Like I said, both these first two heifers are really good. There's a little more to this one, and you know, and studying them, trying to figure out, obviously I think part of that is she's a little hairier, She's a little further along, so you certainly get the impression that there's more of her. But I think once you get under that, there's still a little more to her. I like just the body shape to that one in terms of having some depth and some spring to her rib. You watch her go away, she stays just a little truer and wider. There's just a little more natural mass. I like that about her. And this one, you can't call her short or round or anything with that. I mean, she's still got a nice flat shoulder, still got a long neck, a good kind of heifer. Now, the one that can really give you that striking pose from the side, this one in second, when this young lady gets her stopped and stuck, she's good looking, and I like them like that, really long and sleek up front, and then, you know, still really good down her spine there, and she's still got plenty of body. I'm not saying this one's shallow or narrow by any stretch of the imagination, but I think you get to comparing her. Maybe she goes a little narrower, she goes away. At times I read her just a little straighter up through that shoulder. Part of that might have been just the way she was fighting the halter, but that's an awfully good one, and I sure wouldn't count that one out in the end. That's a good pair. Not to take away from the one in third, because here's one that still brings some performance and some mass, like the natural dimension and thickness, substance she has. She maybe just doesn't balance, isn't quite as smooth or attractive as those first two entries.
I hope from the outside, it didn't take long to realize that as we enter in these mazes here that we're going to, the level's going to really increase quite markedly here. And there's some variation out here in terms of their maturity as I read them and look at the paper. All of these cattle in this class are relatively balanced in terms of their genetic values. And once again, you ask yourself the question as a show judge, what is big enough and mature enough at this particular stage here in what we might call early mid-November. The heifer I start with hit me hard when she entered the ring, and she was the first one in. When you just talk about balance and talk about lines that are laid in her very, very appropriately at this particular stage of her maturity, and I look at her up to her head and her neck, if she has enough gas in her tank, as we say, to continue to just consume, feed, and power up, then she's going to have a really, really nice career, because of the standpoint, she's so juvenile in her makeup and juvenile in the way she comes to the ring. Her bone really is quite good for as young as she is, and really a nice heifer to start this class with. If we want to go on the other side of the equation and just talk about one that has some tremendous body volume, I love this heifer's natural strength as she is. I love her in terms of the power and the upside of her body. I'd like to lay that shoulder in a little differently at this stage and maybe just change her off of that rear leg. Coming around is a little lower fronted female in the 14 heifer here that I do appreciate. When you step in behind this one, she may be just as naturally correct from hooks to pins, and where that head sits in her, she's a heifer that's a little rounder in her shoulder, wants to open up a little more up top there. The heifer coming by next is a little more extended in her skeleton, and we love this about her. She wants to just flatten and narrow up, and when she goes right away from us out there, she'll want to close at her hock and just not put that hind leg down nearly as coordinated. Another really, really quality heifer here, a little lighter pigmented female, a little lighter dimensioned. Like to just change that hip structure in her. The next heifer going by, number 12 there, one that the front 2/3 of her body I really appreciate. Get back behind her and we can see that there's some incoordination there. And we close with a heifer that's got a lot of natural growth in her, in my opinion. The long bones in her skeleton look like she's going to continue. Today she's just the green female of the class, and we just need to bring her along if we're going to show her at this particular stage of her maturity with a little more just condition to her.
Go ahead, Dan.
Over here for division, the Key Angus ring, nice set of class winners and seconds. And like I said, I already went through them. I'm not going to spend a lot of time rehashing. Maybe when we get in bigger cattle, if it's super close and they're really, really different, maybe I'll go in and tell you what I'm seeing. To me, in this division, there's a pair of cattle that just kind of go together in terms of being cattle with some look, some balance to them, some correctness to them, and already made the decision in class that one of them had a little more to them. Going to keep those two heifers together out of the second class. Congratulations, good set of cattle out here.
So 45 and 46. Selected as your early junior heifer calf champion in our Key Angus show is entry 45, GOF She's Got Style, shown by Green Oak Farms Incorporated, New Paris, Ohio. And our reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry 46, HIGG Dirty Diana, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. We now will be showing Class 8 Key Angus females. Class 8. Senior heifer calves. Results from our Hereford Class 5 spring heifer calves. First goes to entry 11, MAV Cotton's Peekaboo 659D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Second, entry 16, Showtime Maggie 631 ET, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Entry 14 was third, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 9, shown by Ella Jacobs, Fredericktown, Maryland. Fifth, entry 15, shown by Tara Hosner, Thomasville, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 12, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. And seventh was entry 13, shown by Elise Hackett, Tuscola, Illinois. Placings in that class were 1, 4, 6, 7, 3, 5, and 2. And our Hereford ring now is Class 6 spring heifer calves. We do have a scratch in this class. It is entry 32 is out. Hereford exhibitors, Class 6 spring heifer calves is in the ring. We need classes 7, 8, and 9 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 7, 8, and 9 spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitor 29 from Hap Herefords, Mendota, Illinois. You are in the next class. We need your heifer to the makeup ring, please.
Kind of a contrasting pair here in this class, and I think both these females bring plenty of quality to the table here. They're just a little different in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that I'm going to lead off with here is one that really has the extra punch and performance and power to her, and I like that. Yet she's still a heifer that, with that, I think she gets out and handles it just a notch better. I like how she sets down off her hind leg. You know, she's one that maybe some will like them a little more moderate. I think she's fine in that regard. She's still got plenty of body to go with it. You could change this through her shoulder at times. She wants to get just a little piecey there, but boy, when that young lady gets her stuck, it all comes back together there. Nice kind of female. The one in second is more moderate and good bodied, easy fleshing type, and I sure like that about her. But she gets a little plain. You set her out in motion here, and to me, she falls out of balance just a bit. Watch her go away, and from behind, she wants to get those hind legs kind of in close there. You question just if there's enough real dimension to her there from behind. But again, nice pair of heifers, just different.
In the early Mays out here before us now, really at the upper end of these cattle are quite good here. The heifer that we're starting this drive with here, when you just talk about one at this stage of her maturity, is tremendous in terms of her foot and bone, and it matches, and she sticks that neck up out of the front side of her shoulder there and just gives us a tremendous kind of a look. And there may be a little deeper, softer centered ones in this particular class, but again, at this stage of her maturity, I really appreciate where she is from a composition standpoint. Might want to just give her a little softer kind of a front pastern up there. Don't want to have that setting any farther forward, that blade, than ideally. Another heifer here, a little more composite in terms of her potential mature cow size. But really one that I appreciate from a smoothness of pattern standpoint. This heifer's not quite as good in her shoulder. She'll want to roll a little more through that shoulder point and elbow. But boy, you love her when you just study where her top line, where that tail head sits in her, and really good from the standpoint of what I read as fleshing quality and long-term potential. A little greener heifer here that when you study her from the backside, you just like to give her a little more spread in the upper part of her skeleton, but in terms of just her balance and what she shows you from the profile, I think this one really reads with a tremendous amount of quality, not quite as good out through her hip and tail head as the first two heifers. The next heifer coming by, a little greener, we can see that doesn't come off with quite as much bone, wants to just play out a little more from hooks to pins, close a little more as she goes right away from you. High performing heifer going by next in the 18 heifer, just a little quicker in her maturity curve for me. Like to just slow her down in terms of body composition. A young man's heifer here, a nice composite built cattle. Want to just change that loin tailhead relationship here. And I compliment these two young exhibitors here for coming in the open show. I know they're missing quite a bit of school probably to show here today, but I really appreciate the fact that they're wanting to show their cattle. The young lady's got a really long spine female that's got some continuation in her from the standpoint of growth. Just want to balance her up a little differently to run any higher in this class.
Let's get you caught back up over here in our Key Angus ring. Placing first and selected as our senior heifer calf champion is entry 54, Hig Cali 588C, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. And second in that class, entry 53, and our reserve senior heifer calf champion is Hig Composure 596C, shown by Brianna and Caleb Waugh, Columbia City, Indiana. Congratulations. In our ring now is class 13.
Got a nice effort to start this class off with, and a really beautiful female at the stand here. Tons of just rib and natural body and thickness when you get in behind her, and yet still gives you a smooth, balanced look. She's moderate. Looks like one that you can just kick out, and she'll sure do her job. And you get her out on the move. I really like the hind leg on this female pretty well. I could change her up front just a bit. I'd like to see her get out of her front end a little more naturally. Maybe just freshen her just a tick up there, but boy, that's a really nice one that's presented at a very high level. A female here that comes in second, when she stopped, I think you can see a lot of the same kind of cow prospect look in her in terms of being a moderate, good-bodied one, and I love that about her. Now, when she goes, she maybe doesn't just stay together quite as good as I'd like. She gets a little piecier, wants to struggle just a bit more. I still think she's got functionality to her. To me, she just doesn't have quite that presence that the one that leads out does.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in our Key Angus Class 13 is entry 62, BMW Why Not 328C, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second, entry 63, KQM Hope, shown by Cody Glenn, Vale, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 14. Key Angus exhibitors, I need all Key spring heifer calves, Chianina spring heifer calves, classes 20, 21 to the makeup ring, please. We are about to select our champion Key Angus female, so let's start bringing our Chianina classes 20, 21, and 24 to the makeup ring, please. Results in our Hereford Show Class 6 Spring Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 22, Purple Marley 114D, shown by Riley Rhodes, Carlinville, Illinois. Second, entry 25, M&M 556Y Destiny 627, shown by M&M Cattle Company, West Burlington, New York. Third, entry 457, shown by Nolan Hawley, Gibsonburg, Ohio. Fourth, entry 24, shown by Taylor Bailey and Chase Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Fifth, entry 18, shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Sixth, entry 23, shown by Mitchell Freeman, Mount Pleasant, West Virginia. And seventh, entry 17, shown by Shelby Pearl, DuQuoin, Illinois. Placings in that class were 7. Entry 32 is out, then 3, 5, 1, 6, 4, and 2. In our ring now is Class 7 Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Got a single entry over here on the Key Angus side, and really a nice female, powerful, big-bodied, stout, highly presented. Love this female when she stopped here. A young man can stick them and get her presented at a very, very high level. Set her in motion. I don't like her quite as well as I do stop. She wants to just kind of swing those hind legs just a little bit, struggle ever so slightly out of her front end. But again, one that's functionally sound, just doesn't maintain quite as much presence and look when we get her out on the move as she does stop there. But really an impressive female here in this class. Certainly could handle a lot of competition.
Placing first in Class 14 of our Key Angus female division is entry 65, LLW Card Caroline Chanel 36C, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 15 Key Angus females. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior yearling and reserve junior yearling champion, followed by our grand and reserve grand champion Key Angus females. Please be bringing up all your division and reserve division Key Angus females to the makeup ring, please. Key and Ena exhibitors, we need classes 20, 21, and 24 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 20, 21, and 24 to the makeup ring.
Once again, we don't need any more heifers in this drive to make this one difficult for me to put together from the standpoint of where you want to be with regard to composition at this stage of their maturity and just how you read them as a show judge, not having any idea with regard to how they're bred in terms of their, long-term upside maturity. To me, the basic complete heifer of this drive is a lighter colored female here in front of me here. From the standpoint of her composite rib compared to her depth of body, she's a good heifer out through her hip in terms of her length of rump. I'd like to stouten her up there through her pins just a nickel, but in terms of how I read her through her rib and body, she's one that I really appreciate. The heifer in second obviously is the one today that is a little more right for today, if we might use that phrase, just in terms of her tremendous width. When you step in behind her, she's a big topped heifer that has a lot of width back through her hip. I get underneath her then, and I study her and I read her just maybe a little more mature. Like to just see that hind leg come forward just a little easier. Really like the length of stride and the looseness of skeleton of the heifer going by here now, and I love her rib shape. Once again, she's one that at this stage of her maturity wants to be just a little piecey as we study her, wants to roll them out of her shoulder, get a little tighter. Now, if I was going to bet on one that might be really interesting to watch her mature and come on as a bred next fall, this one next. When she comes in the ring, without a doubt, where this neck sits there, that upside look that she has through the front portion of her skeleton and body, I really appreciate. Like to just change her on a rear pastern and hope that just settles down. She gets a little softer on that rear pastern there as she matures, but the skeleton is laid in her right that one could really be interesting to watch down the road. Thank you, sir. It's on.
Another single entry here on the Key Angus side. Moderate, big-bodied, stout one. Really appreciate the natural base width and dimension, power that she has. And yet one that when we get off here, I think there's still some balance. She's maybe not as just neat and attractive as a few that have been through here, but I think we still call her acceptable in that regard. We get her out, and like some of these other heavier bred, further along kind of cattle, you know, she maybe struggles just a bit out here, but boy, you still have to appreciate the natural mass and substance and power that she brings.
Thank you, Dan. Again, our single entry in Class 15, Key Angus female. First is entry 66, VBS Renee 305C, shown by Matthew Wallace, Williamstown, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior yearling female. Class 16 and 17, in your program says summer, but it's supposed to be junior yearling female, and then followed by our champion and reserve champion Angus female. Please bring your division champions to the makeup ring, please. In our Hereford show, placings in Class 7, entry 35 wins the class, CFCC EP JoJo 210D, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Second, entry 30, CFCC Anna 253D, also shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Third, entry 26, shown by Justin and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. And fourth, entry 31, shown by M&M Cattle Company, West Burlington, New York. Placings in that class were 3, entries 28 and 9 were out, then 2, 4, and 1. In the ring now is Class 8. Class 8, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 9 and 10 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 9 and 10 to the makeup ring, please.
Really a nice division here, and we get these cattle out here. And I think if you were following along, I described a lot of these cattle in some similar ways in terms of I think all 4 of these females out here are cattle that are in the kind of right frame size, if you will, and to me there's a range of that, no doubt, and I think they all fit in there in an acceptable size. I think all these cattle got some body, and they got some thickness to them, some fleshing ability, and I sure appreciate that. To me, you just sort them then on look and presence and structure. And, you know, there's no perfect ones, but I think there's one out here that gives you a really incredible look. Love the hind leg on her, and just a lot of quality. Young man out of this first class going to have the champion here in this division. And that heifer that was second, you can go ahead and pull her up. And again, like I said, she fits right in here in the mold, and I do like that one standing. To me, these other heifers that we're deciding between, you could pick on them just a little bit more when we get them out and get them going. And you know, you could argue back and forth on which one maybe moves a little better here or a little better there, and I think you're kind of nickel and diamond. I think all 3 of these cattle could be fixed in that regard, but I think these cattle are ones that are still going to go out and they're going to survive and have some functionality. To me, standing, there's one that's just a little more powerful, got a little more presence. Young man here in the red will be reserve in this division.
Selected as your junior yearling champion female in our Key Angus show is entry 62, BMW Why Not 328C, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And your reserve junior yearling champion female is entry 65, LLW card, Caroline Chanel 36C, shown by Lucas Wisniewski, Wyoming, Illinois. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Key Angus female, in your National Chianina show.
In the heifer calf class before us now, after we get through the first two, there's certainly some up and down just in terms of where a person wants to sit with regard to frame size, equatable maturity, and body composition, and thus, I go back to them. These first two heifers surface ever so easily, and of the first two, this heifer that we start with here wins so ever so candidly out here, just from the standpoint of her amazing composition of foot and bone, really good ribbed heifer, and then, you just step in behind her and she's shaped in the right direction, all down her spine and back through her hip and down through her quarter. Heifer that I really appreciate from the standpoint of just her balance and her dimension. From the standpoint of just looseness of skeleton, this heifer and second I really, really like. Love the way she gets out of her front end, love the way she matches at the ground as she covers her stride, and she's a little softer pasturing female than the one that we use in this class, but at the same time, this heifer doesn't have the genuineness of just natural structure that we have in the very excellent heifer that we start this drive with. 3 and 4 were very close for me in my mind. I'm simply giving the advantage to potential weight per day of age here, and just a heifer that really is quite good from the standpoint of her length, and a good cattle when you step in behind her. Once again, like to just soften that body up and drop her down there in the middle part of her structure. Then I really appreciate some of the pieces of the young lady's heifer going by here now, and simply said to her in the drive, we just need to see more cattle there. I think that heifer is always going to be one of those great midpoint yearlings that's going to have a real sensible kind of a mature cow size and save kind of a frame size here. Now we go up a little differently in terms of just where we are on size out here. Heifer's nicely presented. Just want to pull that tail head back and set it in there a little differently there between her pins, and just give her a little softer, more cowier kind of a look, as we might say. I really like the pieces of the 58 heifer here coming by, particularly from the standpoint at the profile. I really like her, just her balance and her proportional body depth. You turn and watch her go away from you. She'll want to narrow at her pins and just doesn't stay quite as correct back through that hip and tail head, but I do like the composite nature of that cattle. We close with a heifer that just is one that shows us some extra extension, but at the same time, that's almost to her undoing, as we say, from the standpoint, just need to body her up and balance her up much differently from a quality standpoint.
And now comments in our Key Angus champion drive from our judge, Mr. Dan Shike.
Well, if you would please, those around ringside, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors here in our Key Angus show.
Don't break it.
really pleased with our division winners when we get them out here. Good cattle that have some functionality to them, have some body, have some natural fleshing ability and thickness, yet still have that presence and that look that I think that this breed has been known for, and yet cattle that, you can get them out and get them on the go and you can still appreciate them. Now, there's some sort in all those areas I just talked about. Obviously, some have a little more to them, some have a little more look, some maybe go just a little better than others, but to me, they're really all four nice heifers, and in contention. You got to be awfully good as a calf for me to go ahead and win this, and yet I think that these calves, and maybe one in particular, really deserve a hard look because I think they're that good. Great set of cattle. I'll go out and show you the two I like here today.
Selected as your grand champion, Key Angus female, goes to entry 62 BMW Why Not 328C, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Congratulations, David. Key Angus exhibitors, we need all your divisions over here for pictures, please. Before you leave, let's get our pictures taken in this division. And selected as your reserve grand champion, Key Angus female, entry 45, GOF She's Got Style, shown by Green Oaks Farms, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations to both you firms. Folks, let's get pictures, and we'll go into our key show immediately following. Let's get our pictures taken now. Results from Class 8, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 37, Purple Lala 90D, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second, entry 43, Showtime Camilla 623 ET, shown by Dalton Davis, Thorntown, Indiana. Third, entry 44, shown by Alex Popplewell, Russell Springs, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 33, shown by Kirsta Hans and Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. Fifth, entry 49, shown by Marvin Farm, Sharon, Connecticut. Sixth, entry 458, shown by Lawton Holly, Gibsonburg, Ohio. Seventh, entry 50, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Placings in that class were 1, 4, 6, 2, 3, 5, and 7. In our Hereford ring now is Class 9 Hereford Spring Heifer Calves.
These 456 and 88 and Class 10 Hereford.
Class 10 Hereford calves. Class 10 Hereford heifer females, we need you to the makeup ring immediately. Class 10 Hereford Spring Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Hereford exhibitors, let's start bringing Class 13 to the makeup ring also. Class 10, you should already be there, but Class 13, we need you to start making your way to the makeup ring, please.
Once again, as your show judge, we continue to set our tone for the rest of the day from the standpoint of where we're going to be in terms of proportional or relative maturity and body composition. These first two heifers in this class I really appreciate from the standpoint of where they are. Now, they may not represent the growth genetics that we have in the heifer in third or that in fourth, but at the same time, they're really complete cattle that are going to keep their shape, in my opinion. Really appreciate this light-colored, long-feathered heifer here to start with from the standpoint of her basic pattern and shape. You really are somewhat impressed with her when you get in behind her, too, from the standpoint of her width in the upper part of her skeleton and down there through her hip. Like to just see her go off of her rear leg just a little longer in her stride, if possible. The 53 heifer doesn't lead the best out here for this exhibitor, but at the same time, this heifer is really, really composite, well balanced, and when she sets up, she does an awfully good job. The 68 heifer is the power cattle within our class, and once again, if she can keep her composition together, then as she continues to stay on feed and mature, then she's going to be a power cattle in the future. Today I read her just a little quicker and a little far along for me personally. The 59 heifer going out from her shoulder back, I really like this cattle in terms of her spread, in terms of her width, but at the same time, the front part of her body needs to be laid in her a little differently. And that's where this next heifer really is a very composite, complete cattle. This young man is showing, like to bring that tail head down in her, but from there forward, that cattle really has a nice kind of proportionality. I like the neck that she sets up on there. Lots of length here, lots of depth of body for the young man's heifer. The front part of her body, though, does hinder her ability to come any higher up in this class, just a little deeper in her throat, a little crester about her neck, and I want to just base her wider from behind. Another long spine cattle here that we need to drop down in her body to give her more balance as we talk from the profile, need to give her more upper rib shape. The 55 heifer coming around here now is another really good, interesting kind of a heifer, a little lighter weight, doesn't have the hair on her legs that some of these others do. Love the way she can get out of her skeleton, just want to give her a little stouter kind of a undercarriage there from the standpoint of just the way she's assembled. Then we finish with the 66 cattle here, has some cleanliness to her makeup. At the same time, she wants to gauge the narrowest, be the most incorrect on the top side of her tail head.
There's class 10.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 9, Spring Hereford heifer calves is entry 60. Purple Jordan 57D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second, entry 53, Purple Avery 65D, also shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third, entry 68, shown by Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Fourth, entry 59, shown by Justin and Trent Johnson, Bloomington, Indiana. Fifth, entry 54, shown by Kirsta Hans and Jens Lind, Rushford, Minnesota. Sixth, entry 65, shown by Wyatt Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh, entry 67, shown by Emma and Libby Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 55, shown by W.C. Taylor, Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. And ninth, entry 66, shown by Carly and Katie Musser, Otterbein, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 10, Hereford Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion Spring Heifer Calf. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 13, 14 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 13 and 14 to the makeup ring, please.
I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Bring them on.
Kianina exhibitors, let's bring in Class 20. Class 20, Kianina Spring Heifer Calves. Green Oaks.
Well, as we get started here in the key division, just got a single entry here. Nice heifer, one that's moderate, good bodied, got some dimension. Young lady gets her stomp put together, and she sure can catch your eye as well. Now, we set her in motion. I'll pick on her a little bit. She dropped those pins. She maybe isn't just quite as good out through that hip and hind leg. Watch her go away. Maybe doesn't maintain just quite as much trueness and genuineness as I'd like to see. But, boy, good bodied, good kind. Really got a nice look standing.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 20 is MRH Hermine, shown by Megan Hunt, New Madison, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 21. Class 21, Kianina Spring Heifer Calves. We have an added entry. Our added entry is entry 22. It's JSUL, Who's Lucky? 6996D, shown by Maddie Drew Dorsthurler, Green Forks, Indiana. Once again, it's entry 22 JSUL Who's Lucky 6996, shown by Maddie Drew Dorsthler, Green Forks, Indiana. Following this class, we will be selecting our late junior Chianina heifer calf champion. Chianina exhibitors or Chianina, if you're watching our show, we also have an added entry. Entry 29 in this class is BBTB Caroline D410, shown by Birch Farms, Connorsville, Indiana. Heifer is an April 10th, 2016 female. Go ahead, Dan.
Before I discuss this class, as I study the genetic values on these cattle, maybe a little more variation in birth weight than in some of our other classes with regard as we compare them to breed average, but at the same time, a really good set of cattle. Class was a little tougher for me to put together because this is an outlier in a population, as one might say, and as a result, you know, where do cattle or individuals like this sit, and where do they fit? Because of the standpoint that her overwhelming mass and her body volume, coupled with the foot, the heel, the foot, and the bone work that she has, tremendous out through her rump from the standpoint of her natural width. You can't make a tailhead pin bone hip placement any better than that, really. And from her shoulder back, I mean, this one is really, really deadly. Yes, I, like many of you, would possibly like to just take away some of those wrinkles up there in her neck, but there's no question that last time I checked, we have a little more up there sometimes. That means that she has the ability to go ahead and develop into an encompassing, bred female. How she's going to stay in her jawline and down to her chest floor, for me, she's almost at that break point, maybe being a little far along from a compositional standpoint, but an amazingly powerful heifer. The young man's heifer comes back a little more to the midpoint of our class from the standpoint of balance and correctness. I really like this heifer from the standpoint of what she represents. The young man's done a nice job of sticking her out here, and she does surprise you when you turn her, when she turns and just goes right away from the standpoint of her natural width and shape up high. Just a really good kind of a female. Got to just maybe relax her a little bit in terms of those pasterns. I like that underpinning on the heifer that we have here in third. She's a lighter pigmented female. Sometimes those lighter pigmented cattle are a little harder to evaluate. Didn't show the best at times for this young man here, but at the same time, when you get her stuck like that, and then that one really gives you a very nice proportional body shape, and I like this about her a great deal. And she has a lot of room in terms of just where she's going to be on down the road. The birth value on the 456 heifer here may be a little concerning for some. She may not be quite as flexible to use in a mating program, but at the same time, this heifer's length of body, really long hip. Don't see her quite as bold in her upper rib. Don't see her quite as just deep to the center part of her body. But I really like the natural profile that this heifer gives you, of one that's going to stay right there where we want them in terms of mature cow size, in my opinion. The next heifer coming by is one that's got a nice kind of a shape up high, got some hip in her. We just need to change her in terms of how she goes off of both ends of her skeleton, lay that tailhead in a little differently. A little greener heifer here, but I do like her. I do like where she sets on maturity. If she goes ahead and develops and bodies down, it's going to be awfully good. Want to just change that hock to pasture, hock to foot relationship there behind. Our final two heifers then, the 70 heifer, once again, just not quite as strong from a genetic standpoint, but do like her balance, a little easier keeping kind of a female than the one just ahead of her. We close in with the heifer that just reads the narrowest in her design, but she does, when she put her at the stand, she does balance up quite nicely.
We're on the beach, Dan.
Yep. Oh, look at this.
A little bigger class here, and a little bit of a buffet, if you will. There's something for everybody out here, and I don't mean that negatively. Some might look out here and say, oh, well, they need to be more consistent, and, we all, whatever kind we like, we'd like to look out and see them all look that way. But I think it's okay that we don't all like the same kind. I think it's okay that we believe in the kind that we like to raise and that we can market and fits our our operations objectives. And I think that's why you see some different types out here. I'm sure that each of these different types, those people that have put those genetics together or the ones that have purchased them, did that for a reason. So I'm going to tell you what the differences are and kind of where my priorities ended up in this class. I thought these first three cattle all had a lot of different things that you could talk about and latch onto. I kept coming back to this heifer here, and you know, these cattle are young and there's a lot of projecting, and anybody that's smart enough to stand out here and tell you which one of these is going to be the best big one is smarter than me, I guess. I'm going to tell you where I project them. I like where this one reads in terms of her maturity pattern. I think this one's got a little more extension, maybe a little more go than the one in second. I think that she'll end up just with a little more punch in the end. Now today she's a little flatter, but I just read her maturity and her length and her freshness as one that I think is going to keep going. You know, I change her hind leg a little bit. She pulls those hocks together a little closer than I'd like to see. Every once in a while she'll wiggle past her, but all these calves will do that at times. She stays collected and attractive. She's stout in her feature at the ground, yet still refined up front. The one that comes next is a moderate, good-bodied one, and you know, that body type is easy to associate with, and I like that body type. I wonder in this one, as a calf here, where she can end up, you know, size-wise. And some may say, well, some of these others are going to be too big. She'll be just right, and she might be. She might also be a little bit on the smaller side. As she goes away, she gets a little close at the ground, at her feet, and wants to maybe start to get on the outside of that hoof wall. I wonder what that'll be like when she's a 1,300-pounder plus. But we obviously got a little more performance in this one. I love this heifer from her shoulder back. I'll be honest, I love the length of spine that she has. She's got some dimension from behind. I like how her hind leg goes away from there. It's that shoulder forward that I guess I just kept coming back to, and she's not cooperating. She, exhibitor said she just wasn't real sure about the stick yet and just wasn't wanting to be out here, and that makes it hard to really just get them put together like that. But you read her up through her shoulder and the way that's assembled, I think everything needs to be rocked back and the angle of the shoulder and get that neck to be a little less cresty and tight on there different, and I think she may come together balance-wise. I know this one's got some pieces that are intriguing, big-hipped and stout, and you like that about her, and I like that about her. To me, she just doesn't read quite as maternal up there through her head, and I'd like to change her hind leg, just a little coarse and rigid as she goes there. The roan heifer here that comes next got some length of body, maybe a little more softness than a heifer or two in here. I just read her as a little plain in her makeup, and again, uncoordinated as she goes from behind. Black heifer that comes next, maybe a little more like the black and white one in terms of having some shape, but I'd like to see just a little more maternal look in this one, soften her in terms of her body and her structure. And then the red white-faced one here that closes out, Hereford Influence 1, long-bodied, like that about her. She's already carrying quite a bit of condition, yet I don't read her super deep in her body, so I wonder what that natural rib shape really looks like in there, because she's probably carrying as much condition as anything in the class. Nice set of cattle there, a little bit of everything for everyone.
Real quick to get you caught up here as we select our champion spring heifer calf in our Hereford show. Winning our last class, Class 10 was entry 77. Soul Diana, 6993D, shown by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Second, entry 74, H.H. Pearls Molly, 602, shown by Emily Bean Blossom, Bradford, Ohio. Third, entry 81, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Fourth, entry 456, shown by Nolan Hawley, Gibsonburg, Ohio. Fifth, entry 78, shown by Connor and Chelsea Hill, Wakarusa, Indiana. Sixth, entry 75, shown by Grace Gullett, Salem, Alabama. Seventh, entry 70, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 88, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Placings in that class. Entry 69 was out, then it was 7, 4, 2, 6, 1, 5, 3. Entry 85 was also a scratch, and 88 was 8th. Once again, we are now selecting our champion spring heifer calf. Placings in Class 21, as we're selecting our late junior Kianina heifer. Class 21, first went to entry 34, HDLY Princess 607D, shown by Hadley Dunklaw, Wayne, Nebraska. Second was added entry 22, J Soul Who's Lucky 6993D, shown by Maddie Dorstler, Greens Fork, Indiana. Third, entry 24, shown by Rebecca Oliver, Davidston, Alabama. Fourth, entry 32, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Fifth was added entry 29, shown by Birch Farms, Connorsville, Indiana. Sixth, entry 36, shown by Brian Kochi, Byron Center, Michigan. And seventh was entry 31, shown by Blake and Trina Birch, Connorsville, Indiana. Placings in that class were 3, 7, 1, 6, 4, and 2.
We get out here for first division. We just had a single entry in that first class, then the big class there out of that second one. And I think all three of these cattle are absolutely in contention. Obviously, they're all out here, but I'm considering each of these three as champion and reserve. Cattle that still are a little different, and I picked on them. I pointed out things that you change on them. They're young calves. There's a lot of days ahead. Oftentimes, the differences between these cattle, what sorts them in the end is, how they're managed, and then a little bit of luck never hurts in the long haul as well. I'm not going to go back through and nickel and dime and compare them back and forth. I think I already pointed out what I liked and what I didn't. I'm going to keep the two together out of the second class for your champion reserve in this division. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
On the Hereford side here, as we bring our Spring Calf Division Championship together, this is really an amazing, great set of young Hereford females. And once again, I think it becomes a person's only opinion, where you want them to be from a size and composition standpoint this time of year, because they, like Dr. Scheig just said on the other side, they have so many days ahead of them, and to just keep their skeleton in them and to just keep their composition right from the get-go. That's the toughest thing that we have to do. And and we show some heifers as a family, and going to continue to show more. And as a result, you bring that with you to the ring today here. I really, really appreciate these. I know we have a lot of cattle to go through, but I would be remiss if I didn't comment on this 11 heifer down here. She's she's one that I just love from a balance standpoint. She's a little up there, a little, and I meant to say in class, and then maybe just a little higher in birth weight value. The next heifer in line, and I should say, taking nothing away from our baby calf up here, our next heifer in line in the maze here really is a nice cattle from the standpoint of just her balance and the look. You bring her out here, she maybe doesn't contend from a volume standpoint and just volume, but boy, you like the way that she's put together. She's got to stay rock back enough there in her pasture. And the next heifer is a little deeper in through her shoulder possibly for some, but in that particular class, I thought she was a composite female that put together just a tremendous amount of just natural composite look, as we say. Exhibitor 37 here is turning this heifer around here in the April, one of the April classes, and once again, this heifer is so unique in what she brings in terms of just balance and body shape, and yet I really read her awfully good up to her front end. Her angles are laid in her for the long haul, as we might say, and I really appreciate this a great deal. This little louder marked, lighter colored heifer is a little hard to read, as some of these heifers are, the Herefords with a little more white on them, but you just put the body line in her and put the top line in her, and then this one, ladies and gentlemen, can really play also, because she is so right in how she's put together and made. The heifer that wins our last class is, as I said, an outlier just in terms of her body composition, just her mass. It's amazing when you get in behind her, and I really love this female at the ground. As a show judge, I have to ask myself, where do I want to sit long term as our day continues, as we study her right there at the top of her neck. And once again, these decisions are tough, but I'm comfortable in where I want to be. And with that stated, then going to use this young man's heifer calf right here. Congratulations to him.
Selected as your champion Hereford Spring heifer calf is entry 37,
We
Your
bring in
Class
our-
8 winner, entry 37, Purple La 90D, shown by Lily Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations to Lily.
We bring in the heifer that was second in that class, and you can see that she really keeps our group really competitive out here. Really appreciate her balance, and I love her at the ground, just in terms of her angles. To me, as we talk about these two females that won the last two classes here, I mean, these cattle, to me, are really unique in what they represent, and they're a little different. But from the standpoint, you know, I'm not smart enough, as I say many times, to know where this heifer is going to end up in terms of her maturity curve. Her pieces are so unique, and as a breeding piece, I could see this heifer contributing amazingly powerful to the next generation. I'm going to put my stamp of approval on her today, and she's going to be the reserve. Congratulations.
And selected as your reserve spring heifer calf champion is entry 77, Soul Diana 6993D, shown by Caitlin Skiles, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations.
113 and 117, highest 14 of purpose.
Entering the ring now is our Hereford Junior Heifer Calves, Class 13. Let's bring our Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves into the ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 14, 15 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 14 and 15. Hereford Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring, please. In our Chianina show, selected as our late junior Chianina Heifer Calf champion was entry 34, HDLY Princess 607D, shown by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. And a reserve junior heifer calf champion was entry 22, J. Saul Who's Lucky 6996D, shown by Maddie Dorsler, Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations. In the ring now is Class 24 spring heifer calves.
This is an awesome class over here in the key ring, all the way to the very last one, the one that's standing at the other end. Probably would have won a class or two already here today, and I'm not talking about just the single entry classes. That's how good I think this class is. Now, there's still a little give and take. I think we got a really nice female to lead off with, though. Boy, if you like them stout and bold and with a little added feature, she's got that. But yet, if you're the kind that likes them a little better looking, I think she'll probably suit you also. Balances up super well from the side. I like just where she is in terms of her condition relative to the one in second here. I read her pretty genuine. Read some future in this one. I like her a great deal. Heifer that comes in second here is super big bodied, easy fleshing. Love that about her. Maybe a little further along than I'd like to see a calf at this stage. She handles it pretty well. I still think that probably better pump the brakes a little bit on this one. I know that there's some masterful feeders out there that can get them ready here early and keep them ready all the way through, but it's hard to do when you get them this far along here. But that's a good heifer. She's built good enough that you can probably get it done, but just a little further than I'd like to see. I love just the basic cow fundamentals in this next one. At times she gets just a little awkward, and when she fights the halter it doesn't help her, but she'll get just to kind of get those feet and legs going a few different directions when she's fighting. I'd like to see her just stay a bit more collected, maintain a little more presence when she's out there on the lead. Tremendous length of spine, depth of body, love that about her. Here's a neat flashy one that comes next, and you like that about her. She's a little rigid in her hock and her pasture, and I'd like to change that. I like her look, and she's got enough to her. She's a little greener, I get that, but that's not why she's down for me. That hock and pasture needs to flex just a bit more. An extra stout one again that's here, one that again just gets a little out of balance and just doesn't quite fit together relative to where her shoulder width and chest and depth through her forerib is. She kind of goes the wrong way and wants to get progressively shallower and narrower as we go back. I'd like to just change her proportions a bit, but that's still a really good heifer that's stout. Like I said, could have won some classes here today. Congratulations on a great class, sir.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 24, Chianina Females, is entry 42, Heinz Sunflower 316D, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second, entry 39, GOET Miss Me ET, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Third, entry 43, shown by Ardridge Genetics, Nancy, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 44, shown by Katie Satry, Montague, Texas. And fifth, entry 46, shown by Tracy Cattle, Wellfleet, Nebraska. Placings in that class were 2, 1, 3, 4. Entry 45 was out, and 5. Entering the ring now is Class 25, Chianina Females, Class 25. Chianina exhibitors, we need classes 26, 29, 30, 33, and 34 to the makeup ring, please. Chianina exhibitors, we need classes 26, 29, 30, 33, and 34 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. For those of you watching our Chianina show, we have an added entry. Added entry 60 is JSUL Hudat Sultry 6215D, shown by Clayton, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. The heifer is a February 4th, 2016 female. While I have this opportunity, I'd like to take this chance to introduce your National Hereford Queen at the far end of the ring, Miss Anna Dobson, Johnson Creek, Wisconsin, daughter of Roger and Rachel Ann Dobson. Anna is a freshman at the University of Wisconsin in River Falls, majoring in ag marketing and communications with a minor in ag business. She's been a member of the National Junior Hereford Association and the Wisconsin Junior Hereford Association for 12 years, and she's been a board of director on the NJHA for 3 years. Put your hands together and welcome Miss Anna Dobson, your National Hereford Queen. Assisting Anna today is Miss Bethany Schalk from Fountain Run, Kentucky. Bethany is the Kentucky Hereford Princess. She's a freshman at Barron County High and a member of the Barron County FFA and shows Hereford. She's the daughter of Chris and Bretta Shock. Welcome to Bethany Shock, your Kentucky Hereford Princess.
I missed one. I changed her back to 106 again.
Nice pair comes to the top here in this key class, and they're a little different, and yet I like this one here that wins just in terms of how she maintains her top line, her presence, whether she stopped or on the go. She's just as good looking, and I love cattle that when you get them out and get them going and kind of their natural presence, if they look just as good as when somebody's putting them together with a stick, then I think they're pretty right in their skeleton. This one, you just start at the ground, and everything's kind of going the right direction. She's good body. She's got plenty of thickness. I think she's all right where she's at in terms of her condition, and still has an attractive look up through that front third. Nice heifer. Now the pieces are pretty good on this one in second, and she's not real sure yet if she wants to be a show cow, but I think when she gets that figured out and then will keep herself put together, then these pieces come together, it could be pretty deadly, because she's got a little more punch, a little more length of body, a little more go. I like that about her. Out here today, wants to just come apart a little bit, doesn't just stay as collected and is right in her top line there. Now you study her angles, I think she's still pretty right at the ground. It's not like the angles aren't there. She's just a little awkward as she's out here today. Heifer that's in third, then she gets overwhelmed here just a little bit in terms of her body. Long-sided kind of a heifer that's got plenty of hip. Just like to give her a little softer, a little more functional kind of a look.
On the Hereford side here, we have an excellent class of Februaries out here, and once again, the heifer that I'm going to land with here is a combination, in my opinion, between the two heifers that stand beneath her. Because from the standpoint, she sits right there where I want them personally on frame size at this particular stage. I like where she is in terms of where her neck sets on her, and the amount of maturity she reads up through her neck and lower part of her chest floor there. And a heifer that I really appreciate at the ground over the heifer in second, particularly over her hind legs. She just sets down a little softer, a little truer kind of a rear foot. Like to just maybe lay that shoulder blade back in her just a little differently there, but ever so slightly up front. But this is the complete combination heifer for me. The heifer that tremendous in her length of body, tremendous in her substance, and when you put this heifer out on the go, she's one that really reaches off of both ends, and I really appreciate this about her. If I could just change her and through her neck and just delay some of that evidence of a little more maturity there up through her head and neck and down to her chest floor, then I'm good to go with that one, because I love her bone also, and that's a lot of cow power in the middle part of her. She looks like a female that can really contribute. Now on the opposite end of the spectrum, but in terms of just quality, as we've often said, they don't all have to look alike and still be very competitive in the show ring. This heifer is so uniquely made up through her neck and jawline. Her neck sits up there so high on the top side of her shoulder, and when she relaxes out here and just drops her spine a little more, then she really is good when we put her at the stand. When we put her on the lead, she'll want to tighten in her loin just a little more and want to be just a little tighter off of that hock and rear leg. We want to just stouten her up in terms of her general skeleton. We have that in the heifer next to her, a big-bodied female that's good at the ground. Just need to transition that shoulder a little differently into her heart, and then forerib there, and then we can use that one up the line. This young lady does a nice job of showing this really straight line, more conservatively marked heifer that just gets a little short in that step, as we can see up top, doesn't have the body proportion in terms of depth. I preferred her natural width, though, over than the final cattle that is also quite good in terms of how she meets the surface. At the same time, though, when we put her in this mix, she's one that we just need to open up in the upper part of her body.
More February.
Got a big, stout, smoky January single entry here in this class, and you appreciate the performance, the substance, the natural dimension she has. Maybe like to lay that angle to her shoulder back just a little bit, get her to bend that knee, get out and go just a little different, but nice single entry here. Young lady's doing a great job with her. Got a ton of performance and power in this one.
Thank you, Dan. Getting you caught back up on Class 25. Our class winner of Class 25 in our Chianina show was entry 47, UDE Stylish Lady 9D, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Second was our added entry 60, J Soul Who Dat Sultry 6215D, shown by Clayton, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. And third was entry 57, LFFU Smarty Girl, shown by Logue Family Farms, Prosperity, Pennsylvania. Winning our last class, Class 26, was entry 61, VBS Miss Lizzie 232D, shown by Cheyenne Kaiser, Morning View, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our early junior heifer calf champion in our National Chianina Show. Placings in Class 13, Hereford Junior Heifers. First went to entry 106, Purple LJR Greena 27D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second, entry 92, Saul Diana 6371D, shown by Andrew Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. Third, entry 103, shown by Delhawk Cattle, Earlville, Illinois. Fourth, entry 102, shown by J. Brody Rogers, Hamilton, Texas. Fifth, entry 104, shown by Mackenzie Statmiller, Dayton, Pennsylvania. And sixth, entry 98, shown by Hannah Virginia Wine, Marshall, Virginia, and Quail Hollow Farm, Rickeysville, Virginia. Placings in that class were 6, 2, entry 99 was out, 3, 4, 5, 1, and entries 109 and 110 were also scratched. Showing now in our Hereford show is Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves. Hereford exhibitors, we need Classes 15 and 16 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 15 and 16, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Over here for division, great set of cattle. It got really good here in this division, and not just class winners or seconds, but even some third, fourth, fifths. One class all the way down to the heifer that I had to put in the final spot. I like those cattle quite a bit. To me, though, even though I think that there's 3 nice class winners and 2 nice seconds, it's down to 2 of them. The 2 class winners out here are the cattle that I guess I keep coming back to. Not to say that the seconds behind them wouldn't be be in consideration because they absolutely are, but I've got my mind made up down to these two. I'm going to tell you what I see between them because I think they're that good. They deserve it. This is a powerhouse out of this first class. It's hard to get much more punch in one and keep them still right. Usually when they got this much, or some that even have a little less than this, they start to not stay together the way I want them to, and I think this one's staying together pretty good. And just tremendous rib and mass. So you get in behind her, there's some real stuff when you get in behind this one, guys, and you take her down to the ground. That one's stout featured, and yet even though she's powered up and she's been fed and ready to bring to the show, I still think she keeps a quality look about her, and she can still get out and take a nice step and stay put together. Now there's just something about this one out of the next class. So there's a presence about her. There's a look, there's a refinement, a smoothness that sure catches my eye, no doubt about it. And this one is not flat, and this one is not narrow by any stretch of the imagination. Now, does she have quite as much punch as that other one? I don't read her with quite as much, but boy, is she extra neat looking and smooth. Just a great pair of cattle. I'd love to have either one of those be generated out of our operation, or someday my kids step in the ring. I'd love that they'd be able to maybe even get close to having one that good to step in here with. So congratulations to the breeders who put the genetics together, and to those people that decided to make an investment in them. Good luck to you. I'll show you how I like them.
Selected as your early junior Chianina heifer calf champion is entry 42, Heinz Sunflower, 316D, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado, and your reserve early junior Chianina heifer calf champion is entry 47, UDE Stylish Lady 9D, shown by Abby Collins, New Paris, Ohio. Congratulations.
As we bring this class together here, there's some give and take as we talk about the upper end and in terms of where we want to set on structural integrity. And towards the end, there's some really good cattle that we just want to power up ever so much. When you talk about the basics and start at the ground, this is where the heifer in second, in my opinion, in first here, wins this class from the standpoint of just her natural body shape, her flexibility as we talk about out of her shoulder, and her angles are laid in her right. I'd like to take her tail head and pull it down in there just ever so slightly, but I really appreciate her, as I said, her body shape and her ability to cover the surface. Just in terms of upper rib shape and natural power, and prefer the heifer in second out of her hip, I'd just like to relax that rear pastern a little more, just give her a little softer kind of a stride out here in the ring. And she'll want to fight the halter, and when she does, she'll want to maybe come up just a little more on her top. From her shoulder back, I really appreciate the heifer in third in terms of just her natural body shape and volume. It's up front at the ground where we want to just change her. She wants to toe out ever so slightly up front, and at this stage of her maturity, like to sure change that about her. The heifer coming around next is a really nice profiling heifer that when this young lady gets her set up, she's striking in terms of just her look and I love her cleanliness of neck and down through her chest floor. Just a little greener today. And when we then study her right from behind, she wants to read with just a little more narrowness there at her pins, and we just want to stouten her up, possibly just extend her stride out of both ends just a little more. I really appreciate the looseness of structure, the mobility that we have in terms of stride, and the heifer coming by next. She'll want to just roll in her shoulder ever so slightly, want to be a little rounder and lower fronted than ideal, but boy, we do appreciate that upper rib shape, that width from behind. Then the shorter marked heifer coming next here is one that the young lady's at the halter, and she's really got a nice top line in her. We just don't see that curvature, rib, and that body depth and shape. Of the final two, then, I really prefer the young lady's heifer there from the standpoint of just her quality and balance. Like to just strengthen her in terms of her bone work, skeleton, but her quality and her fleshing ability certainly excels our 126 heifer that closes. That is quite good from a leanness standpoint. That almost works sometimes to her disadvantage as she's the greenest bodied heifer, and just want to give her time and some more days on feed.
pair of fall heifers here, and young man's white-faced heifer, just a little softer, a little better bodied. I just read her a little cowier here in her initial impression, and yet when we get them on the move, I think she reads a little more functionality there as well. I think just a nice cow prospect here. Maybe not just quite the pizzazz that we had in a few of those younger calves, but this is good stock. She'll make a nice cow for that young man. Young lady's heifer that's going to come in second here. You know, she's got some look to her. She's good and correct and strong down that top line. She's got plenty of dimension. I'd like to give her just a little softer look through her midrib there. Maybe when we get her out and on the go, then you give her a notch more just flex and reach, but still a nice kind of heifer. Young lady's doing a nice job with.
Placing first in Class 29, Kianina Senior Heifer Calves is entry 63. Classic Docks Teardrop 195C, shown by Cody Mays, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Second, entry 64, TDR Bree 540C, shown by Taylor Ray, Campbellsburg, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 30 single entry. Class 14, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 306, CFCC EP Meredith 242D, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Second, entry 121, Purple Lotus 22D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Third, entry 118, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth, entry 111, shown by Emily Bean Blossom, Bradford, Ohio. Fifth, entry 123, shown by Harley Rogers, Hamilton, Texas. Sixth, entry 115, shown by Madison Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh, entry 127, shown by Eliza Willingham, Rochelle, Georgia. And eighth, entry 126, shown by Ethan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Placings in this class, entry 111 was fourth, then 113 and 114 were out, 6, 1, entry 117 was out, then 3, 2, 5, 8, and 7. In the ring now is Class 15, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. Hereford exhibitors, I need Class 16 to the makeup ring immediately. Class 16, and let's start bringing Class 19 late winter heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Classes 16 and 19 to the makeup ring, please.
Single entry over here on the key side, and obviously much higher proportion key than many of the cattle we've been looking at. Let's study this one for what she is, though. You know, she's good in terms of her skeleton at the ground. Those feet go straight ahead. She uses her hind leg pretty well. Obviously, she's a different body type than what most of the cattle that have been through this ring and many of the other breeds, but I think we all know that there was a time, and there may still be a time when a shot of these kind of genetics can certainly move some cattle closer to where they need to be when we've gone too far the other way. And so I think that we certainly need to appreciate this one for what she is. Obviously, relative to the cattle that have been coming through here, she's a little more extreme in her frame size and a little harder in her look, but correct down her top line, gets out and takes a nice step.
Placing first in Class 30 is entry 65, 5J Smokin' Hot, shown by 5J Kianina, Polk City, Iowa. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior heifer calf champion. Hereford exhibitors, we need Class 16. All entries, Class 16, to the makeup ring. Please bring Class 19 winter heifer calves to the makeup ring also. Class 16, final call.
We get out here for division, the key show, and obviously got a little different type and kind out here. And I already talked about the heifer out of the second class of this division, and you know, there is a place for these genetics. There's no doubt about that. There was a place in the past where they were absolutely changed the direction of the industry, and you know, I think it's good that we're keeping some of those genetics around, because you never know when we might need to infuse them. It does concern me a little bit that every breed has merged together to look the same. Now, I know why we did that, and I certainly have used a similar type in many of those breeds, because we kind of have an idea of what we want the ideal one maybe to look like, but I'm not sure that we want every animal in every breed to look the same, because if the industry ever decides they need to move one way or the other, it's going to be a slow process. But with that said, there's two out here that I think certainly we think about where we're at today in the commercial beef industry, meeting the needs of current consumer demand and where we want to be. We're going to keep the two black cattle together out of that first class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Selected as your senior Chianina heifer calf champion is entry 63, Classic Docks Teardrop 195C, shown by Cody Mays, Ardmore, Oklahoma. And your reserve senior Chianina heifer calf champion is entry 64, TDR Bree 540C, shown by Taylor Ray, Campbellsburg, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 33, Summer Yearling Chianina females.
Got a nice July single entry here. Cowie one that's moderate, tons of body, easy fleshing, got some natural thickness to her, yet still pretty nice in terms of her look and on her feet and legs. That's a good cow prospect. She could have handled a whole bunch of competition here in this class. Congratulations on a nice heifer.
Placing first in Class 33, Summer Yearling Chianina females is entry 68, WCC Cowgirl 455C, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 34. Class 34, Summer Yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Summer Yearling champion female.
Actually, Dr. Gibbons comes out and looks at it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. As we put this class together here, the first three heifers, I think, really make a nice complement to this particular category here. And when you talk about the one that's the most right, it's a heifer that I start with. Not only is she the heifer that, to me, really puts the balance and structural integrity together the most ideally, but you look at the paper and she is really balanced in her genetic profile. And that look right there is one that you really, really appreciate and can identify with. When she goes in motion, she'll want to bring that tail head up just a little more than ideal. And like to see her just keep her line in, but boy, that one at the ground is really, really good. This light marked heifer here, non-pigmented cattle, they're a little harder to evaluate, as I said already in our show, and she doesn't have any leg hair on her whatsoever. But there's something about this heifer that every time I look at her and I think of her as a heavy bred, you know, a year from now, her skeleton is laid in her, and I love that top line. I love her carriage when she gets up on the move there, you know, and she's going to be interesting to watch. She's going to have enough bone to accommodate that extra size that she's going to have when she gets right there. This heifer here hit me really hard when we came in, and she still does. I love this heifer's fleshing ability. Love her depth of body, her softness of ribbing. Once again, and again, has a really nice genetic profile going for her. I just read that neck and front end and down to her chest floor just a little farther along than I would like right now. But she's always going to be an interesting mid-piece cattle, and I mean that rib shape and that top and hip are really, really incredible. Coming next is 146, and again, as we compare her to the remainder of the class, one that just sits in there as a nice balanced cattle. The bone is appropriate with her frame size and body depth, just doesn't have the balance that we have in those before from the standpoint, a little heavier up front, like to just pull that tail head back in her. The same could be said here. From a profile, I really appreciate the young lady's heifer going by now. When we get in behind her, though, we want to just change that hock and hind leg. She'll want to set them down just a little tight and irregular there at the ground, and then we want to just square her up. I really like the 143 heifer from a depth of body and just rib shape standpoint. She's a nickel planer as we study her and put her out at the profile. I like the length of spine that we have, and then the heifer going by next. She is a little disappointing when you step in right behind her, but at the same time, where she's good and you take her to that, you're just a little more moderate, bolder kind of a cattle than from a bull standpoint, and you're going to be okay. Another nice heifer here that's nicely presented, and I really appreciate this about her. A quality look to her. We just need to open her up in the center and lower part of her body. Finally, then our final pair of heifers, this long marked heifer is one that we really like. Her growth to this stage, just want to balance her up a little differently when we put a halter on her and bring her to the ring. And then the gentleman that's closing our class, once again, I'm guessing that he's been in the Hereford business a lot of years, and for that I compliment him, and he has a nice heifer from the standpoint of just her lines, just not the power and not the balance that we have in those that we use ahead of her.
Thank you, Dan. Now comments on our Chianina side of the ring from Dr. Dan Scheich.
Nice class of summers here, and again, we got a few different kinds out here, and that's okay. Heifer that wins is one that really has that extra length of body, that extra performance, tremendously long hipped female, and yet she goes down to the ground, and I like how feet go the right direction and get her out on the move, and she's able to keep herself together, maintain some presence, still got plenty of body and fleshing quality about her. I like that heifer. Good heifer in second here. She's a little more moderate, and again, that may be preferred by some. There's times, and yeah, she's fighting the halter, makes it worse, but there's times that still she'll duck those pins a little bit, maybe doesn't get out of that front end just quite as well. She's carrying plenty of condition. Now she carries it and handles it pretty well, but I'd still like to just lean her up a tick. The red one's powerful, no doubt about it. She's bold, she's stout, you like that. To me, I'd like to read her a little more female-like, maternal-like up through that head, like to refine and change the teat structure on that female as well, but certainly you have to appreciate the boldness and the stoutness that she has.
Placing first in class 34, Chianina Summer Yearling Females is entry 74. KBSC Jaden 507C, shown by Clara Bollinger, Moravia, Iowa. Second, entry 70, Diamond G Sugar, shown by Callie Flanders, Buffalo, Kentucky. And third, entry 75, shown by Brianna Wall, Columbia City, Indiana. We now will be selecting our summer yearling Chianina female champion. Placings for Class 15. Class 15 Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 135, LCC FBF 0124 Dippin' Dot 610D, shown by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Second, entry 139, Pew Showtime Melody 604, shown by Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana. Third, entry 147, shown by Lance Worth, New Richmond, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 146, shown by Matthew Powers, Butler, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 145, shown by Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Sixth, entry 143, shown by Lindsay Black, Chariton, Iowa. Seventh, entry 133, shown by Bailey and Chase Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Eighth, entry 137, shown by Kara Geppert, Otterbein, Indiana. Ninth, entry 138, shown by Kayla Har, Jeromesville, Ohio. And 10th, entry 148, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Placings in this class, entry 128 and 132 were out. Then it was 7, 1, 8, 9, 2, 6, 5, 4, 3, and 10. We now will be selecting. We're now in the ring now is Class 16, Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Calf Champion. We'll have a division after this class. Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 19 and 20 to the makeup ring, please. Winter Heifer Calves, Winter Heifer Calves, classes 19 and 20 to the makeup ring, please.
We get out here for division here, and nice set of cattle out here. To me, it comes down to the two class winners. I do like this second here, but to me, the decision is really going to be between these two. They're going to be champion and reserve. I think they're both good cattle. They're both cattle that, functionally are sound. There's differences in how they move. You can pick and say that you could change each of these in a spot or two, I suppose, in how they move relative to what some may want to call perfect, even though I don't think we necessarily all agree on what just perfect structure is. These two cattle are sound. I think these cattle both have body, they both have thickness, and they both have some presence about them, but they differ in those areas. To me, the one out of this first one has just a little bit more to her, and the one out of the next one stays just a little bit more balanced and proportional all the way through, whether it's stopped or on the go. So again, everybody has their type. I like both of these a great deal. I think this, even though there wasn't a lot of numbers here, this is a competitive division. I'll go out and show you how I'm going to do these two heifers, but let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors.
Selected as your summer yearling Chianina champion female is entry 74, KBSC Jaden 507C, shown by Clara Ballinger, Moravia, Iowa. Congratulations. And your reserve summer champion is entry 68, WCC Cowgirl 455C, shown by Olivia Wilson, Ogden, Illinois. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Chianina show is Class 37 Spring Yearling Females. Class 37 Late Spring Yearling Females.
Really nice pair of cattle here. Young lady Sephra I'm going to lead off with just has that presence. Again, whether it's stopped or on the go, she really just maintains herself really good down her top line, out through her hip. You go down the ground, you know, those feet are going the right way. Angles are good. Flex is good in that one. She's got enough body. She's got enough dimension when you get in behind her. Again, just kind of has that fresh, quality look about her. Now, you can say a lot of those same things about the one here in second, because she's still kind of that same mold, in my opinion. There's some subtle differences between them. This one might be just a little wider chested. There may be just a notch more punch in a couple spots on this one. I don't think she moves out of that shoulder quite as well, maybe there, and just at times doesn't maintain quite as lead or elegant of a look there. But boy, I'm here to tell you that's still a good looking, highly presented one that's still a nice kind of cattle. Stands second here today.
Selected as your class winner in Class 37 of our Canina show was entry 82, J. Sol Hudat 5464C, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And second went to entry 83, WLFF Mia 560C, shown by Gracie Danner, West Liberty, Iowa.
Thank you, sir.
I've got a 91F.
As we say so often, the world is full of ifs, and if we could change this one ever so slightly and that one ever so slightly, and then we would be good to go, and yet we're still good to go if you just want to talk about a female that is so unique in terms of that neck and how it blends into the front side of her body and how she couples out of that into her top line and her length of spine, her length of hip, and in my opinion, a very appropriate degree, of fleshing ability. Just amazing when I study her as she covers the ring. I'd like to take her right front foot and just square it up a little more to the ground and change that toe shape ever so slightly there. But that one I related to early in class, and I really do like. Now you want to talk about one that is full of ifs also, and if this heifer, if the young man here at the end of this halter can keep her shoulder inner and then just stabilize that hind leg a little bit as she continues as a heavy bred. This one is incredible when you step in behind her. Her natural skeleton and structure is really uncommon, and you study for the kind of cattle that she is with the natural extension and scope that she has. The lower sweep to her body wall is still laid in her really good, and this is really a unique heifer. A little harder for me to evaluate at this stage of her maturity. I think she's got better days ahead of her, and like I said, if those ifs stay with her, that one is really unique. Once this gentleman here gets this heifer broke to lead, as I commented to him in class, who's to say that this one, in terms of just composite, rib shape, soundness at the ground, she's the most secure of the first three, and she's got that really composite, balanced look that's going to be right in every stage of her maturity, and that one's got long-term potential way down the road, in my opinion. Next young man's got an awfully good heifer also. Not quite as good possibly in the birth column as a couple of others. The front two-thirds of this heifer I love. When he gets her out on the lead, the tail will come up a little more. She's a little more unstable on that rear leg, but the front two-thirds of that one, that can really play, long term, and that heifer's got a nice future ahead of her too as a bred. The next heifer was a little harder to show, and at the stand here, I like this one as good as any, because you look at the neck and the shoulder, and the bone work really matches her body. When she gets out on the lead, she wants to fight to hold her a little more, and when that happens, her top goes up, and she wants to just be a little more insecure off of that rear leg. We'll want to soften that rear pastern, change her right there to her tail head. We've got that in the next female coming by, extra long-bodied, extra smooth in her stride. I just want to change her up through her neck and front end. Wants to be just a little deeper and thicker through her neck there. Like to square her up then as we talk about her from that rear view. The next young lady's heifer didn't show the best for her. Here's one that really has some weight per day of age on her side of the equation, as well as a really nice kind of a female from a structure standpoint. We just need to change her up through that front end and just clean her up through that neck and down through her chest floor. The 172 heifer is a nice female, wants to play out a little more from behind and study her right from that particular view, but the front part of her body, reads quite nice and quite maternal. The next heifer coming by, really nice in her lines, just falls short in this really competitive drive from a natural width and substance standpoint. The young man's heifer there, 165. Again, a nice composite heifer in terms of her frame size, where she fits somewhat overpowered out here. And then the heifer that finishes this class, as an individual by herself, she has some quality of lines about her. I like this, but when we put her, into this very competitive class, she becomes the narrow, little harder made female of the group. Now a champ.
Got division deal here now coming up.
Great class over here on the Key side. Three really nice females, and they're different again, and I think they're different enough. There's probably different placings that people would be pretty comfortable with being the way they want to do them. I didn't want to put any of these cattle third, but let's start on the positives on the top end here. A female that I guess when she gets out and goes, I like her as well as any in the class. I think that's where her maybe her biggest advantage is in terms of being able to get out that front end, have some reach, and take a nice long step and have some flex, some give at the ground. Yet she's still one that's got tons of body. You get in behind her, there's plenty of mass. You can freshen her just a bit. She wants to get a little easy right there in her spine, right in behind her shoulder at times. It's been pretty warm here the last couple days, and it's definitely warm out here in the ring, and I think you see it on some of these bigger cattle. I'd like to just have her keep that together a little bit. But when she goes, it comes up, and I'd much rather have one that relaxes a little at the stand and comes back to dead level on the go. Heifer that comes in here next, there's times that I got to liking this heifer, and then there's times that there's a couple things that I'd sure like to change. At the ground, I like her feet. I like her feet better than the one in third here. She's got a big hip, but I don't like the way she's assembled up to her front end. I'd like to change her shoulder. I like to change the way she hooks up from her shoulder into her top line there, and I think it just throws her off at times, and to me, that's what definitely made her sort here to second and made it what I thought was close in 2 and 3. That heifer in third here is a load. She's a moderate one that is extra wide and got tons of just body and mass about her. You like that. She wants to just struggle just a little bit as she goes out of that front end. You can change her hoof size and shape just a bit. But I'm not going to be too hard on that one, guys. I think that's a pretty good heifer here, and certainly a couple different ways you can put this class together.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 38, Kianina Junior Yearling Females. First goes to our added entry, 91. Soul Who Dat Girl, shown by Maddie Drew Dorstor, Greens Fork, Indiana. Second, entry 93, BMW Miss Ace 326C, shown by Colton Geiger, Columbia City, Indiana. And third, entry 106, GARW Miss I-80 234C, shown by Kathy Lehman. Entering the ring now is Class 39, single entry. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior Yearling Champion Kianina Female, followed by the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Kianina Female. Results from Class 16 Hereford Junior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 156, Del Hawk Mercy 10D, shown by Frank Carbone, Garland, Nebraska. Second, entry 175, BR Elsa 6602, shown by Aiden Barber, Channing, Texas. Third, entry 157, shown by Neben Ranch, Waverly, Nebraska. Fourth, entry 179, shown by Lucas, Corey, and Logan Stumps, Columbia, Illinois. Fifth, entry 154, shown by Matthew Powers, Butler, Pennsylvania. Sixth, entry 181, shown by Chesney and Coy Aaron Steenhook, Maxwell, Iowa. Seventh, entry 152, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Eighth, entry 172, shown by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Ninth, entry 178, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. 10th, entry 165, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. And 11th, entry 160, shown by DJR Farms, Geneseo, Illinois, and Matt Johnson, Cambridge, Illinois. We now will be selecting our champion junior Hereford heifer calf.
Single entry over here, nice heifer at the stand, moderate, got some body. I appreciate the condition she's presented in here today, still has a fresh and attractive feminine look up there. We get her out on the move, she wants to kind of duck those pins and doesn't stay quite as good out of that hip and hind leg as I'd like to see, but again, nice female here, certainly could have handled a little competition.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
As we bring our early spring heifer calf or junior heifer calf division to a close here, once again, I compliment all of you exhibitors from the standpoint that I couldn't be more pleased with the 4 cattle we have out here. And in my opinion, and maybe only in my opinion, but these cattle really represent tremendous midpoint cattle, and I use that phrase a lot, I know, thus far this morning, and just in terms of, you know, the stage of maturity that they're at and where they're and what we're going to ask of them in the future. In my opinion, we've got to keep these cattle in terms of composition and in terms of that neck and front end in them. You know, if we're going to still continue to show them after we get them bred here this spring. I mean, it's you know, these are really, really unique cattle. So with that stated, come down here and I'll just make a comment. This heifer's body shape and body design may be as good as any. When we get her out here on the lead, she'll want to be just a little straighter for me up front, and then a couple of the others maybe like to just clean her up in that jawline and down to her chest floor, but that's not a big deal. And of course, as we all know, that'll come out in that first calf. And I really like the body shape that she has and the natural, genuine rib shape. At the stand, I really appreciate the heifer that wins the second class. I like her softness of foot and the angles. I really like this about her. She's a heifer that really has a nice kind of fleshing quality also. When we put her on the lead, sometimes she'll just come apart a little more back at her hip and tail head and not carry and hold her lines quite as nicely. But as you can see here, when this young lady gets her set up, then that one fits the mix in here very, very, very well. In terms of a balance of genetic profile, and this next heifer here represents one that's really unique in the standpoint of being really, really right in terms of her birth value, and then the other values are certainly in line with breed average. And I might say, all these heifers out here are negative for fat, and I really think that's a factor also that needs to be mentioned. I love this heifer's juvenile look and that shape of her neck up front, and that's going to stay with her long term as a real advantage. When you consider her immaturity as I read her maturity, and then notice, just study her skeleton at the ground, this heifer is really, really good. Good-toed, square-footed, and everything points in the right direction. Is she as powerful as a couple of others? Possibly not, but in my opinion, that will come in time. That lower body shape is awfully good. There are times that this heifer right here, and that wins the older class here in our early spring division, is one that I just love, that neck and front end. She has a really, I think we overuse the word maternal or cow look, but I really like that look about her, and she too is awfully good in terms of her length of hip. I love her bone work underneath her, and things really match there also. Then again, you ask yourself at the ground up front there, and I'm not trying to pick on her whatsoever. I just have to study all the pieces of the puzzle out here and put that together. Got a great set of second place heifers over here to my left. My choice in this division, I'm going to keep our class winners together for your division champion and reserve. Going to use the gentleman's heifer here for division champion. Reserve will be the heifer. Stands right behind him. Congratulations to both of you. Good pair of heifers.
Selected as your champion junior heifer calf is entry 135 LCC FBF 0124 Dippin' Dot 610D, shown by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois. Your reserve junior calf champion is entry 156 Del Hawk Mercy 10D, shown by Frank Carbone, Garland, Nebraska. Congratulations.
Over here on the key side for division champion, really a nice division here. Again, not a lot of numbers, and it is what it is, but the quality is here. I guess for most exhibitors, if you know that these cattle are going to be here, maybe you don't stay around to find out what's going to be inevitable, because I think there's some pretty good top-end cattle here. So it's unfortunate that there isn't a few more and a little more crowd to see just how good they are, but again, it is what it is. The cattle are great. It's been fun to sort through to this point, and I know we got a little more work to do. To me, I like a couple of our seconds a great deal, and I commented that they were good, but it comes down to these first two class winners for me. I think there's some similarities in these cattle. They get out and they move good. They're soft structured kind of cattle. One of them's got a little fresher, neater look. One of them's got a little bit more mass. Maybe wants to just get a little easy and come apart just a bit at times. But great set of cattle. I'll show you how I like them here today.
Selected as your junior yearling champion female is entry 82, J. Soul Hudat, 5464C, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve is entry 91, Soul Hudat Girl, shown by Maddie Drew Dorsler, Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Hereford show is Class 19 late winter heifer calves. Attention Hereford exhibitors, we need classes 20 and 23. Classes 20 early winter heifer calves and 23 senior heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. On our Key Anina side, we are now selecting our national champion Key Anina female.
Although we only have the 3 females over here in our winter class here, from the standpoint of what we have, though, is quite good. The heifer that we start with is really interesting from a trait category standpoint when you consider her birth value, and then coupled with a nice growth in the maternal columns read, I think very, very acceptable, above breed average, and that makes this heifer not only good visually, but when you put the paper with her, then she becomes an easy class winner. Maybe for some, including myself, a little bigger than, where's she going to be on mature cow size, but we'll let the environment and the owner's decisions make their decision on how we're going to use her in that regard. But here's one that just is really true in her lines. You like her angles, you really appreciate her composition, one that's grown to this extent, to this stage of her maturity, and a very nice class winner. Heifer in second is one that's a little more moderate. We really appreciate her natural rib shape and roll to her upper body cavity there. Heifer that's really reads quite nice and clean up front. Just want to bring her together a little more collectively when we put her out on the lead, but we do like her kind in terms of going to be an easy flesh and easy keeping kind of a Hereford female, depending on how you mate her. I think she's got some real interesting days ahead of you. The final heifer here gives up so much weight, but at the standpoint, you look at some of the body lines she brings to us, and she's a good kind of a female, just overpowered by those first 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Placing first in Class 19 late winter heifer calves was entry 188, HAPP Valley Girl 1501, shown by Hap Herefords, Mendota, Illinois. Second, entry 183, HAPP Cool Girl 1503, also shown by Hap Herefords, Mendota, Illinois. And third, entry 186, shown by Chase and Bailey Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 20 Early Hereford Winter Heifer Calves. Class 20 Hereford Early Winter Heifer Calves. Before we select our champion Keenina female, once again I'd like to introduce our judge, Dr. Dan Scheich.
Well, thank you. As I mentioned there in the first class, it's certainly an honor and a privilege whenever you get invited to sort a breed here at the North American, and I want to thank the North American International for that, but I certainly want to thank the association. As I said in that first class, this is a breed that had a big impact on my life, and as a young farm kid from Illinois, we went to our first Key Junior Nationals in 1995 in Iowa, and didn't miss one until all of us, including my younger sibling, had aged out. And it was, without a doubt, one of the biggest impacts on me. It was a place where we got to be involved in all the different contests. In addition to showing cattle, I was fortunate enough to serve on the junior board, and my first experience on the green trips was one of these junior board members getting to be out here in the ring, and it was quite an exciting, thrilling day for me because I didn't show down here at that time. I was off to college, and so it was fun to be out here and in that environment. Like I said, we never missed one, and most of those, actually all of those, I think we went with just my brother and I, or my sister and I. It was a time when my mom was not doing very well, and so Dad and Mom stayed at home. And this breed and these people kind of took care of us, if you will, and it meant a lot to me and to my brother and to my little sister, and a lot of great memories there. And I love the cattle. I absolutely love the cattle. I always have, and I think the good ones out here are as good as any. And so I'm not going to go back through and describe them. I know we have more cattle to do, but again, thank you for the opportunity to come out here and share my opinion on these cattle and work with these great people. I'll show you who's going to be your champion reserve here today.
Selected as your national champion Keenina female is entry 82, J. Sol Hudat 5464C, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah.
Several in class 23 Herefords.
And selected as your reserve national champion Keenina female is entry 91, Sol Hudat Girl, shown by Maddie Drew Dorstler, Greens Fork, Indiana. Congratulations. Keenina exhibitors, let's get pictures of our divisional winners if you haven't already. And then we'll be moving into our Key Angus Bull Show. If I could have your attention, please, while we are evaluating our class in our Hereford Show, it is my privilege and my honor to recognize a 40-year Keenina breeder. Keith Schrick from Schrick Land and Cattle Company in Millsap, Texas, a fourth-generation farmer and rancher, has been involved in the beef industry all his life. He showed Angus heifers in 4-H that led him to Oklahoma State University, where he received a Bachelor of Science degree in agricultural education. Keith's involvement with the Keenina breed began in June of 1974, when he began using Keenina semen on commercial Angus cows. From that start, Keith has raised percentage and full-blood Keeninas. Keith operates Schrick Land and Cattle Limited in Millsap, Texas, in partnership with his wife Dana and their sons Jason and his wife Andrea and their children Jaden and Allison, and Josh and his wife Erica and their children Kagan and Cooper. Schrick Land and Cattle has been a mainstay in the Keenina breed for over 40 years. Over the years, Schrick Land and Cattle has raised and exhibited many champions at shows in our regional, state, and national levels. Sons Jason and Josh were both involved with Chianina cattle growing up, and that tradition is being carried on in the next generation with the grandchildren. Please put your hands together in recognition of Mr. Keith Schrick, your 40-year member of the American Chianina Association.
We've got all the price on it.
Okay.
Yep. Take a step
Key Angus exhibitors, let's be bringing up our Key Angus classes 44A, 44, 45, 48, and 49. We don't have many bull entries, so let's bring all those bulls up to the makeup ring, please.
I was into the heifer.
I know what to do.
Now comments in our Hereford Class 20 from our judge, Mr. Dan Hogue.
Well, taking nothing away from the remainder of the class, we have a really nice solid heifer in third and on down the line, represent good cattle. But these first two folks are in a league of their own, in my opinion, in this class, and they represent different positives and where you want to be as a show judge and, you know, what they're going to be long-term in terms of putting the halter on them and showing them again. That does play in my mind. To me, the greenest of the two heifers that is the heifer I'm starting with here, really amazing in terms of just her bone and her skeleton, and yet it fits her body shape. I like her head and her neck, and got some strength about her head, and really good cattle in that regard. And she excels a heifer in second. When I watch him just go right away from me, she's a little more secure and more solid on her foot placement there as she goes ahead to meet her holes. I really, if this heifer just bodies down and continues, you know, where she's going to be on mature size long term, that's going to be the next question that is going to be answered, obviously not by me, but by the judge at Denver and beyond. But a really good heifer. Then you talk about one that's really solid today, and I mean dead on in terms of rib shape and body width. This heifer in second is absolutely incredible. When you study the roll to her upper cage and you take her back through her hip, and then study both ends of her in terms of her natural base width, this is where this heifer dominates the heifer I start with, you have to make the call in terms of that, showing a little more maturity there about her neck and down through her chest floor. But if that can be managed going into the winter show, then this one really, really is going to have a great run there also. Great pair of heifers. They differ in what they bring to the class. 193, young lady, you just got in an awfully good class here. This is a really good heifer from the standpoint of her basics of body shape, of body proportions, just not of the league in terms of the pattern and the presence we have in those first two. We come around here and we can kind of bring them on by, and the 197 is an awful nice heifer. Got some length to her top line. I like her length to hip and stifle in her. She's just a heifer that wants to plane up a little more through that front end. Same way could be said here. Here's a really a high growth heifer that's maybe a little really strong in some of her growth columns. One that I really like from that standpoint, just a little coarser, and want to just moderate that frame size just ever so slightly here. A nice heifer going by that wants to balance up a little differently. We need to just raise her up in her chest floor in relation to her mid-rib and flank, and then we can use her at a little higher. Nice kind of a balanced heifer here in her top line. Gets a little upright on her pasterns on all four, the young man's heifer. Our final two cattle then are cattle that do have the advantage and some structural integrity over that heifer just above them. At the same time, compositionally, I was more concerned with them as you study them in the lower part of their body cavity. A good class of heifers, really like the first two.
Here we got winter division champion.
Yep. Placings from Class 20 early winter Hereford heifer calves. First goes to entry 196. B.R. Amy Riel, 5538, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. Second, entry 192. B.K. Cool Beans, 5707C, shown by Blakely Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. Third, entry 193, shown by Ashley Kuhn, Buchanan, Michigan. Fourth, entry 197. shown by Nathan Hopkins, Winchester, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 199, shown by Laurel Culp, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 201, shown by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. Seventh, entry 190, shown by Tyler Jenkins, Lafayette, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 202, shown by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. And ninth, entry 203, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. Placings in that class were 7, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. We now will be selecting our champion winter heifer calf. Hereford exhibitors, we need class 23 and 26 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 23 and 26 to the makeup ring, please. Well, again, I compliment the exhibitors here, a quality set of Hereford females in our winter division, and I really want to compliment the heifer that wins our younger class here from the standpoint of just her genetic values are quite good, really down there on birth. And when you talk about just one that has that kind of growth potential, and then you get down there and the other values are in line with breed average in a very acceptable manner, that once again, that heifer really represents a nice combination
combination of visual quality as well as genetic potential. The heifer that wins our second class, and you know I've commented on those two heifers here just a moment ago, and you know what I think of her and the one that stood second to her, so we'll leave that alone. And the heifer that was second in the younger class here, once again, when you put her at the stand, you know, she wants to just come apart a little bit, but when you put her on the lead, and I like this about her, she's one that could have some really interesting breeding opportunities from the standpoint of what she represents. The neck sits in her right. I mean, she's got a tremendous body cavity in her, just wants to come apart a little more in terms of her skeleton at this stage, but she could, when you talk about mating her, she could certainly have some value. And then heifer that stands second, once again, at the stand is an absolutely unique one, in my opinion, in terms of just that lower body line in relation to her top line. I mean, the lines in her fit ever so nicely, and so that's a good heifer. It should be to no one's surprise, I'm going to use the heifers that stand 1, 2. Bring her out, sir, and bring the heifer that stands second as your winter division champions. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good set of females.
Selected as your champion, Hereford Winter Heifer Calf Champion is entry 196, B.R. Amy Riel, 5538, shown by Riley Barber, Channing, Texas. And your reserve Hereford Winter Heifer Calf Champion is entry 192, B.K. Cool Beans, 5707C, shown by Blakely Hayes, Ada, Oklahoma. Congratulations. As we begin our Key Angus Bull Show, we have a single entry, Class 44A, single entry. Entering the ring now in our Hereford ring, Class 23, Senior Heifer Calves.
Well, as we get started up here in the bull ring, got a single entry bull that you can appreciate in terms of his body and having enough natural thickness. I think strong and correct down his top line, long and level from hooks to pins. You know, maybe change him at the ground just a little bit. You could stouten him in, yet still add just a little bit more flex. And I would like to square up how he's carrying those testicles, just a little twist to him there. But again, nice kind of bull here, young bull calf. Would be fun to see how he develops.
Selected as our late junior bull calf champion from this class and winning Class 44A is entry is the entry from Sheets Key Angus, West Lafayette, Indiana on RSRS PowerPoint. Entering the ring now is Class 44 Early Junior Bull Calves, Class 44.
Good bull here. I like his power and substance and mass, and one that's got some foot and some ruggedness to him. Good set of testicles, good weight per day of age to this point. And yet, you get off here, I think there's still some style and some quality about him. Good bull. Wish there was a few more in here for him to beat, because I think he could beat many his age.
Once again, our single entry in Class 44. Entry 7, 6XTN Empire, 6S25D, shown by Lyle and Stephanie Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 45 Junior Bull Calves.
another really good bull, and I think similar mold as the last one. Stout, powerful, got a masculine enough look about him, has that body and dimension we like, yet still, again, correctness and good set of feet and legs, one that can maintain some balance here on the go just as well as he does at the stand. So again, nice bull.
Here again, single entry, class 45, entry 11, RSRS RV Cash 1CA, shown by Sheets Key Angus, West Lafayette, Indiana. We now will be selecting our early junior bull calf champion. Chianina exhibitors, we need all Chianina bulls to the makeup ring, please. Let's just bring all those Chianina bulls to the makeup ring. Classes 52, 53, 54, 57, and 58. Let's bring those classes to the makeup ring, please.
Here for division, these Key Angus bulls, a good pair of bulls. Like I said, when I talked about this second one, I said, you know, similar to the one that won the class ahead of him, and I still think that these bulls have some similarities. They're cattle that have some power, some substance, look like herd bull prospects to me, and I think that's important. You know, there's some subtle differences here and there. This first bull might be a little fuller through his forerib. The second bull obviously has got a little more punch, a little more length and performance, muscularity, and yet I think he does that while still setting down a little better off his rear leg. I like them both. Going to use the big bull for champion. Follow in here with the March Fruit.
Selected as your early junior bull calf champion is entry 45, RSRS RV Cash 1CA, shown by Sheets Key Angus, West Lafayette, Indiana. And your reserve is entry 7, 6XTN, Empire 6S25, shown by Lyle and Stephanie Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Yeah, number 11, entry 11 is your champion. Entering the ring now is class 48. Class 48, Key Angus bull.
Single entry here, a powerful bull in terms of his muscularity, big top, big hip, rugged, big set of testicles, goes down on a lot of foot and bone. We could probably drop his body, just give him a little more read of doability there, but I like his look and his shape and his power for sure.
Single entry again from class 48 is entry 12, GOPKAC Kane 531C, shown by Evans Cattle Company and Grand Ole Place Farms, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is class 49 Key Angus bulls. Following this class, we will select our senior bull calf champion. Key Anina exhibitors, we are rolling through this Key Angus Bull Show. Please bring up those Key Anina bulls to the makeup ring, please. All Key Anina bulls to the makeup ring, please.
The bull that's winning this class here is one that, I like that he's got just a notch more body, reads with a little more durability than the bull in that last class, and I appreciate that about him. Maybe we'd like to just give him a shot more power. He wants to maybe get a little into his knee, a little into his hock if we're going to pick on this one. But that initial impression is one that's, here's a bull that's, appropriate in his size and has got some body, some durability to him.
Our Class 49 entry is, in winning this class, as entry 14, 6XTN Ripley, 5S54C, shown by Lyle and Stephanie Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. We now will be selecting our senior bull calf champion.
Two different kinds of bulls. Last division, I said that they were pretty similar and just some minor differences. These two bulls are a little more different, and really what will determine which one of these bulls has more value is really what your goals are and what the cow base that you're going to use them on looks like. If you got a moderate, deep-sided, easy flesh and set of cows that need a little more punch, this first bull is going to be more the right one to put on top of those cows. If you got some cows that you may be wanting to just add just a little more body to and maybe tone them down a bit, then maybe this next one would be a bit more of the right choice for you. I'm out here just trying to choose them, I guess. If I think about what I would like my cow set to look like, the bull that would better complement that would be this first bull. He'll be your champion. Second one will be your reserve.
Selected as your senior bull calf champion in our Key Angus Bull Show is entry 12. GOP KAC Kane 531C, shown by Evans Cattle Company and Grand Ole Place Farms, Nicholasville, Kentucky. Your reserve senior bull calf champion is entry 14, 6XTN Ripley 5S54C, shown by Lyle and Stephanie Sexton, Ainsworth, Iowa. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
This is really an exceptional class in this division, and we have two classes actually combined here, as you know, from your program, and I compliment the balanced set of values. If you go down the birth weight, the growth columns, the milk columns, these cattle are really in line, and I really compliment you for that. We have a few outliers on the plus side that I think are really interesting too. When it comes down to the basics, we build them from the ground up, as we say so often. This is the comfortable heifer. This is the one that's whose angles is most right for the long haul, as we say. And when you study that where she is compositionally, as I read her down through her chest floor, back there through her udder region, I mean, this heifer really is right, in my opinion, in that regard. The fact that she's a little, that she has no red up on her head, and she's kind of lighter, non-pigmented, it kind of throws her off a little bit. But from there back, as I study her, she's so genuine in terms of her natural width, in terms of her composition. If you want to to talk about power, then 209 has some really interesting pieces to her. If we could change the way that shoulder blade lays on her rib cage there and pull her back in that knee and soften her front pastern, then Disston can win, because that's a tremendously powerful individual. You know, as a fall coming into a year of age, you ask yourself, you know, I'd like to maybe slow her down in terms of her condition. This is a really interesting heifer here. When she came in, I thought that this was going to be a potential class winner, and I still love her from her shoulder back. She does plane up through her neck and down through her chest floor, but in terms of her bone work, in terms of her shape in the upper part of her body, I really like this female. A good set of values, support her also. Nice future I see in her in terms of just breeding value standpoint, because those heifers in 2 and 3 really look like they can be generators. Our next heifer at the stand, you really appreciate her. I like her rib shape. I like her quality of lines. When we put her out on the lead, she'll want to come up a little bit in her top line, but in terms of just that natural body shape, that one's awfully good. 224, once again, lots of power, deep-bodied female, easy fleshing, wants to narrow up at her pins and just doesn't set that hook-pin relationship in right as correct as she could with her tail head, but from there forward, the heifer has quite a bit of value. Coming around here now, we have another really nice heifer from the standpoint of length of top line. I think her lines are good on both sides. Just wants to carry a little more condition back there at her pin bones. I don't see her quite as genuine when we study her at the ground. Then we've got a little larger statured heifer here coming by. We need to just relax her angles and then give her quite a bit more just width from hook to pin down to the base of her quarter. 226 has that advantage, but at the same time, she's one that wants to really narrow up in terms of when you step in behind her, and she really isn't as comfortable on that rear leg. And our final 3 heifers, I believe the quality of lines and balance, the lighter colored heifer favors that decision, and then our final 2, just a little easier keeping, more practical frame size heifer from the standpoint of just ease of keep. Then the final heifer's got some extension and lines in her, just want to square her up in terms of her build and then balance her up a little differently, but may have more long-term value from the standpoint of her extensions than the one just ahead of her.
Really correct, good-looking bull here in this class, one that just good in his structure, and I think that's why he's able to maintain balance. I think this bull's got enough to him in terms of body and thickness and dimension. Would like to square up how he's carrying those testicles. Another one that's twisted around there a little more than probably needs to be, but he's good at the ground, and he's got a nice look about him, no doubt.
Once again, single entry, class 52 is entry 16, WLCF Chosen 926C, shown by Morgan Leonard, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Class placings and our Hereford Class 23 Senior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 205, Del Hawk Praline 1503 ET, shown by Molly Long, Winniewood, Oklahoma. Second, entry 209, BF Full of It 5600, shown by Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Third, entry 227, shown by Ralph Ullman and Son, Graysville, Ohio. Fourth, entry 207, shown by Troy and Taylor Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Fifth, entry 224, shown by Ralph Ullman and Son, Graysville, Ohio. Sixth, entry 215, shown by Emily Beanblossom, Bradford, Ohio. Seventh, entry 217, shown by Jalen Curry, Norman, Indiana. Eighth, entry 226, shown by Ralph Ullman and Son, Graysville, Ohio. Ninth, entry 206, shown by Oak Creek Farm of Virginia, Unionville, Virginia. 10th, entry 211, shown by Brianne Lysing, Connorsville, Indiana. And 11th, entry 212, shown by R&L Cattle, Bedford, Indiana. Placings in this class are 1, 9, 4, 2, 10, 11, 6, 7. Entry 221 is out, then 5, 8, and 3. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion in our Hereford show.
Well, if you kind of tuned out over here on the Key Angus Bull Show, probably time to tune back in. This one's really good. Nice bull. Just it doesn't matter what color he is or where he's at. If he's here or if he's out in a pasture, I got to think that this is a bull that most people can agree is pretty darn good. Right kind of size, body, thickness, still got some structural correctness about him. Appreciate the condition he's presented in here today. Good set of testicles. Nice bull.
Single entry in our Class 53 is entry 18, HIGG Clockwork 88C, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Attention exhibitors, I don't need to remind you again, there's no aerosol cans in Freedom Hall, no aerosol cans or smoking here in Freedom Hall. So please, if you have got aerosol cans down there, please remove them immediately.
Got another really good bull in this class here. Moderate one, got some body to him. Looks like he'd sire some females with some fleshing ability like that. And yet he's still good at the ground. Got a nice kind of structure laid into him here. And get in there and on top of him, behind him, there's still some power, some mass there. There's some differences between him and the one there that we just talked about. It's going to be fun to get him back out here. Really good bull here to win this class.
Single entry in Class 54, entry 19, MEFC Unanimous, 542C, shown by Tracy Cattle Company, Wellfleet, Nebraska. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior yearling champion, Key Angus Bull.
I told him to quit smoking in here, and he wouldn't listen.
Brian.
He's there, so you realize that aerosol
Do this class and one more, right? Before the function.
Yes.
Once again, a really solid set of females out here. Don't have a lot of numbers in the Julys here, but if you look at the values, I think you would be, I believe you're pleased with what we see. Not only are they good cattle to view, but they're also good cattle from a genetic standpoint. From the get-go in this class, the young lady's heifer here that I start with hit me as being one as you talk about her at the surface, and then you take her from there up and break her down. She's got a lot of pieces that you really like and are very, very essential. I like where she sits on frame size. She's balanced and she's correct in her angles, and just an easy class winner for me in this particular class. Coming around next is a heifer that at the profile, I absolutely love this one. If I could just make a little more more tour when you step in behind her than this is her class winner, because when this young lady sets her up, I mean, I like that look right there. Now, there's going to be deeper bodied and all the above, but when you just talk about angles and talk about putting it together in a nice package, she's actually longer fronted than the heifer we start with in this class, just doesn't have as much pin width. Nice female, good luck on down the road with her. Young lady's 229 heifer has some of the class advantages out here in terms of length of stride. I don't believe there's a female that can match her in terms of length of stride, but at that same time, we need to just watch her in terms of her strength of pasture and behind, maybe just a little far along in terms of her body composition, but that heifer's got lots of volume and lots of extension, and she can really get out and cover the surface. The next heifer coming around here, really nice in her top line, wants to put a little more of her weight up to the fore part of her body. We just need to balance her up a little differently, but upper rib shape was quite good. Spoke with the young man here with the next heifer, told me he's been raising Herefords for over 40 years, and I compliment him for that. That's a nice female he has there that would just want to drop a little stouter kind of a hind leg, but of all of his cattle, though, they're sound, they're functional. I know he hasn't stood up the highest in these classes. We close then with a heifer that we really like from the standpoint of rib shape, but as I study her bone-to-body relationship, she's the most disproportional in that regard, although she does have some top-line levelness to her.
Well, a nice set of 3 cattle out here, class winners for this division. And, I talked about even this first bull in class there. He just had a correct look about him, maintained some balance. He is a good bull. He gives out mast in this just a bit. And there's been a lot of different feet shape and sizes come through here. And, I think it's something we need to study. This guy might be just a little too spread up front there. And, he still has good flex at the ground there. His depth of heel appears to be okay, but maybe change that set just a bit there. But that's a good bull. But to me, it comes down to these 2 cattle here out of the next 2 classes. They're bulls that I think, are a little different. One's got a little more punch, no doubt about it. That one's a little more moderate. Looks like he'd be one that could get you a set of moderate sized, easy fleshing cattle. He's carrying a little more condition. Not bad, but he looks like the kind that he himself and his progeny will probably do that really pretty easily for you. To me, there's one, though, that not only did he have just a notch more power and punch, but I like his look. I think he sets down a little better at the ground. Bull out of this second class is going to be the division champion. Going to fall right in here out of the 3rd class for reserve.
Selected as your junior champion, Key Angus bull, is entry 18, Hig Clockwork 88C, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. And selected as your reserve junior champion is entry 19, MEFC Unanimous 542C, shown by Tracy Cattle Company, Wellfleet, Nebraska. Let me get caught back up over here on my Hereford side. I apologize. Selected as your senior heifer calf champion is entry 205, Del Hawk Praline 1503, shown by Molly Long, Wynnewood, Oklahoma. And your reserve senior calf champion is entry 209, BF Fullivit 5600, shown by Claiborne and Eli Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Placings in Class 26, late summer yearling Hereford females. First goes to entry 234, CME 368A Bombshell 552C, shown by Courtney Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Second, entry 233, Purple RGR Cupcake 126C, shown by Whitney, Caitlin, and Mason Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Third, entry 229, shown by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth, entry 232, shown by Bailey and Chase Laudeman, Bremen, Indiana. Fifth, entry 276, shown by R&L Cattle, Bedford, Indiana. And sixth, entry 231, shown by Sandy Ridge Farms, West Lorne, Ontario, Canada. In our ring now is Class 27 Hereford Early Summer Yearling Females. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 30 and 31 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 30 and 31 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I haven't had to make any decisions in class yet, so I think I'm doing pretty good in class so far in this show. But it's too bad because I tell you what, especially here the last few classes, are pretty good. So I appreciate those of you that did come out bringing some bulls that certainly I can like. I can like this one a lot. Powerful, good bodied, big hip in him. You know, got big feet. Yeah, there's a couple little things we can pick on. You can change that shoulder just a bit. Maybe like to see him be a little more uniform and how he descends those testicles. At times he'll kind of pull one up just a little bit, but getting nitpicky on a pretty darn good bull out here today.
Selected as your class winner in class 57 is entry 22, Classic Blackstone 68B, shown by Classic Genetics, Ardmore, Oklahoma. And our final entry today in our Key Angus Bull Show is class 58, single entry, class 58. Following this selection, we will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion bull, followed by our champion and reserve grand champion Key Angus bull. Chianina bull exhibitors, let's get those Chianina bulls to the makeup ring, please.
Another good big bull here, and one that's really got a great presence and look about him, really correct down his top line. One that gets out and moves pretty well and really maintains that same kind of presence, moving or stop. Got some body, got enough thickness. He's not the just most powerful one in that regard, but boy, I think he's sure adequate. I'd like to see him have a little bigger set of testicles, but there's a good bull here that really bounces up nice.
Single entry in class 58, entry 23, WCC Gangster 415B, shown by G. Walker, Washington, Iowa, Clara Han and Wilson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion bull.
close decision between these two bulls here in division, and you know, they're both good bulls, I said in class, and you know, I'm going to have to pick on each of them in a spot or two, just to tell you where I'm seeing the differences and what I'm going to base my decision on. This first bull I love his extra power, muscularity. To me, he's the one that has more shape and dimension when you get up on top and get him behind him. I like that about him. He's got a big set of testicles. He's probably a little stouter as you go to the ground. I wish he was a little different up to his shoulder. I wish that was laid back in him, just a little different. Let him get out of that front end just ever so slightly better. I like the lines and the pattern of this bull here out of the next class. And I know he's a little bigger than some maybe prefer, but I'm okay with that. I think there's still a place for those kind of cattle. Not every environment, not every set of cows needs one with that, but there's plenty out there that could use a bull with a little extra size and grow, and I like that about him. You know, he needs a little more muscle relative to that one, but you know, I don't necessarily call him light muscled. He's a bull that I would like to see have a larger set of testicles. So again, nice pair here. It's give and take. We'll go out and show you how I'm going to do them here today.
Well, once again, here on the Hereford side here, the decisions don't become any easier. And pull your heifer up just a notch, please, and bring the heifer out in second here. Once again, the call you make on these cattle, these are two, I believe, really, really outstanding, incredible females from the standpoint of what each of them represent. Their pluses differ as I study them. The heifer that I'm choosing to start with, as I study her up through her head, up to her front end, there's just a little more cow feature about her head, just a shade more width right down through her chest floor, and that may be laid as some of the concern I have up front. She's a little deep in her neck as she attaches that to the front side of her shoulder, and once again, we know that'll come off in time, but from there back, this female is an absolute machine, just in terms of her body width, her proportional body depth, the length of rump, and where that tail sets in her. That is a tremendous female. You make the call as I do up front. I say, oh, she's okay. We're going to use her to win the class. The more elegant, if you want to use that term, heifer in terms of just her jawline and her presence out here is a heifer that stands in second. This line back, loud-marked heifer is one that I love in terms of her upper rib shape. She has just as much turn to her hip and quarter as does a heifer we start with out here. She's not as solid at the ground. She's a little smaller footed, doesn't have quite the bone work, and I read just a little more maturity in through her chest floor there. But that's a small issue when you talk about the quality and balance of that heifer. I'm sure she's had a great show career to this point, and I'm sure she will continue to do so. That's a solid pair, and both have a very nice set of values. Now we're going to call this exhibitor here worth the trip. Now you're going to set her up for us. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, she's 5 years old. She's in the Open Hereford Show. The heifer's name is Princess, and I mean, check that out. Let's give her a nice round of applause, because I tell you what, you did good. Yes, you did. I know this is an open show, but we can still have a little fun. Yeah, you did good. And I mean, folks, study this one. I mean, body proportions are laid in there. Actually, a little nicer neck than the heifer we start with. She really wants to close at her pins and just doesn't give us the proportional view as we step in behind her. But at the ground, she's good, and you won't find a better stick person in America right now than this one. You did good. Take her on out. 5 years old. Amazing. Somebody's done a good job with the heifer and the young lady. Coming around next is one that I think has a tremendous amount of breeding pieces. Now, once again, you say, why is she in fourth? A little concerned about her birth weight, but if you want to add growth from maternal side of her program, this is one powerful heifer. Her birth weight is going to need to be managed as we take her into mature cow size, and that may be a little bit of a concern, but that is really a very correct female. Just gets a little bigger in terms of her frame size for me out here in this particular class. The loud-marked heifer coming by now. Basic, balanced, you can see that. Good-footed female, just doesn't have the power when you step in behind her and the spread in her upper side of her body or skeleton. We have a little more power here in terms of the top side of this female coming around, but you can see that she wants to just be a little tight in her loin and bring that tail head up there a shade more than ideal. But even at that same time, she has just enough more genuine shape, a center body and skeleton than the young lady's heifer that's right behind her there. Have a nice lined heifer here in terms of her top line, where that tail head sits. Just need to straighten up that hind leg with a good deal more structure, and then just clean her up in her composition. Then a final heifer, obviously weight and frame is certainly on her side of the equation. We just need to change her from a fertility standpoint. Not that she's not going to be fertile, but I just need to see a more feminine look and design up there through her front end, take away some of that extra cover, then change the way that she hits the surface.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 27, early summer yearling females, is entry 259, Del Hawk Buffy 82C, shown by Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. Second, entry 252nd, Ramses Gabriel Lady C3, shown by David Hockett, New Palestine, Indiana. Third, entry 247, shown by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. Fourth, entry 252, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fifth, entry 255, shown by Maddox Cup, Lancaster, Ohio. Sixth, entry 248, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Seventh, entry 236, shown by Kira and Kendi Sayer, Aaronsville, Indiana. Eighth, entry 258, shown by Brianne Lysing, Connorsville, Indiana. And ninth, entry 254, shown by Bailey Pearl, DuQuoin, Illinois. Placings in that class were 7, 4, 3, 6, 9, 5, 2, 8, and 1. We now will be selecting our champion intermediate and reserve intermediate Hereford female. Now comments on our, are you ready, Dan? Comments in our grand champion Key Angus Bull show from Dr. Dan Scheich. And before Dan does that, if I could please have your attention, would you please give me a moment of silence for Marion Smith from Lynn, Indiana, a Chianina breeder who passed away 2 weeks ago. He was an avid fan of Chianina cattle and was a frequent exhibitor and of the North American. Please, a moment of silence. Thank you. Now comments on our Key Angus Champion Bull Drive from our judge, Dr. Dan Scheich. Dan?
Well, if you would please, let's put our hands together, congratulate these Key Angus Bull exhibitors. You know, obviously not a lot of numbers here, and not to just go back through that, but you know, they were good cattle. I like every bull that's out in the ring, and I know that there's some different types and kinds, and obviously some I like a little better than others, but there's cattle out here that'll work, and they'll work in a variety of different operations and on different cow bases for guys that maybe have some different objectives, and that's okay. That's what it is to be a breeder. So stick to what you like, stick to what you can market, stick to what your customers desire, but that's how you're going to have a successful business. To me, there's one out here that I like a great deal. I think he's a good bull. He's stout, he's powerful, he's balanced. I think he's got a good set of feet and legs, good set of testicles, a nice bull. I think there's probably a few different ways you could go for reserve, and there's a few different types and kinds, but to me, there's one out here that follows in terms of being another powerful, muscular kind of herd sire prospect. With that said, I'll go out and show you who I like here for your champion reserve Key Angus bull.
Selected as your national champion Key Angus Bull is entry 18, HIGG Clockwork 88C, shown by Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Once again, I offer my congratulations over here on this side. Going to be really short here because I know we're just finishing up the Key Bull show. I apologize for that. Once again, very quickly, all these cattle I think hit me with the right kind of line and body proportion. I said it was really close here out here between our mays, and I'm going to keep our mays together. She's going to be division champion. Second in class will be reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
And selected as your reserve national champion, Key Angus Bull, is entry 22, Classic Blackstone 68B, shown by Classic Genetics, Ardmore, Oklahoma. Congratulations, guys. Selected as our intermediate Hereford champion female is entry 259, Del Hawk Buffy 82C, shown by Paige Lemonager, Hudson, Illinois. And our reserve intermediate champion female is entry 257, Ramses Gabriel Lady C3, shown by David Hockett, New Palestine, Indiana. Congratulations. Entering the ring now in our Hereford show will be Class 30 Spring Yearling Females. Class 30. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring classes 31 and 34 up to the makeup ring, please.
A really good bull to start off this Key show here. And just a balanced, correct, stout one. Love the rib shape, love the power when you get him behind him, and everything just fits together so good, and he's awesome when you pull him to the lead. Really good bull. Just a little April calf here. Like to see a little bigger set of testicles. Hopefully that comes here with time, but boy, after that, it's pretty hard to pick on that one. Obviously a little different kind here, and you know, I made some comments there in the heifer show. Obviously this is a much higher percentage Key influence here, and a bull that, you know, again, evaluate him for what he is. For that kind, I think this bull has some correctness about him, tremendous length, and, you know, we'd like to relax him down at the ground, and you could improve his skeleton a little bit. Obviously, we know he's a different type. He's bigger, he's more extreme, doesn't have the body or the doability that the bull and the first hole does.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 63 and selected as our late junior Chianina Bull Calf champion is entry 5. BMW McGregor 405D, shown by Weingartner Show Cattle, Lima, Ohio, and Jeff's Cattle Company, Dalhart, Texas. Second in that class, and your reserve late junior Chianina Bull Calf champion is entry 4, 5J Blackjack, shown by 5J Chianina, Polk City, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 66. It's a single entry and will be our early junior Chianina Bull Calf champion.
Single entry bull here, just a nice complete calf, got some rib, got some thickness to him. You know, get him out on the go. He's adequate in terms of his structure and his correctness. I'd maybe like to just give him a shot more look, but nice single entry calf.
Thank you, Dan. Again, first in Class 66, and your early junior champion bull calf is entry 6, Mr. Sensation, shown by David Weiser, Zanesville, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 68. Class 68. Senior bull calves.
December bull here with some stoutness of feature for sure, long-bodied, performance-oriented, got some muscle up there in that upper hip, and yet still has some base width at the ground, some ruggedness in terms of his foot and his bone. I like that about him. Yeah, he's a little piecier than maybe the perfect one would be, but I like the pieces quite a bit. Nice bull.
Single entry, Class 68 in our Chianina Bull Show is entry 9A, LBG Aces Up, 2CM, shown by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana.
Put a saddle on him, he's in the dirt.
another single entry, high percentage key here, and one that, again, strong and long down his top. Got some muscularity when you get in behind him, or at least some shape. Obviously, we've said in terms of what most cow bases look like, this is going to be a little extreme. Now, if you've gone too far and need to get a little closer to center, there could still be a place for genetics like this, no doubt. I do like this one. We talked about the one a little earlier. It was a little tighter at the ground. I do think this one's a notch better there. Nice single entry. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Selected as your Class 69 champion is entry 10, 5J Pure Royalty, shown by 5J Kianina, Polk City, Iowa. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior Kianina Bull Calf champion.
Get these two bulls out here for this division. There's one out here that out of this first class, just the more moderate one, more body, more power to him. I like the extra mass and substance that he had, and talked about that in class. He's going to be your champion. We'll follow in with the class winner out of the second class here for reserve.
Selected as your senior Kianina Bull Calf champion is entry 9A. LBG Aces Up 2CM, shown by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. And your reserve senior Bull Calf champion is entry 10, 5J Pure Royalty, shown by 5J Kianina, Polk City, Iowa. Entering the ring now in our Kianina Bull Show is Class 72. Class 72, Summer Yearling Bulls, Class 72. These are the only two bulls in this division, so they will serve as champion and reserve.
Bring out all three. Pull them up there, please. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't worn you out at all by asking you to give people a round of applause, but I'm here to tell you, if you like great cattle of any color, and then you like Hereford cattle, and you need to just look at this class from top to bottom. I mean, those heifers down there in the middle and lower part, you bet. Give them a great round of applause. This is a really, really... And I'll be honest with you, as I always am on the mic, you know, I'm humbled to stand out here by them. It almost gives me shivers, I guess, so to speak, when you ask me to just give my personal opinion of these three cattle. The heifer that I choose to start with is one that is the outlier in this class in terms of her profile, in terms of her balance and her body lines, and ability to hold that together, not only at the stand, but when we put her out on the lead. I like the fact that she's got some teat development there on the bottom side, and the teats look like they're coming along, you know, in development very, very nicely. This heifer is so unique when you study her from the rear view, and I mean, she just transitions out of her shoulder into her top line, and from there back, and that hip and tail head, and to have that kind of stature with that kind of lower body shape, that is really, really good. And I like her strength up through the front part of her skeleton. You say, well, where would you change her? And it is simply when she goes out on the lead, she misses her stride ever so slightly, and that's where I'd like to just possibly lay that shoulder back in there and give her a little softer kind of a passion up front, and just see her reach and grab just a little more aggressively than she does at the surface. But that is a really, really good one. The next heifer has the advantage in foot size, has the advantage in bone, and has the advantage in ability to cover the surface out here in the ring. My opinion is her day will come, because if she can get that body, if she might be a little later, you know, later bred, you don't know, but if you can get that body to drop in there just a shade more, she is so genuine and so right at the ground with that foot and that bone work. That one is in here for the long haul, as I say so many times. That one can really, really do some very, very interesting things, in my opinion. Now, you want to talk about the one that I don't know how to view her, other than I simply say I can just see her coming in with a calf at side, for lack of a better phrase. She is so sound, she is so right in terms of her rib shape and body volume, and she is so loose structured it's almost to her undoing, because when we put her out on the lead, you know, she'll kind of drop that shoulder, and she'll open up a little more there and want to roll just a shade more out of that front end. But from there back, I mean, that one is built to last, and that one can generate, that would be my opinion. That's a really big body, that's a big hip, and that's a long stride on a really, really interesting female. And like I said, those first three, put them together. Now, try this one on for size. A little hard to evaluate for me. Solid red neck, you know, just a little interesting in terms of her color markings. But you study the body line, study her at the ground, and then study the proportionality of bone to body. If the body comes in this one, come January, then look out. This one can run with the big dogs, because these are all, in my opinion, big dogs. Now, here's one that kept moving up the line. Once again, if I could just be a little more certain in my own mind how real she is from a composition standpoint, I just love the softness and flexibility of this and skeleton. I love her cow look up through her front end. Got a great kind of a hip in her. You study in the lower part of her body, she's carrying just a little more waist back there by her udder and down through her chest floor. Like to lean her up a little bit. Here's one I moved up a couple of times too. A little doesn't bounce up quite as well as a couple of others. Love the fore part of her body. She gets a little prominent in her hooks, and then want to just widen her at her pins and give her a little more balance and clean her up there. The chest floor, the next heifer going by, long-bodied, has some ease of keep about her. Just need to change her in terms of her body shape and outline. Same with the heifer coming by, long-bodied, nice stride, just a little plainer up front, wants to really close at her pin bones. Our final two cattle then, once again, this was an incredibly deep class, because there's classes in many shows that you would like to have these two in the upper end of their class. This is a tremendous heifer in terms of her top line. She's got some width out through her hip, just doesn't come off of that hind leg quite comfortably. Then the young man that closes here, and I compliment the family, even though he probably should be in school, because I am a school teacher. I compliment family for letting the junior exhibitors show their own cattle. And from that standpoint, I compliment him. The heifer just a little plainer, wants to open up there in her top side. Sorry to take so long on the mic.
I'll be a little briefer over here, Dan, but not because I'm not going to say a lot. I just have a few less. So it looked like a really nice big class. Good pair of bulls here that give and take. The bull I'm going to lead off with, love his length of body, love the correctness of pattern, and I like him at the ground in terms of his hoof shape and his flexibility there. He's a bull that has some muscularity. Appreciate the condition he's presented in here today. I'd like to see him a little more uniform there in his testicle size and descent, but other than that, I like that bull. The next bull, I tell you what, when he was first stopped, I liked him because that red bull was fighting a little bit, and I thought maybe this one was going to go ahead and maybe push a little harder or win the class, but when he moves, I guess I just don't care for him quite as well as I thought I did when he was stopped, and when he's standing there, you can see some of it, but I still thought maybe get out and go just a little better. You study him at the ground, you change him a little bit. He just is a little labored in his movement off of either end of his skeleton, but he's a bull that's got some body, got some thickness, and again, he comes back together there at the stand.
Placing first in Class 72, Kianina Bulls, his entry 17, Classic Tequila Sunrise, shown by Classic Genetics, Ardmore, Oklahoma. This bull will serve as your summer yearling champion bull. Second in that class and your reserve summer yearling bull is entry 11, WCC Smoke 447C, shown by Wilson Cattle Company and Henderson Cattle Company, Cloverdale, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 73, Class 73 Kianina Bulls. Yeah. Class placings for Class 30, Hereford Spring Yearling Females. First went to entry 261, B.H. Berry, C518, shown by Haley, Trevor, and Ty Bickelhoff, Mount Carroll, Illinois. Second entry 269, Del Hawk Babette, 69C, shown by Claiborne Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Third, entry 280, B.R. Veronica 5019, shown by Cash Long, Wheeler, Texas. Fourth, entry 275, shown by Victoria Chapman, Mansville, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 272, shown by Travis and Rachel Drum, Winchester, Kentucky, and Hutchinson, Kansas. Sixth, entry 266, shown by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. Seventh, entry 263, shown by Nolan Bernard, Pikeville, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 278, shown by Michael Dayton, Maysville, West Virginia. Ninth, entry 264, shown by Michaela and Megan Marion, West Terre Haute, Indiana. And 10th, entry 260, shown by Wyatt and Madison Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Placings in this class are 10, 1, 7, 9, 6, 2, 8, or 2, 5, 4, 8, and 3. In our Hereford ring now is Class 31, Spring Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion Spring Yearling Female.
Bull I'm going to start with here is a more moderate bull. Definitely has more rib shape and a little more natural thickness when you get up on top and behind. A little more just substance as you take him there down through to the ground. He's a bull that does get out of balance just a little bit for me as we compare him to Ideal. When we set him in motion, wants to drop those pins round out of his hip ever so slightly. But again, he's the stout, moderate one. I like that about him. Obviously, again, the frame size and the length of body. And this guy, it is a little extreme for where we're at here maybe as an industry now, but again, it gives you some reaching power if you need that. Would like to see this bull get out and take a longer step, regardless of his size. I'd like to see him just get out and move a little easier.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 73 in our Chianina Bull Show is entry 14, NDSC Driving Force 570C, shown by De Cristoforo Show Cattle, Vienna, Ohio. And second goes to entry 13, 5J Black Ice, shown by 5J Chianina, Polk City, Iowa. Entering the ring now is Class 74 Chianina Bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Champion Chianina Bull.
Very stout, powerfully muscled, single entry here. Got a big back in him, big old stout hip, and has some foot and some bone. And you know what? He gets out and goes pretty good for the kind of power and mass he has. He's moderate in his size, no doubt, but powered up one that still, for the kind of muscle and dimension he has, gets out and takes a nice step.
Single entry in Class 74, entry 20, LMJ Peterbilt, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. We now will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Champion Chianina Bull.
If this class needs a title, we'll just title it again, going back to the basics here. The 286 entry out here, when you just study this one and how her structure is put together from the front part through her neck and down to her chest floor, her rib shape, and just her ability to cover the surface out here, she becomes a very logical class winner for me. You might want to just shove that tail head down in there a little bit, but just in terms of what she represents. The heifer in second, if I could change her out of her front end, then she's one that offers a tremendous amount of power. She's getting a little higher on birth weight, but not bad. Love the heifer's just genuine center body, center width, if I could lay that shoulder blade back in her. We have that comfort zone in the 1 1/3 when she gets out of her front end. I just need to see this in a little stouter in the top side of her body. When you step in behind her, wants to be just a little narrower out of her shoulder, and then wants to have that same disadvantage. But from the profile and the way she can cover the surface, that's awfully, awfully good. If I could just give a little stouter hip and pin set in the heifer coming by now to match her depth up front, then we could really get to looking a little higher in class for this one. At this stage, though, she's a little disproportionate in her body line and her balance. I kept looking at this female and wanted to use her a little higher. Why? Because I just love the way her feet hit the surface. Now, she's a little soft possibly for some in her pasturing, but at this stage, she's big ribbed, got a nice kind of a hip in her. I like this about her a great deal. Our next heifer is one that we'd like to just change in terms of where she comes out of that hip and hind leg. Want to just widen her in her base and center skeleton, but at the same time, you know, she's good in terms of her length of spine, got some bone underneath her. I like the heifer we close with in terms of some length of body. She's one, though, that really plays out when you step in behind her. Want to just give her a little stouter rear leg and just see her reach with that leg a little more aggressively.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Placing first in Class 31 is entry 286, CHF CBT 3001 Violet 5046, shown by Callie Taylor, Petersburg, West Virginia. Second, entry 290, BKWR Cheers 560C, shown by Jacob Moore, Medill, Oklahoma. Third, entry 292, shown by Kyra and Kendi Sayer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Fourth, entry 2 285 shown by Kendall Williams, Mount Gilead, Ohio. 5th entry 300 shown by Christian Dermody, Linwood, New York. 6th entry 283 shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. And 7th entry 288 shown by Libby Kelkenberg, Clarence Center, New York. Placings in that class were 6, 4, 1, 7, 2, 3, and 5. We now will be selecting our champion senior yearling, or champion spring yearling and reserve spring yearling female.
Here on the Key Bull side, get these class winners out here for division. Both these bulls are muscular and they're powerful. There's a little give and take just in terms of kind and structure. I think they're both sound bulls. They're just a little different. One's maybe a little straighter in his hock, even though I think he uses it okay. The other one's got a little more set to his hock, maybe rounds out of his hip just a bit. I think both good bulls. I like them both. It just depends where you're at on your cow base again, because I think one of them offers a little more frame size and length of body. The other one's in a little more moderate kind of package. So again, depending on your cows, depending on what you kind of wanting to target for a market, will determine which one of these you see with more value. I'll give them a look here and select your champion reserve.
Selected as your Chianina Junior Yearling Champion Bull is entry 14, NDSC Driving Force 570C, shown by Cristoforo Show Cattle, Vienna, Ohio. And your reserve champion junior yearling bull is entry 20, LMJ Peterbilt, shown by Jeff Miller, Cutler, Indiana. Congratulations.
Once again, my compliments and congratulations here to the exhibitors in our spring yearling division. And we have got a pair of Aprils out here and a pair of Marches, as you know. And so from that standpoint, as we put our decisions together, once again, I like pieces of all four of these heifers, but the class that the two Aprils came out of was extremely deep. And with that said, I do appreciate a lot of pieces in our class winning March heifer here. I'd really like it to stand. The other March heifer stood second, but quite logically for me, going to keep our two Aprils together. You're going to be division champion. Congratulations. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Selected as your spring yearling champion female goes to entry 261. B.H. Berry, C518, shown by Haley, Trevor, and Ty Bickelhoff, Mount Carroll, Illinois. And your reserve spring yearling female is entry 269. Del Hawk Babette, 69C, shown by Claiborne Perry, Madison, Mississippi. Congratulations.
I'll have to admit, when this bull first came in, my initial impression was he was a little skinny and there wasn't a lot to him, but, and that's true, he's a little light here. He'd been out working past 2 seasons, he said, but, let's break this bull down. Actually, relative to some of the other ones come through here, he's good at his skeleton, he's good at the ground, he has some true muscle shape when you get him behind him. He's just pretty darn skinny out here today, and if that's just because he's been out working hard and he can sire some cattle that'll have some fleshing ability, then I can see that bull having a good impact in terms of making them a little more right in their skeleton.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first and selected as your senior champion Chianina bull is entry 17, DDWW Throttle Power BXK, shown by David Weiser, Zanesville, Ohio. That was our final class of the day. We now will be selecting our grand champion and reserve grand champion, Chianina Bull, in your National Chianina Show. As our Chianina Bulls are coming into the ring, I do have one correction to make that I failed to make earlier in Class 66. The percentage of Chianina this bull has is wrong. Instead of 3.4%, this bull is 15.49%. Entry 6 from David Weiser, Zanesville, Ohio. Our early junior champion bull, his percentage is 15.49%. Please make that correction.
One more left. First move of the year for the King breed, Curtis Klingelman.
Lima, Ohio. And he's with Weingartners. It is my pleasure to announce your herdsman of the year in the Chianina breed, Mr. Curtis Klingelman, Lima, Ohio, with Weingartner Show Cattle. Curtis, congratulations. Curtis, I need you to come up here after the show for a photograph, please. After the show, bud.
Well, if you would please, let's put our hands together and congratulate all these Key Bull exhibitors. Not a lot of numbers out here, but you know, I think the female shows in both the Key Angus and Key Rings, top end was exceptional. Commend you exhibitors and breeders for bringing out those cattle. You know, we get into these bulls and obviously some different types and kinds, and the trend down in numbers in the bull show is something that no breed has been immune to. They all are a little shorter on numbers, and I'm sure there's a variety of reasons behind that. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of dollars to bring these cattle out and to promote and use this as part of your marketing and promotion plan. And so I commend you exhibitors for making that investment and coming out here. We get these cattle out here. I'm not going to go back through and break down each one of these. Most of them are single entries, and we talked about them in division. There's a bull out here that just quite simply, in my opinion, is the best phenotypically. He's the one that is right in his kind. He's got a good look. He's got muscle. He's got body. He's correct on his feet and legs. He's going to win it pretty easily for me. I think there's a few other options you could go, and you know, you got to figure out where you're willing to give in a few other spots, but some good bulls that bring some good things to the table. Again, as I've said a few times here in the bull show, what would probably sort out their true value would be what your cow base looks like and what market you're trying to hit. Again, it's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you to the North American Key Association for having me out here. It's absolutely been a privilege, and I'll show you who I like here to win your bull show.
Once again, let's put our hands together for Dr. Dan Scheich, Sedoris, Illinois, for evaluating our Chianina cattle. Thank you, Dan. Your national champion, Chianina bull, is entry 5, BMW McGregor 405D, shown by Weingartner Show Cattle, Lima, Ohio, and Jeff's Cattle Company, Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations. And your reserve national champion bull, Chianina bull, is entry 9, LBG Aces Up 2CM, shown by Savannah Garrett, Richmond, Indiana. Congratulations. That concludes our Chianina show for this year. Curtis, I need you up here for a picture, my friend. Okay, folks, real quick, we had a, what? The American Chianina Association has been having a raffle going on all week here at the North American, and the winner of the four-wheeler it's a 2017 Honda Rancher, is Larry Garrett. Larry Garrett. Okay, what's next?
Evaporative cooler.
Evaporative cooler. The winner of the evaporative cooler is Stephanie Kirsten from Nebraska.
We're going to bring him in. Yeah, just bring him in.
Hold on just a second, Jack. Let's get this over.
Set
Set
of clippers.
of clippers goes to Jeff Miller. He needs them.
Lori Wisniewski on a painting.
Lori Wisniewski wins the painting.
Harper.
And Danny Harker. What's Danny win? A new call. That's it. Sorry, Dan. Giveaways are over.
No problem. Here again, ladies and gentlemen, when you see this heifer come in the ring, and when she come in the ring, and I watched her just eating the surface up with her stride, and then study her when she's at the stand, and the basic utility that this female has, and I like where she sits on frame size. The flexibility that you can take her in different directions is amazing in terms of a breeding program. You know, she doesn't have a lot of hair on her, and yet she's so fresh in her presentation. That's a really long dimensional hip, and that's a big stout hind leg in her, and I really appreciate that about her. I might want to refine the teats there on the bottom side just a little bit. The heifer most like her in the drive is a heifer coming by next. In terms of that composite frame size where we are, this heifer's got just a little more on her under lower part of her body than ideal, but I like where she sits, and that's a big old top in her, a really big bodied female that has a lot of utility to her. The heifer in third is one that's a little bigger in terms of her frame size, and she's a little greener, as I would describe her. When you bring her along, depending on where you want to end up with her in terms of her show career, I love that heifer skeleton, just with relation to her frame size. Like to give her just a little more center body today, but she is really more correct compositionally than the two heifers above her, particularly the one in second. second, if, depending on what you call correct in composition. I like, from her shoulder back, I like this heifer in fourth. Just like to clean her up a little through that chest floor. Love her smoothness of pattern, love her length of hip, and the way the tail sets in her just doesn't have quite the dimension on the upper part of her body, as I said when we step in behind her. This 309 heifer is one that is really powerful just in terms of her body width and shape and power. Extremely long-bodied, just like to change her through that shoulder. She wants to roll on the top side, open up there just a shade more than ideal, but from there back, that's a lot of cow power, if one might say. Our final three heifers then, it's a question in my mind of just quality and structural integrity. I believe that a heifer that's leaving the ring now, just more correct in terms of that top line where her tail head sits. The next heifer in line gets a little high on her tail head, but do like her rib and the fact that she's got some ease of keep and look to her. Then the young lady's dark red heifer that closes, just a little green today to run with those cattle up the line.
Okay, some January.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Placings in Class 34, Hereford Junior Yearling Females. First goes to entry 314, RJL LCC Miss Poker Face 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Second, entry 313, Sol Diana 5130C, shown by Kessler, Corbin, and Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. Third, entry 307, shown by Melissa Grimmel, Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fourth, entry 303, shown by Nigel and Ethan Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Fifth, entry 309, shown by Claire Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Sixth, entry 321, shown by Courtney and Alexis Udy, Harrisburg, North Carolina. Seventh, entry 317, shown by Connor Hill, Wakarusa, Indiana. And eighth, entry 320, shown by Kara Gephardt, Otterbein, Indiana. Placings in that class were 4, 3, 5. Entry 312 is out. 2, 1, 7, 8, and 6. In the ring now is Class 35. Class 35 Junior Yearling Hereford Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Champion Female. Attention Chianina breeders, we have 3 more announcements. Your Produce of Dam winner this year is Lyle and Stephanie Sexton from Ainsworth, Iowa on RDD Miss Ace 1P. Your premier exhibitor for the show is Allison Higgins, Watertown, Tennessee. And your premier breeder is Weingartner Show Cattle, Lima, Ohio. Congratulations. You bet, buddy.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is really competitive out here as we bring our Januaries out. Here, I mean, once again, this is a humbling experience standing out here today. And our first 2 heifers, in my mind, are easily the best too. How one puts them together, I believe, is, that we can discuss. Maybe we'll keep this heifer in the ring, huh? Anyway, Yeah, here we come. Yeah, bring her around. Once again, where we are today versus where you want to be, and what is the point, what is the show that, in my opinion, is most important to you. I read a little bit of that in our first two cattle, and again, one doesn't know. It's interesting with the color markings on Hereford cattle, the views that you take can change when you go to the front view, the side view, and then the three-quarter view, not to mention the rear view. When I do those views, the cattle that hits me the hardest in terms of proportionality and genuineness of upper rib shape and width back through her hip and just natural width at the ground is the red-necked heifer that we're starting with here. I'd like to clean her up and nickel through her neck and underneath, but as we all say, that's going to come off in the first lactation. That female's got a nice udder coming along, like the teat quality. I really like the greenness of this heifer, and how can you like, one may say, how can you like the body composition and natural width of that one, then the greenness of this one? This female has some real generating ability to me. I love her feature. I like her head. I like her skeleton, her foot size, and I mean, she can generate the next generation of great cattle. Today, she's just a little flatter as we study her in the upper part of her body, right there behind her shoulder and back through her hip, but I really like some of the breeding pieces that I see in that particular cattle. This young man here in the front two-thirds has a player in this class. Up-headed, love the top of that neck and where it sits there on the shoulder. Long-bodied, tremendous sweep underneath. Just like to redesign that tail head and pin bone relationship there. Clean her up through her chest, floor, and nickel, but where she's good, she's as good as in the class, and that's length of body and then that tremendous body shape that she has in between. Next female coming around is in here because of her basic skeletal quality. Neck is good, angles are good up front, hock is clean, go to the ground, they're really good. Yes, she's a somewhat narrower all down her top than those cattle above her, but what I like is she's a really fresh composition female, and I like where she is from a functionality standpoint as a brood cow. Next one coming around, once again, is one of those that we like, as we say so often, from the standpoint of just rib shape. You can see that she's a little tougher moving, but I appreciated her composition, and particularly at the stand, she's just a little nicer in terms of her profile. Next cattle coming around is a little too big for me in this particular class. Now, if you can tone her down in her frame size and then, mate her accordingly, that heifer's got some real skeletal strength to her, got a lot of feature about her head, love her pigmentation. We just need to tone her down in terms of that frame size, and for that frame, I don't feel she accommodates the upper width like she needs to. We close this really nice class with a heifer that's got some natural width of body to her, but she just doesn't bounce up quite as correctly, wants to just narrow back here through her hooks and pins. Good class, particularly like the cattle on the upper end.
Now, I assume you do have one class.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 35 Junior Yearling Females is entry 342, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 149, Purple Gemma 12C, shown by Tyler Trias, Blooming Prairie, Minnesota. Third, entry 336, RJ Abigail 5005, shown by Brigham and Kyle Kelly, Yukon, Oklahoma. Kylie Ann Kelly, Brigham and Kylie Ann Kelly, Yukon, Oklahoma. Fourth, entry 330, shown by Emma and Libby Rushton, Waverly, Tennessee. Fifth, entry 326, shown by Matthew Murphy, Douglasville, Georgia. Sixth, entry 334, shown by Grace Gullett, Salem, Alabama. And seventh, entry 333, shown by Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. Placings in that class were 2, 5, 4, 7, 6. Entry 335 was out, then 3 and 1. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female.
although we haven't had the numbers in this division, we've certainly had quality and some really difficult decisions to make. And again, you know, what a Hereford female should look like, I believe, you know, is certainly in the eyes of the owners and the breeders. And, you know, I'm only sharing with you my opinion today, but at the same time, I know the kind of cattle that I like, and when I see them like I do in this particular division, it isn't hard for me to make the decisions I'm going to make. The two females that have won both of their classes are so true in terms of, in my opinion, just where in my opinion we need to be with all cattle, Hereford cattle in this case, just in terms of their freshness, their body shape, and their body cover, and their ability to just stay so sound at the ground. And it's hard to do, and these two females do that very, very well. That's not taking nothing away from our two heifers that are second. Both of these heifers have very complementing, genetic profiles on them. These cattle are just a little different, possibly, in terms of maybe their mature cow size, and these two are. So it becomes a question of where you want to be. For me today, I want to be right here. And with that stated, I'm going to use this young man as your champion. Congratulations. I'm going to use this young lady right here as reserve. Thank you very much.
Selected as your champion junior female is entry 314 RJL LCC Miss Poker Face 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. And your reserve junior yearling female is entry 342 LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Our final female class of the day is Class 38, Senior Yearling Females. Let's bring those Senior Yearling Females into the ring. And then we will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Hereford Female, in our Hereford National Show. Can I please have all the divisions and reserve divisions back to the makeup ring, please? Hereford exhibitors, let's start bringing up those spring bull calves.
Thank you, sir. We have a challenging class of senior yearlings out here, and again, you know, where you make the call in terms of, you know, how they're made through their front end, you know, that becomes individual interpretation. But when I study the female in our first place pair here, and it's really, I know it's a senior yearling class, but she got a couponed side already, a really nice bull calf that is really correct at his ground, and going to have, I think, a nice continuation as I read him. The udder on this female is so good in terms of its balance, its teat length, and her where she sits on frame size. I like that. I appreciate her, and through her hip and tail head over the female in second. And yes, I'm sure, like the owner, would like to clean her up through her chest floor. But at the same time, you know, that is just one factor in the equation. And when you look at the totals there, I like that package that we have in a senior yearling class winner. From a breeding cattle standpoint, just in terms of generating, the front 2/3 of this heifer in second are awfully good. I love the front end in her. I like the fact that she's kept her composition so correct, and that body design that she has, tremendous length of skeleton, length of hip in her. Like to maybe change the teat size for a first calf heifer coming up here, and maybe change that udder shape ever so slightly, possibly lay that tail head down in there. But from there forward, though, I mean, that one is really a good kind of a female. A more composite female comes around in second. That isn't as far along in terms of calf, and at the same time certainly has some breeding quality to her. When you look at her top line, want to just change her out there through her hips, gets a little coarser there up in her tail head, want to just stabilize her at the ground a little differently. Our final two, then I'm opting for one that hasn't calved as yet. Once again, this 346 coming around, wants to labor a little more out of her front end, like to just square her up back there through her hip, give her a little different kind of a teat size. She's a little long on her teat for me there this afternoon. Then you talk about one that's really a working female, you know, that doesn't have maybe the other capacity yet, but the female that we're finishing with here is one that has certainly proven her ability to reproduce today. And when we put a halter on and bring them to the ring, she's just a little green and a little thin from that standpoint. But that takes nothing away from her ability to reproduce and generate, and that female has some skeletal quality. We just a little early for her to show. Need a few more groceries if we're going to bring her to the ring.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first and selected as your senior yearling champion female is entry 352 NS028X Lady 417, shown by NS Polled Herefords, Shaker Heights, Ohio. Second, and your reserve senior champion female is entry 351, Purple Chloe 115B, shown by Jacob Fiskus, Oblong, Illinois. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Third, entry 344, shown by Mary Gullett, Salem, Alabama. Fourth, entry 346. shown by Katie Musser, Otterbein, Indiana, and fifth entry 350, shown by Hardy Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, Hereford female, in your North American National Hereford Show.
whatever you want. That's our job. We'll do whatever you want.
I have to keep breathing here a little. I have to keep breathing because I get pretty emotional, as you folks know who know me. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, if you could stand out here with me in this ring, as your association staff are, and look at these cattle, and just, I mean, it is one of the most amazing sights I've ever seen, and I've seen it. I've judged the Junior National and a few other Hereford shows, but I mean, this is an absolute valued treasure of a lifetime for me. Before we judge them, I just would rather just stand here and admire them personally, but I know I have to judge them. Put your hands together, please, and show your appreciation for an absolutely incredible lineup of cattle. I mean, wow.
Mr. Dan Hogue, folks, from Cambridge, Illinois. Put our hands together for Mr. Dan Hogue.
Here we go. I realize this time of the week we don't have the crowd that would be just maybe looking in, and you folks are in the bleachers here this afternoon. We appreciate your interest, and I hope you, along with myself, appreciate the quality of Hereford cattle that these breeders and exhibitors have brought before you here, because I know how hard it is, and it certainly isn't easy. anyone such as myself to be on these green shavings once again, is a thrill of a lifetime. And if it is my last, what is so interesting to me is, I'm going to have trouble with this, I know, is the fact that I have a heritage born to the Hereford breed, and to be out here, pretty amazing. Here we go. I got to talk. Now, I'm not going to break them down anymore. I do want to make this comment. I'm not going to leave this arena, and I know we've got a great bull show ahead of us, but I'll make it at the end. I'm okay. I'm going to start. Ladies and gentlemen, these two heifer calves, they are going to hang a banner. Now, they did all day, but they're going to hang a banner someday. That's my prediction. And they came out of incredible tough divisions. And again, what should a springborn heifer calf look like at this stage? The heifer that wins the third division, once again, just a really complete heifer, like her skeleton, like where she's going to end up. And her angles are right, and her composition is laid in her very, very, very correctly. The next division winner, once again, midpoint cattle, problem-free, does what she's going to have to do at this stage of her maturity, and she's going to stay right there. The next female, again, from her shoulder back is one of the, and even her shoulder is fine, just a little deeper in her neck, but that female is incredibly good where she is incredibly good. The next female in line, once again, a tremendous female to stand in just in terms of her freshness of makeup. I love the lower body line that she draws. Going to have a nice udder coming along in her. Really, really good in her top line. And you stand behind her, and then she is one tremendously powerful female in her own right. As a young man brings the next heifer in line here, once again, one of those midpoint problem-free cattle that you can do so many different things with in a breeding program, and she does that in such a fresh and in such a mobile kind of a skeleton and system there. We talked about our senior yearling here a little while ago. Once again, proven performance is as good as it gets. I'm going to put my microphone down, and I'm going to go name your champion, but as I do so, we're going to bring in the reserve from that division I'm going to use. And once again, as a show judge, I told Jack Ward, before I pass away from this earth, I am going to come watch the Hereford show in Denver because I've never seen it. And I remember my father telling me that he used to ride on a rail car to go out to Denver and in a stock car to watch the show. So, here we go. Dad, this one's for you.
Selected as your grand champion, Hereford female, entry 314, RJL LCC Miss Poker Face 5C, shown by Rhett Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Congratulations, Rhett.
Once again, so many tremendous females out here, and again, where you go from here, these two females that came out of that division are so similar in their kind, so similar in where I believe cattle need to be today. Once again, use this one, use that one. She's your reserve female. Congratulations.
And selected as your reserve grand champion female in your National Hereford Show is entry 342, LCC SHF Miss Lemon Lime 502, shown by Nigel and Alicia Howe, Wagontown, Pennsylvania. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Good set of cattle. My God. How are you, buddy? Good job.
Hereford Bull exhibitors will break and take pictures real quick, and then we'll move right into our Hereford Bull show. Thank you.
We all apologize to the bull exhibitors here as we were a little later starting here. Once again, got a really nice calf here, a May calf, a horn bull that we're going to use in this class quite obviously here. But most importantly, let's study him. And I mean, I love him in terms of his strength of feature. Got a nice shoulder laying in him. Angles are good up front there. Sheath is good. Testicle development is good. So you just go through those check places and study him, and we're good to go. We'll see him after a bit.
Placing first, again, our single entry in Class 43, Spring Bull Calves is entry 361, BF88X Crusher 655, shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Pikeville, Tennessee. Entering the ring now is Class 44. Class 44 Spring Bull Calves.
Yep, here's my weight for today.
Attention in the barn. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors.
Okay, thank you.
Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, we will start your show at 2:30 in Freedom Hall. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, we will be starting your show at 2:30 in the East Ring of Freedom Hall.
Poker Face is my number, and the code that has won is defect low 2K16 at Illinois. Illinois Review Show, and Green Champion, Old Known Show, and Red Known good best show for Illinois State Fair. Playing at Illinois State Fair, Red Known Illinois State Fair, all for junior show. And then on Keystone Open Show. And right now, just won the Open Show for Louisville. And reserve the junior show for Louisville. And then now she's going to go to Denver over to Are you excited about it? Yeah. No, not really. I never expected that. Oh yeah, Green State. Like everybody says, no. I kind of like the feel, like, that makes any sense. Technically, but I don't think yeah, I was sick on Tuesday. That's why I kind of
Hereford exhibitors, Class 44 Spring Bull Calves is in the ring. We need Class 47. To the make-up ring, please. Class 47 Junior Bull Calves to the make-up ring, please.
really an excellent class here of spring bull calves. We're March and April, and the quality runs ever so deep out here. And where you want to stage at this point in their growth curve, I think, is probably the most important prerogative, within this group. Again, when this calf that we lead off with here settles down, as I compare him to the calf in second, he's so much more opened up in the lower part of his body cavity and has just enough more natural turn up high and back through his hip and stifle. I like how green this calf is at this particular stage of his maturity, and if he ever decides he wants to be a show bull, then he's really going to settle down. And when he settles down and we get that head up, there we go. I mean, that guy's, got the right kind of a look. I like where he is at this stage of his maturity. The calf in second is a really interesting bull calf here, extremely smooth. I mean, you want to talk about land that shoulder in there and the top of his shoulder and back through his hooks and pins, and really long in his rump, and like where his tail head sits. This guy is tremendous from the profile. As he continues to mature, and another great testicle bull, and he stays opened up enough in his lower body, then this guy is going to have, sure he's going to have a great career anyway, but right now I'd just like to give him a little more openness. I made the decision in my own mind here to moderate and come with these three calves next, because I really believe compositionally they're more genuine in their shape and their body and design. I really like this guy. He's going to add muscle to a program. Really looks like he's just getting started to be, to have the fit put on him, as we say. And this guy's got a great turn over his loin edge and back here through his hip, and he looks like a bull calf up front. I like his masculinity. This guy's pretty unique, and he's going to always be right in the middle of the mix, and that's where we want to be come a yearling stage. And so I like this about him a great deal. Likewise, I kept moving up this 375 bull. Very similar. Not as good at the top of his neck and down through his chest floor, and not as good where his tail sits. If I could pull his tail back in here, this guy's got quite a bit of muscle. I like him at the ground in terms of his angles. Got a good foot underneath him, and again, a nice testicle bull. Going to be one that's going to be a good kind of a calf in that regard. I really like the continuation in this young calf here. He looks like a baby out here in the ring, and you study his bone, study his angles, a good sheath calf. Doesn't have quite the testicle development under him right now, but I really like this calf in terms of where he's going to continue. If we're going to be concerned, we're going to have to just square his hock up there as he meets the ground and be a little more stabilized. One of the greener bulls in our class is this lighter pigmented bull, and again, when you talk just about carrying his top line right, really good in terms of his composition. I like his softness of pastern, if it doesn't become any more so, and that guy just has a little greener body, and yet when he comes to himself, I believe he's going to really have some potential. Nice kind of a dual ability bull coming next, a little plainer up front, but where he's good, he's really practical, got a great set of testicles. 376, once again, a bull that doesn't bounce up quite as correctly, but it has that every essential top and rib shape in him. Just got some really good from the standpoint of his functionality. Nice calf coming here next, a little plainer, wants to open up a little more through his shoulder. Didn't really get the best show on him a time or two, but boy, when he does set up there, he's really has a little more just natural outlook to him than possibly that calf right ahead of him. Really an extended calf here going by that just needs to be bodied up. Same could be said here for 372. Really a nice top line bull. We'll want to just body up and give him a shot more muscle. Then we close with a nice calf from the standpoint of length of skeleton. Just need to give him a little stouter kind of a skeleton, starting him up from a masculinity standpoint.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in class 44 spring bull calves is entry 379, Purple Cobain 30D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. Second, entry 376, FBF LCC 2214, Hammer 1607, shown by Foggy Bottom Farm, Kemar, Maryland. Third, entry 377, shown by Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. Fourth, entry 375, shown by Travis and Rachel Drum, Winchester, Kentucky, and Hutchinson, Kansas. Fifth, entry 370, shown by W.C. Taylor, Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. Sixth, entry 38, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Seventh, entry 364, shown by Andrew Chastain, Danielsville, Georgia. 8th, entry 378, shown by Christian Dermody, Linwood, New York. 9th, entry 367, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. 10th, entry 366, shown by William Duig, Waldron, Indiana. 11th, entry 372, shown by Roggen Hereford Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. And 12th, entry 369, shown by Doug Letourneau, Gallatin, Tennessee. Placings in this class were 6, 7, 10, 9, 12, 5, 11, 4, 2, 3, 8, and 1. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion spring bull calf. Hereford exhibitors, please bring class 47, 50, and 51 to the makeup ring, please.
Really have an interesting set of calves out here in this division. My sheet kind of confused me here a little bit, but we're good to go now. Once again, these two calves that were in the same class, how you put them together, I think long-term is going to be the judgment there. We're going to use the first and second calves out of the second class. So bring them on out. You're going to be junior spring bull calf champion and reserve.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Selected as your spring bull calf champion is entry 379, Purple Cobain 30D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. And your reserve spring bull calf champion is entry 376, FBF LCC 2214, Hammer 1607, shown by Foggy Bottom Farm, Kemar, Maryland. Entering the ring now is Class 47 Junior Bull Calves. This is our only class in this division, so our first and second place bulls will become our champion and reserve champion Junior Bull Calf. Hereford exhibitors, I need classes 50 and 51 and 54 to the makeup ring, please. Please bring me the winner and senior bull calves to the makeup ring, please.
And I'm going to have Robert.
Attention Hereford exhibitors, entry 395 from Rogan Hereford Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. If you're showing your entry 395, you need to get to the makeup ring. We are coming in the ring pretty soon. Attention Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, we will begin your show in 30 minutes. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors will begin your show in 30 minutes.
Jack, I'm not smart enough to
Judge this one. I just told Jack, I don't know if I'm smart enough to judge this one or not. There's some give and take, good cattle with a lot of good pieces. From the outside, you know, they look tremendous, and when you get in to try to break them down and study them at the ground, then it becomes a little bit more of a give and take. But once again, here's what I'm just going to share with you what I see. The problem-free bull, from the standpoint of just as I study him from the top side of his skeleton down to the bottom at the ground, I love this bull's hip. I like his hind leg. Good testicle, good sheath bull, and I like where he sits on frame size in this particular class. Now I'd like to square him up and his feet up front ever so slightly, and we do that, then it's easy for me to start with this calf. At times on the move is when I really like him. Sometimes he'll kind of settle in a little differently there right behind his shoulder, but that's a composite bull in this drive. When the class started, I thought this was certainly going to be a player, and he still is, a class winner, but when I study him out here in the ring, he becomes a little more upright in his shoulder, and then I ask him, when we go out and we put him on the go out here, this bull's a little slow to the lead and just want to get him to cover the ring just a little more aggressively. I think we could accomplish that if we just soften his pasterns there on both ends. But he is a big top bull that's got a lot of look and presence. I told the owner here, I don't know where this bull fits. This is a unique beast in my opinion. I mean, this guy is so loose jointed, the way he's made, that he could have some tremendous breeding value, and I mean that so sincerely. Then you ask yourself, you know, is his shoulder going to stay in him? Then you ask yourself, you know, when you study him from behind, is he rolls out on his hock, gets a little bit on the outside of his hoof wall. Now that's the concern, but the great thing about this bull is he has a great head, a great breeding bull look, and he's got a lot of value in terms of the center part of his body. Love his footwork and bone. Going to be interesting where he settles in. When he gets done being an awkward junior high student. It's going to be interesting where he fits and then sits in there because he is crazy wild where he's really good. The bull that comes next in the lineup here is a very basic problem-free bull that offers a tremendous amount of muscle when you study him down his top and back through his hip. He's a balanced bull. It's never going to get you in trouble. When we study this cattle from right in front is where he sorts down from the standpoint and wants to come in a little more to his knee, like to give him a little more flexibility. I kept moving this calf up, and long term, this guy may be my favorite in the class because he looks young, he looks immature and juvenile. When he just collects everything and puts it together, I love this bull's angles. He's got a nice kind of values in him, as all these bulls do in the class, and I really like that bull out through his hip. Next bull coming in line gets away from us a little more on frame size. Want to just tone that down and give him a little more body shape relative to his frame and change him behind. Got a nice kind of a calf here in terms of body width that we just need to give more foot and bone in relation to what we see up top. At the stand, I really like this gentleman's polled calf here. Then we get him out in the lead, and he'll want to just be a little disassembled in his design and structure. Want to give him a little more foot and body. We have that foot and body in the dark red bull, but we don't have, in my opinion, the balance. He wants to plane up a little more through his front end. Really gets pretty rigid there in his rear pastern. Our next three bulls are good cattle in terms of extension and growth curve. The horn calf there wants to be just a little narrow in his base. Our final two cattle then need to just be bodied down and redesigned. We do appreciate them, though, from the standpoint of their length, and at this stage, they've had a very realistic growth curve.
Thank you, Dan. Placing first in Class 47.
Okay.
Junior Bull Calves is entry 432, Purple Hannity 6D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois. This bull will serve as your champion junior bull. Second, and your reserve champion junior bull calf is entry 162, MAV Legacy 601D, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa, and Paul Livestock LLC, Pleasantville, Iowa. Third, entry 387, B.R. Winterfell, shown by Bryden Barber, Channing, Texas. Fourth, entry 385, shown by Wyatt Kegley, Burlington, Wisconsin. Fifth, entry 386, shown by Russell Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Sixth, entry 393, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Seventh, entry 391, shown by Mason Collins, Lewisburg, Tennessee. Eighth, entry 383, shown by J.C. Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana. Ninth, entry 390, shown by Sandy Ridge Farms, West Lorne, Ontario, Canada. 10th, entry 388, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. 11th, entry 389, shown by Longcore Hereford, Cedar Springs, Michigan. And 12th, entry 382, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. Placings in this class were 12, 8, 4, 5, 10, 11, 1, 2, 9, 3, 7, and 6. In the ring now is Class 50, late winter bull calves. This division will have two classes, classes 50 and 51. And then we will be picking our champion winter bull calf.
We got a single entry in the next class, and then
Then a division. these three bulls have a really balanced set of values on paper here, and then we put that along with the fact that the lead bull here is quite an easily candidate to start this class with, because when you study him from his shoulder back, I mean, this guy is built right in terms of just that top line where his hip and stifle are, and is a good-footed bull at the ground. I like the bull a great deal. When I say from his shoulder back, I think he's plenty good up through his neck, and masculinity, just a really good kind of a bull that's excellent in terms of his security at the ground. The horn bull next is one that gives us a little more potential growth in his own right there, but at the same time, a bull that doesn't have nearly the natural shape and the heaviness of structure, a little more refined in terms of his bone work in relation to his frame size, doesn't balance up quite as correctly. But I thought because of his growth and just his natural muscle, allowed him to run over this bull here, and that we're using to close. Long-bodied bull, good testicle bull, just need to give him more topside power.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Placing first in class 50 is entry 396, LCC FBF DJF Recon Ball 5186, shown by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois, and Hill Cattle Company, Wakarusa, Indiana. Second, entry 397, HAF 109 Chase C125, shown by Alex Popplewell, Russell Springs, Kentucky. And third, entry 395, shown by Rogan, Hereford Farms, Rogersville, Tennessee. In the ring now is Class 51 Early Winter Bull Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Winter Bull Calf.
Leave him right there.
We're going to lead this bull right here, showing him walk in, a single entry, and once again, a bull that really can stand quite a bit of competition. I know that's easy to say, but when you just study him at the ground and then study his basic components, he's a strong featured bull that's got a nice kind of a top in him, a good hipped cattle, and a really nice set of values, really, at or near breed average on about all of his categories, and so he makes a nice complement in this single entry class.
We'll give you this sheet back.
Single entry, Class 51, Early Winter Bull Calves is entry 399, GCC 0091, Captain Call, 13Y, shown by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Winter Bull Calf. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 54, 57, and 60 to the makeup ring, please. Hereford exhibitors, please bring Class 54, 57, and 60 to the makeup ring, please.
All right, let's walk them, please.
as I have throughout the day here, congratulations to these two exhibitors, and our two class winners here are both November calves, and I think they really represent a better combination out here, taking nothing away from our horn bull that stands down here and was second to the lead bull in that class, but at the same time, this is where I'm much more comfortable being. And of the pair, the bull that just has enough more strength, but particularly turned to his top and back to his hip and quarter, the calf that wins the youngest class, he's going to be division champion. You'll be the reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Get a picture now, bud.
Okay, which ones did we get, buddy? Which ones were they?
Get more data.
Selected as your champion winner bull calf is entry 396, LCC FBF DJF Recon Ball 5186, shown by Louderman Cattle Company, Macomb, Illinois, and Hill Cattle Company, Wakarusa, Indiana. Your reserve champion winner bull calf is entry 399, GCC 0091 Captain Call 13Y, shown by Kaylee Vineyard, Danville, Kentucky. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 54 Senior Bull Calves. This is our single class in this division, so our first two calves will be our champion in reserve.
Made it easy. Made it easy. I complimented these exhibitors for bringing in the bulls in the right order, at least in this judge's opinion. And so, once again, we have an easy class winner. But all these bulls have a nice set of values that, you know, are really representative. They're at breed average and they're good kind of cattle. I particularly like this lead bull here from the standpoint of his basic balance and the fact that he really lines up in his top line, the right kind of shape in him. He's a bull that's got some masculinity. This freckled-faced horn bull is really quite a good calf. I'd like to change him there and just set his testicles under him a little more squarely. But other than that, this bull represents, quite a bit of good. And of course, in his division here, 402 is going to be the second in reserve. And once again, doesn't have the dimension of our first calf, but at the same time, got some natural length of spine in him. Just need to body him down. I prefer his balance over than our third bull here in 403, a bull that's not quite as masculine about his head and bone work. Gets a little more fragile at the ground, long-bodied and really easy moving though.
Placing first in Class 54, Senior Bull Calves, and selected as your champion Senior Bull Calf is entry 401, BF Above the Law 5605, shown by Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Second, and your reserve senior bull calf champion, is entry 402. WCC Cash Advance C308, shown by Chad Wilson, Cloverdale, Indiana, and Deal Show Cattle, Galatia, Illinois. Third, entry 403, shown by Hardy William Edwards, Winterville, Georgia. Entering the ring now is Class 57. 57 Early Summer Yearling Bulls. Hereford exhibitors, let's bring Class 60, 61, and 64. Let's be bringing those bulls to our makeup ring, please.
Well, somebody needs to be straight. Who's working for him?
Attention Hereford exhibitors, we're missing entry 415 and 420 for the next class. If you're going to show those bulls, 415 from K-Bar Cattle Company and Laura Naismith, and entry 420 from Butler Polled Herefords and Russell Miller. If you're going to show those bulls, let's get them to the makeup ring.
Let's get this group in. You think they're ready? You don't even have a list.
Intermediate champion and a
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little tougher out here. You know, we've had some pretty easy decisions in many places in our bull show here, and this is our division. Once again, the bull I've liked the best from the get-go in this class was this bull I have up here now. And at the profile and from that all-important rear view, he is a bull that I really, really appreciate. You know, like when you come in front of him, then you'd like to just square him up there at his knee and at the ground and his front feet ever so slightly. But with that considered, he's still a tremendously balanced bull at a great testicled cattle. Love where that neck sits on the top side there. Really a good kind of a bull. The freckle-faced bull that's in second is one that I really appreciate also. He too could be a little square there in the bottom side there up front, but just in terms of his balance and cleanliness of makeup, he's not nearly as stout at the ground as a bull we start with in this division, and he'll be the second in reserve in this division, I believe also. So once again, a good pair of bulls. Would like to just relax that rear pasture ever so slightly. The bull that I'm using in third, I really appreciate some of the things about him, and once again, he's the best bull in the class in some areas in terms of squareness at his knee up front, the way he gets out of his hip, but at the same time was the most off-balanced of the bulls, much deeper up front than ideal, but I do really like the bull from there back. The gentleman's bull that closes here is what really a bull that's got quite a bit of size to him and durability. We just need to redesign him from a quality standpoint, not only structurally, but in terms of putting more muscle on there, but a good kind of a bull that could have some commercial value.
Thank you, Mr. Hogue. Placing first in Class 57 early summer yearling bulls and selected as your champion intermediate bull will be entry 405 JTH-SC Wayland 55C, shown by Lori and Gene Stumpf, Columbia, Illinois; Carly Creek Herefords, Millstadt, Illinois; John Thomas Heel, The Plains, Virginia; and T&D Enterprises, Millstadt, Illinois. Congratulations. Your reserve intermediate champion bull and second in this class was entry 407, KLD EB Trump D58, shown by Eddie Brainerd, Canadian, Texas, and Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Third, entry 409, shown by Marbin Farm, Sharon, Connecticut, and fourth, entry 404, shown by Durst Farm, Tip City, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 60 Spring Yearling Bulls. Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, it is 2:30. If you are ready, let's bring Class 1 early summer heifer calves in the ring, please. Santa Gertrudis, Class 1 early summer heifer calves in the ring, please.
They haven't got the good thing.
It's my pleasure to introduce your judge for our 2016 Santa Gertrudis show here at the North American. It is Dr. Tom Turner from Somerset, Ohio. Dr. Turner is a professor emeritus at Ohio State University. Dr. Turner taught beef production, beef genetics, and livestock selection while a professor at Ohio State. He coached the Ohio State livestock judging team for 32 years. I know you don't look that old, Doc, but you're hiding it well. Dr. Turner has judged throughout the U.S. as well as Canada, England, Australia, and New Zealand. He and his wife Susie raise purebred shorthorn cattle in Somerset, Ohio. Let's put our hands together for our Santa Gertrudis judge, Dr. Tom Turner, Somerset, Ohio. Welcome, Doc.
No, John's just been grabbing them as they come. Here they come. John. Just go ahead.
You want to give it to him?
Yeah, just go ahead, because he's got the other seat. Yeah, he can get it to him. Yeah.
You wanna get the info off these?
I'll grab it when you guys, whenever.
You don't need them beforehand.
Just sometime, yeah.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and analyze the Santa Gertrudis cattle to North American. A nice class of heifer calves to start our show with some age variation, a couple of Mays and a couple of Julys. This older female here, I think, has adequate performance. As you study her, she's a little more opened up in her forerib, really correctly designed down her top and out through her hip, and travels awfully good on a real loose skeleton and very clean in her joints. A little closer, I think, in second and third, I'm using this younger July female because she is more opened up at the top of her rib cage. Her rib cage curves out more and more correctly in that part of her body. She, again, really good as you get out through her hip, and just an excellent younger heifer in the class. The next May heifer in line gets a little flatter in her forerib, not quite as strong as you get right through her top as the two heifers ahead of her. And the heifer at the end is just a heifer that's really, really green, just a young July female again. I think maybe some time will help this female. Today, not quite enough power throughout in this young heifer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. Placing first in Class 1 early summer heifer calves in our Santa Gertrudis show. First was entry 4, Heath's Miss Abby, shown by Heath Farms, Hodgenville, Kentucky. Second entry is entry 2, 777 Queen of Hearts, shown by 777 Farm, Magnolia, Arkansas. Third entry 3, shown by Rodney Smith, LaGrange, Kentucky. And fourth entry 1, shown by Black Maple Farm, Troy, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 2 late junior heifer calves. Santa Gertrudis, Class 2 late junior heifer calves.
Okay, yep, just have him give me a jingle if he's interested or something. That'll be fine. Yep, yep.
Nice set of bulls.
Very nice.
For lack of a better description, as I begin this classes, welcome to the Hereford Bull Show. Really some outstanding bulls out here, and when we put the values with them, and the values do very little to separate them because they're all relatively consistent in my mind as we compare them to breed average. And when we talk about this bull that we start with here, just in terms of his composite nature, in terms of upper rib shape, natural muscle behind, out through his hip and back down through his quarter, a bull that I really like up through his forearm and front end, looks like a herd bull, and then he's really good in terms of his front pasturing. I did speak with the exhibitor, and I take full responsibility for my decisions here. The bull is favoring his right hind a little bit, and you can see he just doesn't want to put his weight on it. And once again, I don't think it, when I study his joint, when I study him in terms of his hoof line, he doesn't seem like it's going to be anything permanent with him, but that is a tremendously good bull, as is our bull in second. I would love to see our bull in second off of the snub and halter and just loose, because he wants to fight the snub, and then when he does that, he takes a little shorter stride up front, wants to maybe be a little set out there in the placement to his front feet. He does that, but I love this bull too in terms of his balance. I love his body design. Another great testicled bull, just doesn't get out maybe quite as easy out of his front end as did the bull we start with, but that's really a good pair of bulls. And the good cattle in third third here. With regard to this redneck bull, a little greener bodied bull as we study him compared to the first two. At the same time, where he's good, he's really good. Great angulation, great feet under him, good pasturance, and he really can get out and move, just not quite as fit, as far along as those two bulls above him, but this bull has some real generating value in my mind because of where he sits on frame size, and he can sure add turn to the top and back through his hip and quarter. That's another good bull. The big bull coming next is certainly an outlier in this class in terms of potential performance and weight. At the same time, I like to just change him in the front part of his body. He gets a little bit heavier there through his chest floor, doesn't bounce up quite as correctly as those first three bulls do, but you certainly admire tremendous mass and his tremendous growth to this stage. Coming out next is a bull I brought back in line, then I put him back in line here a little bit because I like where this bull sits in terms of base width. I like him in terms of just some natural muscularity, and he's balanced. When we put him out here against those more powerful bulls, yes, he's more like the first two, but at the same time, he's a bull that, that I'm going to use right here, just a little rounder in terms of his makeup and design. Love the profile, length of body of this dark red, heavily pigmented bull here. Just want to square him up in his hip and just give him a shade more muscle, but that's a good kind of cattle. Looks like he could sire some really well-designed females. Our final two bulls here, once again, are cattle that represent growth and a solid set of values. The bull that's preceding our final bull there, just a bull that we need to give a little more bone relative to his body. He too looks like he's been out covering some cows and bringing him back in and just doesn't have that fit on him. Our final bull there is a bull that just is overpowered in this really outstanding class with some really tremendous Hereford bulls.
Another nice group of females. The heifer we're using just overpowers this class in terms not only of performance, but of just extra body width and dimension, starting right through her chest floor and her forerib. Just extremely nicely made, high-performance young Santa Gertrudis female to start this class. The next heifer in line, just a little cleaner about her joints, and perhaps you would say maybe just a bit more feminine in her design, maybe a little smoother up through her shoulder, but does that without quite as much base width or natural thickness. A very nice young heifer. The heifer in third, again a heifer as compared to our second heifer. Both those heifers are not quite as neat underneath as our first heifer. Heifer coming out in third has more hood to her eye, and more perhaps you might say Santa Gertrudis character, but does that without enough natural muscle and base width. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 2, late junior Santa Gertrudis heifer calves. First was entry 8, LROLCC Wonder Woman, shown by Pitchford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. Second, entry 6, FC Piper, shown by Brittany Shields, La Russell, Missouri. And third, entry 5, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. In our Hereford Class 60, results are first entry 411, STCC SHR Sniper 525, shown by Showtime Cattle Company, Moreland, Indiana, and Story Hereford Ranch, Bozeman, Montana. Second, entry 419, HAPP BK Valor 37C, shown by Hap Herefords, Mendota, Illinois, Buck Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma, and Moore Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Third, entry 413, shown by Double H Acres, Broadbrook, Connecticut. Fourth, entry 425, shown by Chad Wilson, Cloverdale, Indiana, Ray and Jan Fleeman, Liberty, Indiana, Flatter Hereford Farms, Yellow Springs, Ohio, and Patrick Duddy, Lafayette, New Jersey. Fifth, entry 420, shown by Butler Polled Herefords, Republic, Missouri, and Russell Miller, Lebanon, Missouri. Sixth, entry 416, shown by Walnut Ridge Farm, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And seventh, entry 424, shown by Kevin Jensen, Cortland, Kansas, William Duig, Waldron, Indiana, and Brooke Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. And 8th, entry 412, shown by Wilson Stock Farm, Kensington, Ohio. Placings in that class were 183. Entry 415 was out. Then it was 6, 2, 5, 7, and 4. In the ring now is Class 61. Class 61 Junior Yearling Bulls. After this class, we will be selecting our champion yearling and reserve champion yearling bull.
Single entry for this young lady. Really a nicely designed, very feminine young February Santa Gertrudis female. That's pretty green in her makeup at this point. She is nicely made in terms of her sheath angle, her angle underneath is excellent. A nice female you like in terms of her overall pattern. Need a little more performance and mass to this female. Thank you.
Single entry in our Class 3 early junior heifer calves in our Santa Gertrudis show is entry 9, RR Sunshine, shown by Rodney Smith, LaGrange, Kentucky. No. Attention Hereford exhibitors. We need Class 64 senior yearling bulls to the makeup ring immediately. Class 64 senior yearling bulls to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Sure. I'm tempted to say here as we begin this class with the fact that as we get older, they get better. The bull we're starting with here in this January-February class is one that really is a tremendous bull from the standpoint of just tremendous quality of foot and bone. Top line lays in him, rib shape, fresh about his front end and composition. Just a really good bull that you like both at the stand as well as on the lead. Same could be said for the bull in second from the standpoint that this bull is really powerful in terms of his muscularity. I really appreciate the way that he can handle that hip and hind leg, sets down a really good foot and meets his stride extremely well. Not quite as dimensional into the center part of his body as a bull we started with, but that pair of bulls offers just a lot of usability, and this bull I think has tremendous breeding value in his own right, not quite as stout at the ground. Same could be said for 431 here, a bull that's got some length to pattern, just a little rounder as we study him out through his hip, doesn't bounce up quite as correctly, does do those first two bulls. I opted for 430 here over than our final bull in this class, simply from the standpoint of balance, and I see him just a little more right in terms of his angles as I study him. He does need to have more top shape and more width right from behind. We have a little more bulk in the bull that we're closing with here. I really like the bull in terms of his front foot and the way he reaches. At the same time, this bull gets a little low in his front end, a little higher in his tail head. We just need to balance him up, lay that tail in there a little differently.
Close pair of November females, quite a bit different in their maturity pattern. Heifer I'm using is a little stouter featured in terms of bone work. She has more natural muscle mass, and in terms of her composition with less body condition at this point, which I think for November is still very adequate. She's also a little more correct in her navel flap than the heifer coming behind her. You like the femininity of this heifer coming behind in terms of her brood cow potential, the extra body dimension and evidence of fleshing ability she presents to us. She does that on a skeleton that's a little finer featured throughout her neck shoulder junction. Her neck comes out just a bit lower on her shoulder, not quite the overall balance and symmetry or natural thickness of the first place heifer, but a real useful and nice pair of heifers in this class. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 4 late senior heifer calves in our Santa Gertrudis show is entry 11, Miss Illusion, shown by Debbie Gotts, Carthage, Missouri, and second is entry 10, WRF DINN, shown by Luke Chastain, Talking Rock, Georgia. Results from Class 61. Hereford Junior Yearling Bulls. First goes to entry 427. Soul Mr. Harley 5423C, shown by Foggy Bottom Farm, Kemar, Maryland. Second, entry 437, PRCC Templar 500C, shown by Prairie Rose Cattle Company, Sherman, Illinois. Third, entry 431, shown by Kayla Marie Jeromesville, Ohio. Fourth, entry 430, shown by Delaney Herefords Incorporated, Lake Benton, Minnesota, and Doug Linden Family, Rushford, Minnesota. And fifth, entry 435, shown by Doug Turno, Gallatin, Tennessee. We now will be selecting our champion yearling and reserve champion yearling bull. Hereford exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 64, 65 to the makeup ring, please.
Doing good. As we bring these four bulls to the stand here in our yearling division, I would ask that you folks around ringside and down on the end there to put your hands together, please, and congratulate these exhibitors and these bulls. It's hard to bring bulls of this size and maturity and keep them right compositionally, keep them right and structurally, and I really believe that these four bulls offer a tremendous amount of breeding value. What's interesting is to me, as I stand out here, you know, where do they fit in the mix of your breed, and I'd like to think that these bulls can compete at a very, very, very high level. Our two class-winning bulls really represent a nice set of values that are somewhat we call balanced in their values. The bull that was second in the younger class here does have a great set of values. Our bull down here in the end might get a little away from us, a little more with regard to the birth weight, but certainly not at all. I really like these two bulls that won their two classes, and for me this afternoon, I'm going to stick with them. And you know, I'll never know, because the bull that is in the lead here, you know, does have a little tender right foot there this afternoon. I love the bull that in terms of his mass and his shape that wins this older class here. He's going to be our yearling bull champion. Our first class winner will be our yearling bull reserve. Congratulations to both of you.
Selected as your yearling champion bull.
Congratulations.
Is entry 427, Soul Mr. Harley 5423C, shown by Foggy Bottom Farm, Kemar, Maryland. And your reserve junior yearling bull is entry 411, STCC SHR Sniper 525ET, shown by Showtime Cattle Company, Moreland, Indiana, and Story Hereford Ranch, Bozeman, Montana. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Entering the ring now in our North American National Hereford Show is Class 64 Senior Yearling Bulls.
just a super Santa Gertrudis female to start this class. Literally flawless in her makeup and design to have this much performance, extra body dimension throughout. She does that in a real femininely designed and very, very, very structurally correct package. Just an outstanding female to win, and does this very easily. Heifer that follows her in terms of extra body and softness throughout. You read this second female is going to make a tremendous cow. She's still lean about her neck and front end with adequate muscle. Not quite the total package and completeness we have in our first heifer in class. Third and fourth heifers are very close, and they're considerably greener by comparison to our top pair, and both these heifers need to be adjusted just a little bit as you get from hooks to pins and the way the rear leg works out of them. The young lady's heifer has a little more dimension in her upper forerib. The young man's heifer a little softer right through her middle and a little more correct in her navel flap, so that pair is very, very close. The fifth heifer coming out is a real tank. I mean, just you talk about power, base width, extra rib and muscle. This heifer has those things. I need to adjust her some on her rear leg movement and design. I need more flex, especially to get to the ground, to use her higher, but there's a potential use in that good female. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tom. Placing first in Class 5 early senior heifer calves is entry 18, Miss Double TT 300, shown by Pitchford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. Second, entry 13, C Bar P, Miss Roberto 673 C6, shown by Pitchford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Third, entry 12, shown by Rodney Smith, LaGrange, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 15, shown by Rodney Smith, LaGrange, Kentucky. And fifth, entry 17, shown by Osborne Livestock Company, Sparta, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our champion heifer calf in our Santa Gertrudis show.
He's got the lead in the play again, so tonight's good for you.
I had every one of these bulls first in this class at one time or another as they came in the ring and evaluate them. And once again, I'm only going to share with you what I see. The genuine bull, and the most genuine bull as I study him in terms of just foot size, bone, and natural rib shape up high, natural turn to his top and back through his hip and quarter, is the bull that I'm starting with here. When I say all of that, I realize I have to call him acceptable up front in this class of, senior yearling bulls. And once again, I'd sure like to redesign him up there and in that particular area, but he's obviously been able to cover some cows, I'm guessing. I said to the exhibitor here of this bull in second, I could tell the bull's been out with cows. I think he rubbed his tail head hair off, and once again, you put a little more fit on this guy and let it grow a little more hair. I love the mobility of this bull. He's comfortable out here in the ring. His feet are all going the right direction. Just gets a little rounder in his shape for me as I study him, but I do like where he sits on frame size, and I like where he is. I just fell a little off balance when you study him from that standpoint. There's some pieces in the bull in third that I really appreciate. I love his top. I like his tremendous quarter. He's got a lot of muscle in him, but he wants to base narrower relative to what he has, the top side of his skeleton there, but at the same time, the bull's got a lot of good, nicely presented, really fresh in terms of his hair coat and condition. The young lady's bull is one of the really sound-footed cattle in here, just in terms of hoof shape and the way the cattle's hoof meets the surface. We just need to give him a little square kind of a build and put more muscle on the top side of that skeleton to accommodate his extra frame size.
2-year-old, 8 of them, I guess.
Selected class results from Class 64, senior yearling females. Or, excuse me, senior yearling bulls. I've got too much going on up here, folks. Pardon me. His entry 441, RLB 922X, Rock and Roll 916B, shown by Daniel and Robin Riker, Ionia, Michigan. Second is entry 442, BF 109 Flinger 4158, shown by JM Cattle Company, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and Burns Farms, Pikeville, Tennessee. Third is entry 440, shown by JC Cattle Company, Norman, Indiana, and Pine Row Farms, Dixon, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 438, shown by Oak Creek Farm of Virginia, Unionville, Virginia. Entering the ring now is our final class of the day, Class 65, 2-year-old bulls. And might I say, what a great class. Selected as our champion in Santa Gertrudis, champion heifer calf is entry 18, Miss Double TT 300, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. And reserve is entry 13, C-Bar P Miss Roberto 673 C6, also shown by Pittsford, what? Oh, it's 8. I was looking at your back. Excuse me. Reserve is entry 8. LROLCC Wonder Woman, also shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Doc?
Well, in this division of really useful kinds of young Santa Gertrudis females, the heifer I'm using in this division surfaces really quickly. And I don't mean just because she's a notch bigger than some, actually plenty big, I suppose, for some, but really flawless in her structure to begin with, and starting with the feet and leg. If you go to the ground on that female, you come up through her shoulder, which lays in very nicely onto her rib cage. Plenty of rib dimension, lots of natural muscle, great shape and design down her top and through her quarter. A female that does that in a very feminine designed package. Just an excellent Santa Gertrudis female. The reserve selection is closer. heifer that came in behind our champion, and the heifer I'm using are very close in their design. A bit more performance in this heifer that we see, maybe a little more, as I compare those two females, a little more leather in the front of this female, maybe just a bit more openness about her shoulder. But as you get to the front of her, the front leg drops out more truly and correctly of this female. I think a little more stoutness throughout. A very, very close decision between those two heifers, and a great division as we start our Santa Gertrudis show. Thank you.
When one reminds themselves that they are east of the Mississippi River here, and you talk about Hereford cattle and all the stereotypes of where they really are located in this country, and you talk about quality, this is an incredible class of 2-year-old Hereford bulls, and I don't know what's been in your Hereford show in the past, but I do know that this represents a tremendous set of bulls that are quality at the ground. They've got muscle. My greatest challenge in this class is some are more highly fitted than others. Some have seen a little more recent service and turned out and brought back in, but I mean the quality runs top to bottom in this particular class. Let's give them a great round of applause, if you would, ladies and gentlemen, for this incredible class of cattle. The bull that we start with at the surface is really tremendous. His foot size, his angles really laying him correctly, really covers the surface well. An extremely well balanced bull that really has the right kind of top shape. I love his length and neck. I love his strength and masculinity up front, because that's a long neck bull and you don't realize how long a neck he is. Great length of top line, long hip in him, really has a tremendous kind of a quarter behind. I really appreciate what this bull brings to us. I realize that he's had just a few more groceries than maybe some of these other bulls in this lineup. That's an awfully good bull. Coming around in second is a bull that obviously in his working clothes here today. What you see is what you get, and what you get is really a tremendous bull. Just in terms of his pattern, his lines, his angles are laid in him so correctly too, and he just has a breeding bull look about him up front. He's not as bold and bulky in the center part of his body, and for that reason then, he just doesn't compete from me in this particular class, just in terms of his tremendous total dimension. Awfully good bull. Coming around in third is one that I love his moderation, I love his foot size and where he is, and this bull has a lot of breeding value, and it looks like he's been breeding some cows only recently here. When you can keep that kind of underpinning on a bull and just keep his top line in him like that one does, and long up front, and he can be used so many different ways because of where he sits on frame size. When I step in front of him, I did have the owner or the leader here just kind of open him up a little bit, wanted to see where he set those front feet down, like to just square him up a little bit there. 445, and I had as high as first in this class in more than once here. Why? Because this bull has a tremendous amount of turn to his quarter. He's a big bull up high. I like this about him, and he really gets out and moves. Gets a little rounder in his hip and where that tail setting and pin bone lays in him. Got a little bulkier and rounder in his shoulder. The lighter colored bull coming out a little more extension in his natural skeleton, long in his spine. Want to just accommodate him with more bone and body to go along with that extra scale that he brings. The young lady's bull going by now, maybe not fit quite as highly as some of the others. Looks like he's been working also, just like this bull from the standpoint of his length and his side, a little plainer. The gentleman's bull, the dark red neck bull, just want to change his compositionally. Then I want to give him a shade more bone relative to what he has in terms of frame size and volume. Our closing bull here again, a working bull with a great set of testicles. Just need to give him a few more days at the bunk to get him a little more ready to show, as he's the green-bodied bull of the group.
Senior champion.
Yep. Another nice class of Santa Gertrudis females, and a little more challenging maybe than some of ours because of the differences in condition in here. Well, the heifer that wins a class is the most complete when you consider correctness of structure, muscle mass, and femininity in one package. This heifer does those things awfully good, with less body condition, or certainly different in her composition than our second heifer. The second heifer in line, it's a little higher conditioned female, and you're attracted to that female because of her body dimension, and you foresee as a cow the extra fleshing ability and body in her. You study her through her front, not as good as her front leg comes out of her shoulder, not as square in her hip behind, gives up some muscle mass to the first female, but extremely useful kind of Santa Gertrudis female. She is over the third heifer on structural correctness. The third female compositionally is like our first heifer, but doesn't handle that rear leg as correctly as either of those two females. As you work from hooks to pins and through her rear leg, we need to reset that rear leg in that female, give her a bit more balance throughout. A very nice class of Santa Gertrudis females.
Placing first in Class 65 two-year-old Hereford Bulls is entry 449 KLD RW Bouncer D41, shown by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. Second, entry 446 BLL LCC Sin City 4134, shown by Blake Louderman, Macomb, Illinois, and Cody and Abby Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Third, entry 453 WF88X Ribeye T137, shown by John Thomas Wolford, Jackson, Tennessee, and Empty Pockets Hereford Farm, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Fourth, entry 445 JCS Homebrew 4616, shown by Copeland & Sons LLC, Narravisa, New Mexico, and Nicholas Charles Lamel, Isabella, Oklahoma. Fifth, entry 452, shown by Walker McGuffey, Mendenhall, Mississippi. Sixth, entry 444, shown by Elise Hackett, Tuscola, Illinois. Seventh, entry 454, Sandy Ridge Farms, West Lorne, Ontario, Canada. And eighth, entry 447, Durst Farms, Tip City, Ohio. Placings in that class again were 6, 4, 2, 8, 1, 5, 3, and 7. We now are selecting our senior champion and reserve senior champion, Hereford Bull.
As I have in other divisions today, I say thank you to the exhibitors and congratulations. We've had a tremendous older bull show here this afternoon without any further comment, really. I felt our two-year-old class was extremely deep and really competitive, even though there were so many differences in just amount of condition the bull have on them, taking nothing away from our two younger bulls here in turn that win the senior yearling class. I'm going to keep our two-year-olds together. Young lady here, you're going to have the champion. Congratulations. And the gentleman in the back, you're going to have reserve. Congratulations to you. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Selected as our senior champion bull, entry 449 KLD RW Bouncer D41, shown by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas. And our reserve senior champion bull is entry 446, BLL LCC Sin City 4134, shown by Cody and Abby Louderman, Macomb, Illinois, and Blake Louderman, Macomb, Illinois. Congratulations.
Amy Cowan.
Single entry in the Santa Gertrudis show. Really nice, well-grown out March female with a lot of quality to her. I'd maybe just change the angle of her hip just a little bit. That would let her reach just a bit better. She's just an inch or so short in her stride, but a very useful, femininely designed female with extra body dimension throughout. A very nice female.
And now, our grand and reserve grand champion Hereford Bull lineup. Let's bring those divisions and reserves into the ring. Santa Gertrudis breeders, let me get you caught back up on your show over here. Class 8 late summer yearling females. Placing first was entry 23, PC Crimson Roses Pedal, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Second was entry 21, Miss Maggie, shown by Debbie Gotts, Carthage, Missouri. And third was entry 20, shown by Osborne Livestock Company, Hodgenville, Kentucky. Class 10 late junior yearling females, we had a single entry, 27. It's Townsend 0515, shown by Pittsford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. Entering the ring now is Class 11 early junior yearling females.
one of the enjoyable things about the opportunity to analyze Santa Gertrudis female is to see the tremendous productivity that this breed has in it. Here's a female winning this class at calved at 20 months or so with an excellent bull calf, an excellent udder, and she still has maintained herself, extra rib dimension. She beats the second heifer in here primarily because of extra muscle mass. Get down through her stifle. She does all those things very well. Heifer in second, a little straighter lined and perhaps leveler as you get through her hip. Still a very free striding, excellent balanced female. Just a bit disappointing. She tracks away down through her stifle, but another excellent female. This young man, a big-bodied, easy-doing kind of a female for this young man. She doesn't exactly set her foot down as correctly as I'd like to. A little more angle, perhaps in her pastern joint on both ends than she needs to have. But a big-bodied, easy-doing heifer that's got the evidence of a great udder coming along. So a very nice class of Santa Gertrudis heifers. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 11, early junior yearling females is entry 29, Miss Double TT 545, shown by Randall Strickmeyer, Verona, Kentucky. Second, entry 30, Miss LCC 15515, shown by Pitchford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. And third, entry 28, shown by Heath Livestock, Turner's Station, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our champion yearling female in our Santa Gertrudis show. Ladies and gentlemen, before our judge makes his selection of our grand champion Hereford Bull, do me the honor of putting your hands together for Mr. Dan Hogue, Cambridge, Illinois.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to judge here, and you're on the microphone, and I mean that so sincerely, you know that, so great. Dr. Turner on the other side, and to Dr. Dan Scheich earlier today. He left and finished before I was able to be done, but Dan Scheich, a young man we're so proud of. Dr. Turner, great to see you, and we spent a lot of National Barrow Show trips going to Austin, Minnesota together, and great to see you again. Hereford breeders, you know, I didn't know what to expect in this show today, and we had a great female show, but you come and put these bulls together, and I'm telling you, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that these cattle are really, really good, and I can't wait to just see how they compete at Denver, and more importantly, just how they come along as breeding bulls and contributing to your breed. And once again, these first two class winning calves, I think, have worlds of future and upside potential. This January calf that wins the second class, I mean, he has so much upside potential. You have to make a decision as a show judge today, where you're going to sit with regard to maturity. This next pair of bulls in line represent really, really complete composite bulls, got great feet under them, great bone work, really the right kind of upper rib shape. Their turn to their top and loin edge is extremely good. The horn bull that wins the 5th division here, once again, I love this bull's length of spine. He's a bull that's really masculine up front. Maybe want to change him just a nickel there up front as well, but an awfully good kind of a bull that I really appreciate. The bull that wins the senior division, once again, this bull I really, really appreciate for his genuineness, his tremendous bone and mass. He's a clean-throated bull, yet he's got a really strong kind of a head and front end in him. I don't know whether it's his color pattern on his front or not. Might like to just take that forearm and lay it back on his shoulder, change that angle just a little more. This older bull within our division, our 2-year-old bull, came out of a tremendous class. He too is an incredible individual when you talk about his age and compositeness and balance, and most importantly, keeping his skeleton together as good as he did. To To those of you in the bleachers here, and to those of you, and I want to say, I apologize to our students and to Tyler Graddard here. It's great to have you in the seats to be a part of this show. I know we're going to get home pretty late tonight, but I hope you found it positive, and I hope you found this show as incredible as I did. To the North American, I say thank you for the invitation. I know I wasn't the best in getting my contract signed, but at the same time, you know, those things happen. To the Board of Directors of the American Hereford Association, when that call came in this summer, I'll be honest with you, I was very surprised. I think you know I love the Hereford breed of cattle. I grew up in it and have judged your Junior National and many Hereford shows, but to come to Louisville, Kentucky on these green shavings, that was an absolutely incredible opportunity for me, and to that I will be eternally thank you if in fact, you know, this is my final drive here, as we might say, on the green shavings. To the staff of the American Hereford Association, I know them well. I'm probably a little biased. I think it's one of the great staffs we have in America. To Amy in the background here, to Bailey back there lining these classes up, to Tommy Coley, I got to know a number of years ago at Perks Ranch and been a dear friend, and I admire his dedication to the breed. John Mintz, my goodness, how many years we've been together doing some Hereford events, and his dedication to the breed, and we are so happy to have Shane Bedwell join you, because we're a little biased in our family, aren't we, Shane? But at the same time, we think he's a great young educator, a great young staff member for the American Hereford Association, and only better days are ahead for not only your staff, in my opinion, because Jack Ward had to leave earlier today for family commitment, but he's a young person also that we're so proud of in our program and as a family, and so this has been one of the grassroots great opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, I've had in my entire life. And Deanna, I know you're watching, so I better say I hope you think I did okay. With that, let's give the audience, please give these exhibitors a great round of applause. This was a great set of Hereford cattle. And we're going to name our champion. When you get to be my age, you believe in seniority and life in the trenches. He's had that. Congratulations, Champion Bull.
Selected by our judge, Mr. Dan Hogue, as your grand champion Hereford Bull for our North American National Hereford Show is entry 449, KLD RW Bouncer D41, shown by Kirby Day, Waxahachie, Texas.
We bring in the bull that was second in that division. I said in his working clothes, I really appreciate this bull, what he represents from that standpoint, but I was really struck by another bull in this show today, and this was the bull that was senior champion here. He's going to be the reserve. Congratulations to right here to this young man.
Thank you. And selected as your reserve grand champion bull is entry 427, Soul Mr. Harley 5423C, shown by Foggy Bottom Farm, Kemar, Maryland. Congratulations.
You know you're one of my idols of all time. You know that.
Another great Santa Gertrudis division here, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say congratulations to Mr. Dan Hogue on what I'm sure has been a great Hereford show this afternoon. It's been my pleasure to know Dan for over 30 years and work with him, and I always enjoy listening to him when I have the opportunity in the show ring, so congratulations over on that side of the ring. A great pair of heifers here. I'm going to use this heifer that's already in calf, and I guess I think it's raising some cattle at home ourselves. If you can make your young cattle, and this heifer's not even 2 years old yet, but raise a good bull calf like this, maintain themselves like this female in a moderately scaled package with this much muscle, the correctness of udder and teat quality that she has. I think this is a model for where we need to be in terms of function in this breed as well as most other breeds. The reserve, I think another female of that same class that we talked about, maybe not quite as thick as she tracks away right through her stifle, but an excellent female in terms of pattern and design. As you get her on the side view, extremely correctly structured and straight line, a great pair in this division. Thank you.
I've been asked to announce that also a co-owner on our reserve champion bull today is Minert Show Cattle from Atkinson, Illinois.
We have hair on this one.
And it's my privilege to announce your premier breeder and premier exhibitor is the same firm, Purple Rain Cattle Company, Toulon, Illinois, will serve as your premier breeder and exhibitor. Congratulations to the Mullinex family. Okay. I apologize to your Santa Gertrudis enthusiasts. While we were selecting our champion Hereford Bull, your champion yearling female is entry 29, Miss Double TT 545, shown by Randall Strickmeyer, Verona, Kentucky. And your reserve champion yearling female is entry 30, Miss LCC 515, shown by Pitchford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Class 14, late senior yearling females, 1 entry.
Single entry in this class, another awfully nice female. Very correct, straight line, nicely balanced female. It's excellent in her joint makeup, and as you get to the ground, very fluid in her joints and movement. It takes a full stride. The makings of a nice udder. Female's going to calve in just a couple of weeks. Very nice Santa Gertrudis female.
So it's what now?
DLL Best 6 head.
DLL? DLL Hereford. Best 6 head in our Hereford show this year is DLL Herefords from Portland, Tennessee. Congratulations.
Another single entry, certainly a well-grown out Santa Gertrudis female with a lot of power and muscle. Not put together as good as we'd like. Comes off her hip a bit, doesn't handle that rear leg as much as we'd like, and for her age, I'd like to see maybe a little more rear rib dimension to her, but an excellent female. Thank you.
Single entry here in Class 14, late senior yearling females in our Santa Gertrudis show is entry 31, Miss Ballerina, shown by Quincy Nelson, Sarcoxy, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 15, early senior yearling heifers. That was her? That was her. Excuse me. Class 15, single entry, entry 32 is LF Boniton, shown by Black Maple Farm, Troy, Ohio. Now, Class 16 is late 2-year-old females. Late 2-year-old females. Let's bring those late 2-year-old females into the ring, please.
Three excellent young Santa Gertrudis 2-year-olds out here. And again, a pleasure as you work through this breed to really study the cows. They do so many things so very well. The pattern of this cow winning just outstanding. So moderately scaled, extra big in her body, extra correct in her structure, a great growthy bull calf on her. You might change the size of her teats just a nickel's worth if we could, and she's got a little more condition than maybe I'd like to have, but she certainly maintained herself as she's going on and raised this calf at this point. An excellent pair. The next pair also very functional, a little more correctness of structure in the cow coming in second, at least more functional in her structure. She's got a little more set in her hock than we'd like to have. Her teat structure is better than the cow ahead of her. She gets, for me, just a bit narrower based as she comes and goes for me. Another good bull calf on that cow. A little more balance in this cow that's coming in third. I'm troubled a bit by her swelling in her hocks, particularly on her left hock. I need her to be just a bit more fluid back there. Nice heifer calf, a nice pair again. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you.
Selected to win Class 16 in your late 2-year-old females is entry 34, Myers 14/10, shown by Brittany Shields, Russell, Missouri. Second, entry 33, OLC Rosie, shown by Dalton Osborne, Turney, Missouri. And third was entry 35, shown by Patrick Daniel, Magnolia, Arkansas. Class 17, early 2-year-old females are coming in the ring. Class 17, early 2-year-old females.
Another real nice pair of Santa Gertrudis females. I suppose this may be the heaviest boned heifer we've seen today out here. Just tremendous power in this female. For some, maybe too much. I don't know how to exactly evaluate that, but this is as ruggedly designed, heavy bone female as we've seen, and yet a super balanced young cow. You like her from the side view. She gets out and tracks and flexes her joints. There's a little bit of fluidity there in some of the joints, but she handles it very, very well. Functional udder, nice calf on her. Heifer coming in second, a little cleaner underneath. You like that about her. Another nice heifer calf, nice balance in this female. She gives up just a bit of muscle as you get right behind her. Not quite as good through her hip design as you stand behind her as the cow ahead of her, but a very, very functional and nice pair of young Santa Gertrudis cows. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tom. Placing first in Class 17 early 2-year-old females is entry 37, Miss Double TT 1289, shown by Randall Strickmeyer, Verona, Kentucky. Second is entry 36, Queen Bee, shown by Heath Farms, Hodgenville, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion, Santa Gertrudis female. Let's bring our class winners and seconds back in, please.
without competition on the Hereford side, we can talk more about the championship lineup. A great set of females here as we move from heifers into young cows. A great set out here all the way through. As I search for that female that puts together structure and balance, extra body dimension, a great functional udder, I think pretty easily the champion in this division is going to be this young cow right in front of us. Congratulations.
Selected as your senior yearling or senior champion female in our Santa Gertrudis show is entry 34, Myers 14/10, shown by Brittany Shields, La Russell, Arkansas. Oh, La Russell, Missouri. Sorry, La Russell, Missouri.
Another nice young cow comes in after the champion that we talked about earlier. Very, very functional, great udder, even a little more superiority in terms of teat size and placement. A very nice pair. For reserve, though, we're going to go with this heifer up at the end that hasn't yet calved. I think in terms of balance, straightness of lines, to putting the package together, an excellent female.
And selected as your reserve champion senior female is entry 31, Miss Ballerina, shown by Quincy Nelson, Sarcoxy, Missouri. Congratulations to both you farms. We're now ready to select our grand and reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis females. Please bring our division and reserve divisions into the ring, please.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a tremendous exhibition of Santa Gertrudis females from the calves right on through to these young cows. And as I said a while ago, I really enjoy the opportunity to analyze this breed because the cows are always so impressive to put together this much extra dimension in body, growth and performance and soundness of structure, evidence of great milk production. I think truly probably an undervalued breed in this country for what they can do for the beef industry. And their championship lineup is really flawless. I don't think you can make a mistake out here. This heifer is outstanding. It's really hard to find a hole in this female. You could maybe argue she could be thicker, I suppose, for some, but the balance, the symmetry, the femininity, correctness of structure, correctness in her navel, all those things are just excellent in that young heifer. This female that's just now had her calf back here in October or so, tremendous young female, not going to be 2 until January or something like that. Tremendous body we've talked about, and fleshing ability and power in a moderately scaled package with simply an outstanding young bull calf on her. The older female back here from her profile, just extremely good in her lines, extremely good in terms of that extra body dimension. Again, we could nitpick on her udder just a nickel's worth, but certainly it's functional, productive, a great set out here. Champion today is a heifer that puts together the most things for me. That's going to be your youngest female here. She'll be your grand champion heifer here.
Selected as your grand champion, Santa Gertrudis female, is entry 18, Miss Double TT 300, shown by Pitchford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. Congratulations.
Thanks for volunteering.
Coming in that division, a younger heifer that's extremely powerful. You have to admire this heifer putting together this kind of performance, base width, bone, and muscle. Just an outstanding young heifer. And if you don't like these kind, then you probably need to be doing something else for a living, because these are tremendous Santa Gertrudis cattle. Reserve's going to be this older female down here. I think a tremendous package again for these young ladies.
And selected as your reserve grand champion, Santa Gertrudis female, is entry 34, Myers 14/10, shown by Brittany Shields, La Russell, Missouri. Congratulations. Was our champion or reserve champion polled? And selected as our Best of Polled award will be our Reserve Grand Champion female. Once again, entry 34, exhibited by Brittany Shields from La Russell, Missouri, on Myers 14/10. She will be our Best of Polled female. Congratulations. Oh, the grand champion was polled? Oh, excuse me. So our grand champion female, entry 18, will be your best polled female. Excuse me. Okay, Santa Gertrudis exhibitors, we're ready for Class 23, Early Summer Bull Calves. Let's bring our Early Summer Bull Calves in the ring, please. This might be one of them right there.
Yeah.
Class 23, Early Summer Bull, Santa Gertrudis Bulls.
Nice class of bulls to start our Santa Gertrudis Bull Show. A couple months age difference. This July calf, just extra performance about him, but in addition, a little more top dimension and muscle throughout in a nicely balanced package. This May calf hasn't been pushed as hard, and maybe the maternal environment a little different with that guy, but just a little leaner today. Still structurally correct and straight lined and nicely balanced. A nice pair in our first class. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 23 Early Summer Bull calves. First goes to entry 38 OLC Crackerjack 726, shown by Osborne Livestock, Lathrop, Missouri. Second entry 39 217, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado.
No, she said.
I apologize. David Smith from LaGrange, Kentucky. Class 24, late junior bull calves.
really a nice bull to win this class. He excels this class in correctness of structure and puts that package together with extra dimension of muscle throughout. And youthfulness, I think just very correct in his stage of maturity, pretty tidy underneath as well. I think an outstanding young bull calf. A little more muscle perhaps in this second calf in line, but a calf we need to lay in a little bit better at the top of his blade. I need to level him from hooks to pins just a bit, but enough growth and power, a nice calf in second. Calf in third is really, really green. He's about a month younger, but needs more time to develop. He's correct enough in his structure. I just need a whole bunch more width and muscle mass to him. Thank you.
Placing first in Class 24 late junior bull calves is entry 42, CP Mr. Robinson, shown by Pittsford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. Second, entry 41, Fireball Whiskey, shown by Debbie Gotts, Carthage, Missouri. And third, entry 40, RR 215, shown by Rodney Smith, LaGrange, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 27 early senior bull calves, single entry.
Single entry again in our bull show, and really an excellent young bull. This is a September guy, so just a little past a year with plenty of performance, muscle mass to him, extra body. You know, we all want body and rib shape. We all are after that because we think on the cow side it's going to contribute to fleshing ability and doability as mama cows. Oftentimes we try to feed it onto them as young calves. Well, I guarantee this calf is not overly conditioned. He's just a big-bodied calf by nature. I like that about him. An excellent young bull calf.
Winning this class is Class 27 early senior bull calves is entry 43, C-Bar P Copperhead 915CY, shown by Pittsford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion bull calf. Let's bring our class winners and seconds back in, please.
Well, what a nice division of Santa Gertrudis bulls. I dare say if there had been 50 bulls among these three classes, we'd still have these same three out here. Really a great set. You ought to be proud as breeders, exhibitors, and Santa Gertrudis enthusiasts for this great set of young Santa Gertrudis bulls. This calf up here, tremendous growth about him, still good in his sheath and underneath. Maybe just a tick rounder in his hip than we might like, but an excellent bull. Next bull in line is a very straight line. Again, very correct in the angle of his sheath, very correct in the way his shoulder blade lays in, very nicely balanced as well, and gets around the ring awfully freely. The older bull of the group is the big-bodied, soft design bull that's probably the most correct in his sheath makeup, really good in his testicles. He'll be your division champion.
Selected as your bull calf champion for this year's North American Santa Gertrudis Show is entry 43, C-Bar P Copperhead 915 CY, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Reserve will be entry 42, CP Mr. Robinson, also shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 30. Class 30 Summer Yearling Bulls. Single entry.
Another single entry just to July, the Santa Gertrudis bull. I love the dark color, by the way, and a big-bodied, easy-doing, level-hipped, sound-structured, clean-jointed calf. Just a very nice Santa Gertrudis bull.
Single entry in Class 30. Entry 45, Heath Growler, shown by Heath Farms, Hodgenville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 31 Early Summer Yearling Bulls.
two useful bulls out here. I'm using a bull with extra body dimension, a little stronger in his top, right, particularly right behind his blade. A bull you might change he gets just a notch stiff in that rear pastern for me. The bull in second, really a long-sided, and a bull that sets that foot down a little softer and more correctly than our first place bull. Wants to break in his top quite a bit, maybe a little more erect in his blade than he needs to be. A useful set of bulls out here.
Thank you, Dr. Tom. Placing first in Class 31 Early Summer Yearling Bulls was entry 49, Windcrest 17, shown by Windcrest Farm, Leachfield, Kentucky. And second was entry 47, BMF Toasted Marshmallow, shown by Black Maple Farm, Troy, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 32, Late Junior Yearling Bull. Class 32, single entry.
Another single entry, this April calf, really an excellent bull. Really hard to find a very major hole in him at all. He's straight line, nicely balanced, big hip, plenty of muscle mass, good underneath, good footed, free moving, just a very, very nice Santa Gertrudis bull.
Single entry in Class 32, Late Junior Yearling Bulls. Class is entry 51, Clancy, shown by Wyatt Nelson, Sarcoxy, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 33, Early Junior Yearling Bulls. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion yearling bull.
nice class of bulls, and this top pair for me are very, very close and very nice pair of bulls. The dark red bull we're using a little more expression of muscle. You get behind him out through his hip and quarter, and that contributes to what I think is a superior balance in him. Again, both bulls are nicely structured, free-moving, clean-jointed bulls with plenty of rib cage. A very nice pair up here at the top. This third bull, I would guess, has been breeding cows. I'm not holding that against him. My issue with him is he comes to you, he wants to bow out there at his knees somewhat and come in. That front leg does not drop true enough out of his skeleton, out of his shoulder blade for me to use him higher. Still a functional bull once we get past that issue. So, nice class.
Placing first in Class 33 Early Junior Yearling Bulls is entry 53, Harris 11 over 5, shown by Randall Strickmeyer, Verona, Kentucky. Second, entry 54, RSR Spectra 007, shown by Pitchford Cattle Company, Pitchford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. And third, entry 52, Red 214 over 5, shown by Craig Laposa, Poland, Indiana. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion yearling bull.
Another impressive division of Santa Gertrudis males. I hope that you are watching, Santa Gertrudis enthusiasts appreciate the quality of bulls that the exhibitors have brought to us. From end to end out here, we didn't have obviously great numbers in this division, but we've got great bulls as they stand in front of us. This youngest bull with horns, you really like his big body, big four-rib kind of a bull, really sound structured, comes to you with a lot of power and muscle mass, just a great bull. A little more balance perhaps than the next bull in line, maybe gives up just a notch of base width to a couple of bulls out here, but straight line, extremely sound, excellent in his top design. The third bull in line's the heaviest muscle, biggest top bull. You're really impressed as you get right up on that bull and study his top design. Great balance about him along with good structure. The bull fourth in line is one of the most flexible, moving, freest moving bulls out here. Tremendous body and softness in his makeup. I really like the way he's pulled down his flank. Excellent testicular development. A great set out here, and very close decision. I'm going to use his third bull in line, champion in this division. Congratulations.
Selected as our junior champion bull is entry 51, Clancy, shown by Wyatt Nelson, Sarcoxie, Missouri.
Reserve, again, a close decision. My compliments again to the exhibitors. I'm going to use this bull here we just talked about, really soft makeup. I really like his pattern and kind.
Selected as your reserve junior yearling bull is entry 53, Harris 11/5, shown by Randall Strickmeyer, Verona, Kentucky. Congratulations. Class 37, early senior yearling bulls. Single entry, Class 37. And Class 40. Class 37 has a single entry. Entry 56, Circle A Masterpiece, shown by Tenney Farm, Hansville, Alabama. And our Class 40 entry is entry 59, Mr. Double T Omaha 66/33, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. This will be our senior champion bull selection.
Really a nice pair of bulls, and I appreciate these exhibitors bringing out the older bulls. If you've done that before, a tremendous challenge just in getting them around and getting them down the road is a huge undertaking. And these gentlemen brought out a couple of bulls that we really, really like. At this point in their career, you know, you don't end up with anything but good ones. They don't bring them if they're not good by this time. So this is a great pair. Let's talk about them just a minute. The darker bull on my right is, I think, the nicer balanced of the pair. Maybe he has a touch more length and just total size and mass to him, tremendous chest width. He wants to be just a nickel's worth stiff in that rear pastern. As he sets it down, I'd loosen that just a bit. We have that advantage in the bull on my left. Sets that rear foot down a little more correctly and softly. Another big-bodied, easy-doing kind of bull. And both these bulls are really good in the angle of their sheath. This bull on my left is just a bit off on his hip, wants to lower his pins just a little bit as he gets around. That's kind of nitpicking on a good bull. Very, very, very good pair. Champion in this division is going to be this young man's bull over here. Reserve will be this bull right here. Congratulations.
Selected as your senior champion bull is entry 56, Circle A Masterpiece, shown by Tenney Farm, Huntsville, Alabama, and your reserve senior champion bull is going to be entry 59, Mr. Double T Omala, 66 over 33, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Congratulations. Let's bring in our division champions and reserves and select our grand champion, Santa Gertrudis bull, please.
What a tremendous lineup of Santa Gertrudis bulls. This is the last show of the night 2016 North American. I see Warren Beeler, my good friend, stand down there. Everything has been great here. It's the second time I've been here this week, and I'm sure you're taking all the judges out to dinner tonight. We appreciate that, but yeah. But they do a great job. I'm really pleased, Warren, you're involved in this thing. It's just great. The Santa Gertrudis breed I've had the pleasure of working with for a number of years in and around the country, and I would say this about not only the breed, but these people are as good as they come. I really appreciate just working with the exhibitors out here. I know they're not always pleased. Maybe they'd like to do a little better at times, but just great human beings, always polite and cordial to me. I really, really appreciate that. A great set of bulls out here. I don't know how they could go wrong. I hope you as breeders take advantage of the quality. This breed continues to improve, continue to get better. I know John Ford is doing a great job in your office, and I appreciate SGBI inviting me to be part of some of these shows over the years. Tremendous. This young calf up here on my right, you know, this just a flawless in terms of his structure. This gets out and moves really, really well. And as I said earlier, extra body in here for a young calf that's not over-conditioned, excellent underneath, just excellent all the way through. He doesn't have the most muscle, but he's got plenty out here. Excellent. You get over his top in terms of his shape down his top and through his hip is excellent. The most muscle is in our intermediate champion. I mean, tremendous top. We talk about the steer people and so forth. There's as much muscle in this guy as there is in any of those steer bulls that we talk about. And big in his hip, big right through his stifle. You like that about him. He is extremely sound. He's not the softest middled bull, but he's got plenty right through there. The older bull out here, and again, to travel with these older bulls is a challenge as an exhibitor, and they have done it extremely powerful. Heavy boned, plenty of muscle mass, big bodied, good sheath, great in his testicles. It's my pleasure to announce that he's going to be your grand champion bull.
Selected as your grand champion bull is entry 56, Circle A Masterpiece, shown by Tiny Farm, Hanceville, Alabama. Congratulations. Tinny Farms, excuse me.
Another good bull coming in right behind him, notch more moderate, a little younger bull as I recall. Still good in his top, really good in his sheath makeup. I might change him, I think I said before, just the way he handles his hip, just a nickel's worth, but that's kind of nitpicking on a very, very excellent kind of a bull. Reserve, I'm going to go with the bull staying right in the middle. This heavy muscle rascal, I think, deserves some credit. Great bull.
Selected as your reserve grand champion bull is 51 Clancy, shown by Wyatt Nelson, Sarcoxy, Missouri. Congratulations. Okay, we do have a Best of Polled award for our male. Was our champion bull polled? He's not. Was our reserve champion bull polled? How about our division, how about our calf champion? Was he polled? Once again, it's my pleasure to reintroduce our judge. I meant to do that before he picked our champion bull, but he always has to upstage me. But my good friend, Dr. Tom Turner. Tom and I have been friends for over 30 years, and I'm tickled to death to get a chance to work with him today. Dr. Tom Turner from Somerset, Ohio, your Santa Gertrudis judge. Let's put our hands together for the great job that Dr. Turner has done in evaluating our Santa Gertrudis cattle today. Thank you, Dr. Tom. Tom, what was that entry number? You don't know. Did you look at the cattle? Selected as your best of polled was entry 49. Let me go through these real quick. 49 was Windcrest 17, shown by Windcrest Farm, Litchfield, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now we need Class 51 Produce of Dam, please. Oh. Okay, now we need Class 45. Class 45, these are our open Santa Gertrudis appendix female. Class 45, please. Entry 60. Okay, this is our Star 5 division. These entries will have to be at least 50% Santa Gertrudis blood. We have 4 entries, 1 in this class and 3 in our next class, and then we'll select our champion Star 5 female.
This is my first opportunity to evaluate the Star 5 cattle, and if they're like this heifer, we're in great shape. A great September female, lots of balance and muscle correctness to her. Just a very nice heifer, and I think, again, it illustrates what the Santa Gertrudis genetics can do in the real world on a commercial basis. So here's a great heifer to represent that.
Thank you, Tom. Placing first in Class 60 is Miss Double TT 626, shown by Heath Livestock, Turner Station, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 46. This is our final class of our Star 5 division, and then we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Star 5 female. I'd like to give a special shout out to my dear friend who just got back from abroad in Germany, just got home to Fort Worth, Texas. She's just tuned in to watch our Santa Gertrudis show today. You got a fan in Fort Worth, Dr. Tom.
Like in the full, like, oh, this full last full week. Okay. Kind of overlaps.
Welcome home, Diane.
This is a lot of fun out here. 3 really useful heifers, all with different genetics. One of them is half-blood Longhorn. I'll let you guess which one that might be. We have a variety of things out here, which goes to demonstrate, I think, what the Santa Gertrudis breed can do in a crossing situation. And I know in parts of the country they've been used extensively, but in other parts not enough, I don't think. And lots of maternal ability out here. This young man's got a heifer, it's got a shot of semi-inner, and here's a big-bodied, easy-doing, wide-based, sound-structured female. Very, very nice kind of heifer to win this class. Heifer in second is our Longhorn, now that you have guessed whichever one, but really soft middle, kind of a little piecey in terms of her makeup, but a lot of productivity and power in this female in terms of just looseness of middle, looseness of structure. And that second and third pair just a little closer back here. The third heifer really straight line and nicely balanced. Narrows up just a little bit behind for me, but a great group out here in this class. Thank you.
Class 46, star 5 females. Our placing first in this class is entry 61, Miss Double TT April, shown by Heath Livestock, Turner Station, Kentucky. Second, entry 62, Heath's Miss Blizzard, shown by Heath Farms, Hodgenville, Kentucky. And I've gone all week and I have found my favorite name of an animal. Third is entry 63, Harris, I Woke Up Like This, shown by Pitchford Cattle Service, Athens, Texas. We now are going to be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Star 5 female.
Well, again, a lot of fun to look at these Star 5s and to just imagine, if you can, the use of Santa Gertrudis influence on a large set of commercial cattle, and I think the sky's the limit there. This is a great set, a great pair out here, a nice pair of young people as well. But for me, the heifer that puts the package together is going to win this is our black female, a little square in her hip, a little nicer balance, just a great young September heifer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Selected as our champion, Star 5 was entry 60, and 61 is our reserve. 60 was Miss Double TT 626, shown by Heath Livestock, Turner Station, Kentucky, and your reserve is entry 61, Miss Double TT April, also shown by Heath Livestock, Turner Station, Kentucky. Congratulations. Okay, do we have a Produce a Dam? Produce a Dam. Hi, Doc. Who is that beautiful woman sitting next to you? She's got to get her eyes checked. No Produce a Dam? We do. We've got a Produce a Dam, Get a Sire. single entry on our produce sedan, shown by Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas, on Miss Crimson Rose 295. Congratulations. Do we have a get a sire? Get of sire. No get of sire. And our premier exhibitor is Pittsford Cattle Services, Athens, Texas. Congratulations. Folks, that concludes our Santa Gertrudis show, and also concludes our beef portion of our North American. Thank you one and all for attending. We look forward to seeing you in 2017.